Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 441 World Prison. Goodbye, beautiful girls, I, Jin Yi, will be back. This was Jin Yi's last message before leaving Kyushu, and his voice echoed in the world for a long time. Considering his cultivation and safety, Xiao Chen didn't want to take him into the world of death, but this guy made all kinds of promises and pleads, and finally got his wish. To tell you the truth, Xiao Chen felt a headache for him. Not long after he arrived in Shengkyun, this guy started to have peach blossoms in his eyes. He deliberately moved a small horse and chose a favorable position in the village, whistling, watching those beautiful Protoss lowly end girls. However, Jin Yi found that the best position had already been occupied by someone, and there was a yellow diamond skeleton who seemed to be of the same kind as him, with eyes as bright as a wolf's. Brother, what are you doing? I'm looking for the good things in life. Huang Diamond Skeleton looked sanctimonious, without even looking back, staring at the beautiful girls in the village without blinking, and asked at the same time, Brother, what are you doing? Jin Yi's stuttering problem seemed to have completely healed, his face was not red and his heart was beating, and he said without shame, I am digging out the beauty in the ordinary. His eyes were like hooks, moving with the figure of the beautiful girl Binglin from the Protoss, his head did not turn, but two arcs of light shot out from his eyes. The yellow diamond skeleton seemed to have met a bosom friend, and kept nodding in agreement, saying, yes, there are too many beauties in reality that we need to discover. That's right, any beautiful thing requires us to be brave enough to explore and discover. Jin Yi deeply agreed, with an extremely serious look. The two of them were so congenial, they had already become brothers after talking for a few minutes, and in the end they hooked their shoulders together, looking like they hated seeing each other, and said, ha ha ha. Brotherly fate. After chatting with Sha Palang, Jin Yi hit it off immediately, and enthusiastically exchanged the beauty and goodness in life. It's a pity, there are too many ordinary people in reality, it's hard to meet elegant people like us, and it's hard to find a bosom friend. Alas, this is the loneliness of the humble. Vulgar, those people are too vulgar. They have no interest at all. They don't know how to appreciate beauty, so let's not mention it. Let's continue our elegance. Hey, look, that girl is really dazzlingly beautiful. It's a pair of sisters, named Binglin and Zooming. But brother, you have to know that although we are like brothers and sisters, our beauty is also priceless. That's right, although we are elegant people, we are familiar with each other, but whoever touches my beauty, I will chop off his siblings. How about brothers, let's go to learn from each other first. Okay, if you want to pursue beauty, you must be prepared to give courage. Xiao Chen was completely speechless watching from the side, and really didn't know what to say about these two guys. When passing by here, Sha Palang still didn't forget to criticize Xiao Chen, saying, Brother, I am not talking about you, you should break away from those ordinary people, learn from us, and know how to discover and appreciate beauty. Jin Yi was also arrogant, with peach blossoms in his eyes, he looked up at the sky and sighed, life is really lonely like snow, alas, there are too few elegant people like me. Xiao Chen slapped them one by one, sending them both flying. Not far away, Tian Weishan and Renwiren showed strange expressions and started talking in a low voice. It's really him, it seems to be the child of longevity. As soon as he entered Shengkyun and found Sha Palang, Tian Weishan and Renwiren began to observe him secretly. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he asked, the two seniors know him. It seems to be my apprentice who has been missing for thousands of years. Tian Weishan touched his smooth jaw, showing a strange look. Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing to say. There really was some master who produced some kind of apprentice. Tian Weishan was in the half-ancestor realm, but he was like a bad boy. Sha Palang really had his own style, which was worthy of being passed down in the same line. Is he called Changsheng? The outsider asked worriedly. That's right, he used to call him Changsheng, but later he said he didn't admire Changsheng, so he changed his name to Shapalang. Having said this, Xiao Chen frowned, and said, "It's a pity, he seems to have forgotten everything in his previous life, and only has some fragmentary memories." According to the meaning of outsiders, the key point is to wake up Shapalang's past life memories, but Tian Weishan is very magnanimous, saying, "The past is over, the eternal life is gone, let him be Shapalang. But after all, I will be with my master and apprentice. I can't treat him badly, and I will help him when the time comes." Obviously, although Tian Weishan is bohemian and looks like a chaotic world, he still values this apprentice, otherwise he wouldn't have been stuck in heaven cursing angels and holy gods. Xiao Chen and the two half-ancestors planned to rest in Shengqun for a few days, and then proceeded to the depths of the continent of death. During this period, Tian Weishan discovered the corpse insect that had absorbed the king's blood, forcibly obtained it, and refined its essence to achieve Shapalang. When Xiao Chen reached the realm of perfection, the king's blood contributed a lot. And that corpse worm guards the king's banner all the year round, absorbs a lot of blood essence, naturally contains endless essence, otherwise how could a corpse worm have the strength of the human realm? Of course, most of the essence of the blood pool containing the king's banner in the ancient ruins has been dispersed with the passage of time, otherwise the effect will be even greater. For several days, Shapalang ordered the tinder creatures in the outer area to keep inquiring, and learned that the giant bones that surpassed the king were still there, and they had not been reassembled, and the king's ship was buried deep under the land. But there was still no news of the evil corpse, and he seemed to have evaporated out of thin air. When they were on the road, there were only Xiao Chen, Renwiren, and Tian Weishan. As for Jin Sinyi and Shapalang, they were thrown in Shengqun. However, these two guys were happy to stay and have fun. Of course, they were in danger of being beaten out by the beauties of Shengqun at any time. KK was also left here, with two half-ancestors accompanying her. There was no need for her to follow her. Moreover, the little guy is really tired of staying in the world of death, and he can return to Kyushu with the people of Shengqun here at any time. Tian Weishan and Renwiren wanted to learn more about the world of death, so the three of them did not fly, but walked along the way. Of course, even so, their speed is much faster than ordinary people. It was already half a year later when I entered the area ruled by the Maiden King and saw Lianpo again. The majestic King city remains the same as before. The fire creatures in the city are no strangers to Xiao Chen, and soon brought them to Lianpo's mansion. Haha, we meet again. Lianpo could be seen in a good mood, and the colorful bones all over his body were shining brightly. Xiao Chen got the news from him that the girl king hadn't returned yet, and she seemed to have disappeared after entering the depths of the Death Continent for many years. Of course, the other kings did not send any news back. If not every king left a powerful war emperor stationed in the base camp, I am afraid that the area he ruled would have been in chaos. Have you ever found that evil corpse? Xiao Chen was very concerned about this issue. He felt that the terrifyingly powerful existence must still be in the world of death. Lianpo nodded and said, "I found it a few times." "What, it has been found several times, where has he appeared?" "It happened once in our city. At that time, the dark clouds rolled and fell to the ground. The scene was extremely terrifying. However, the powerful divine sense just swept across the city and then disappeared completely. I heard that the same thing happened in several other king cities." Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, and Renwiren were all stunned. What on earth did the evil corpse want to do? It only appeared in the king's city. Could it be that it was impossible to find a master of the king? Now, everyone can deduce with 90% certainty that the evil corpse has marched into the depths of the Death Continent. Those kings along the way are probably in bad shape. However, what is in the depths of the Dead Continent? According to the known information, it seems that many kings want to go inside, and the evil corpses are also involved, so it is hard to predict what the result will be. Xiao Chen thought of another question. Nuwa and other ancestor gods seem to have regenerated flesh and blood in this world. She has disappeared for so many years, has she already entered the deepest region? After staying in this royal city for a few days, Xiao Chen and the others set out on the road again. This is a long journey, and it will enter an area that Xiao Chen has never explored before. Still choose to go on foot. This walk lasted for 2 full years, passing through 2 king cities during the period. Xiao Chen and others didn't want to cause trouble in the area ruled by the king, so they didn't stop much. However, he secretly learned that the evil corpse once visited those 2 king cities and beat one of them half to death. For this matter, Xiao Chen and the others searched secretly for more than several months, and finally found out the details. The king who was almost killed by the evil corpse seemed to hold a broken oracle bone map in his hand. The evil corpse snatched the oracle bone map. This is really surprising news. Xiao Chen and the others accidentally learned the reason why the evil corpses descended on the various king cities. What kind of secret does the oracle bone map hold? To be held in the hands of the king's secrets must have something extraordinary. But now that an ancestor god-level evil corpse valued so much, it seemed even more unusual. And that's just a broken corner. It's hard to imagine where the complete oracle bone map will lead and what secrets it will reveal. Why don't we talk to that king and ask him what's going on? Tian Weishan showed evil spirits, looking at the city of kings who had already been left behind. The king who was almost killed by the evil corpse was in that giant city. The outsider shook his head and said, "Forget it, this is the world of death that we don't understand yet. If he summons a few powerful kings to help out, he will chase us all over the world and it will be broken." They started on the road again, and continued to head towards the depths of the Death Continent. Tian Weishan and Renwiren were looking around, as if they wanted to make sure of something, while Xiao Chen regarded this long trip as a practice experience, and the three of them were not in a hurry. "Don't you think it's strange?" Tian Weishan said, "In this dead world, there are tens of thousands of miles of Great Wall ruins. Could it be that group of guys really did it?" Outsiders also showed serious expressions. "What did the two seniors deduce?" Xiao Chen asked. "Found the cage." "What cage?" Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. "A cage built with the world." Tian Weishan said. "Go, keep going, you will definitely discover something." In the third year, Xiao Chen and the others walked into a vaster and wider area, and the fire creatures that appeared became more and more powerful. Moreover, sometimes there are some tyrannical creatures that have never been heard or seen before. Without the strength of the half-ancestor realm, it is impossible to pass through these dangerous areas. What sound? Tian Weishan suddenly stopped alertly. Outsiders also sensed it, showing a dignified look, saying, "Extremely dangerous." Not long after, Xiao Chen also sensed it. The plane of death stretches as far as the eye can see. There were bursts of sound coming from the front. Although the sound was not loud, it contained a destructive power. Far ahead, there seemed to be something extremely terrifying. Boom! On the Scarlet Plain, the only three mountains disappeared in an instant. "What is that?" the outsider exclaimed in surprise. "Do an advertisement for someone, take a supermarket to the Qing dynasty." A young man working in a supermarket experienced an accident and crossed over to the supermarket at the same time. Chapter 442 Two Oracle Bone Diagrams. On the endless blood-colored land, the three mountains were like paper. Under the surge of gray mist, they collapsed at once, and then disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Rustle. There was a faint sound like the wind blowing sand, but that kind of power was absolutely unparalleled, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. Coming. The gray mist surged from the horizon like a tide, and the sound was still very weak, like the rustling of fallen leaves, very soft, without any hint of violence. However, the three of them felt great danger. The gray mist contained the power of death, stronger than Tian Weishan and Renwiren all showed serious expressions. Walk. They flew back resolutely. Facing the mysterious gray mist, the three of them felt palpitations and were indescribably depressed. The soft gray mist seemed to be slow, but it actually moved very fast. It traveled dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, and it was already in front of us. Up to now, even the 8-phase extreme speed and space travel seemed useless, and the three of them were caught up by the gray mist. Boom! Tian Weishan swung his fist and directly smashed the void, and the three of them entered the dimensional space, trying to avoid the gray fog. It is unimaginable that the gray mist has annihilated the dimensional space, and there seems to be nothing that can resist it. Only the big world can hold it, and the dimensional space is shattered. Escape. All three of them changed color and tried their best to escape. The power that made even the ancestor feel terrible, it is absolutely thrilling and terrifying. Although the gray mist is blowing, although it looks soft, it contains the power to destroy the dead. Boom! Seeing that the gray fog was about to engulf everyone, the outsider stretched out his small snow-white fist and slammed backwards. It was like a comet crashing into the vast sea, and the turbulent waves swept across the world. The gray mist was undulating, and a majestic breath burst out, absorbing the power blasted by outsiders in the blink of an eye. Rustle. The gray mist finally surged up, submerging all three of them inside. Kai, Tian Weishan and Renwiren teamed up to prop up a light curtain, like a mask to prevent the gray mist from approaching the three of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen took out the cracked stone statue from the acupuncture point space, but the process was a bit difficult, perhaps because of the strength of the power contained in the stone statue, it was not easy to retract it. With a flash of light, he merged with the stone statue. The outsider changed his face and said in surprise, "No, this mist is too evil. The mist is corroding the light curtain, refining and absorbing the power of the Banzu. According to this situation, they can't stop it at all." Boom! The light curtain outside the three of them was shattered, and the power in the grey mist was horrifyingly shocking, like a thunderbolt hammer hitting their bodies. Tian Weishan and Renwiren felt severe pain all over their bodies, and their bones seemed to be broken. It can actually hurt the powerful half-ancestor. Xiao Chen's stone statue had more dense cracks. If it wasn't for the divine light from the colorful holy tree in his body filling the cracks, the stone statue might shatter. What kind of fog is this? We must leave here, otherwise we will all be refined into ashes. Tian Weishan shouted, with a faint divine radiance flashing all over his body, resisting the invasion of the grey fog, and then quickly rushed in one direction. Renwiren and Xiao Chen followed closely behind, trying to rush out of this terrible grey fog. However, the grey fog seemed to be boundless, and the three of them were still in it after flying for an unknown amount of time. But the terrifying power kept eroding them, trying to refine them into a part of the mist. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, they couldn't find a way out. The situation was very critical. If this continues, even the immortal half-ancestor will truly perish. Relatively speaking, Xiao Chen is still safe, and the divine light of the colorful sacred tree can resist the grey fog. Seniors, I will take you into the stone statue. Up to now, Tian Weishan and Renwiren don't care about face issues anymore, and they directly submerged into the stone statue, thus temporarily easing the crisis. This is not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, the divine power of the sacred tree will be exhausted. We have to go out. Tian Weishan was very annoyed. Now I have to re-evaluate the world of death. It is far more dangerous than imagined, and it is still far from the deepest area yet. However, what made the three helpless was that the area covered by the grey mist seemed to be a boundless world, and there was no way out. Time goes by, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. The three kept groping forward, but found that they seemed to be isolated here forever. In the grey mist full of death, they have been trapped for 30 years, and they still have no clue, as if they are trapped in a maze full of destructive power. Boom! In the 32nd year, Xiao Chen and the others were suddenly attacked, and a powerful force hit the back of the stone statue fiercely, and dozens of cracks suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen is now sure that if he left the 7-colored sacred tree, the stone statue would have been scattered. The power of this attack is too powerful. It is definitely the destructive power of the half-ancestor level. Brush. He reacted immediately and moved hundreds of feet away, but the attacker followed him like a shadow, pressing down on him and continuously bombarding the back of the stone statue. Push your nose on your face. Tian Weishan and others were all angry. How could there be 3 strands of semi-ancestor power in the stone statue, and now the two of them put the divine power into Xiao Chen's body and let him control the stone statue to display it. Boom! The 7-color divine light on the stone statue soared into the sky, and even the mist seemed to be thinned by the impact, and the attacker was blown away on the spot. Brush! Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and blast forward at the same time. More than a dozen swords radiating cold light were densely combined to form a sword array, and immediately surrounded the sneak attacker. The sound of clanking can be heard endlessly, and the battle sword is swaying vertically and horizontally in front, chopping horizontally and vertically. At that moment, the 3 people in the stone statue all laughed. The sneak attacker was really miserable. His whole body was in tatters. There were almost no intact parts of his bones. Almost every bone was pitted and corroded. The word, king, appeared in the minds of the 3 of Xiao Chen, but this bastard was really miserable. Stop, stop, we are both degenerates in the world, why should we fight each other? Such mental fluctuations came from the tattered bones and skeletons. Just now you wanted to attack and kill us, but now you just stop if you say so. First we'll demolish you before you talk. Xiao Chen released all 27 battle swords, and the extremely powerful sword array completely trapped the king. In an instant, the sword energy soared into the sky, and the dazzling sword glow intertwined like a divine rainbow, which was extraordinarily dazzling. Dang dang dang. Unexpectedly, with the sharpness of the sword, it only disintegrated the king's lower body for a while. The king held a bone fragment in his hand, resisting east and west, protecting his upper body. What is that? It didn't break. Tian Weishan showed a curious look, and said, could it be the bones of the ancestor god? After all, he and outsiders helped Xiao Chen at the same time. His divine power surged wildly, the stone statue shone with light, and the war sword seemed to respond, and the sword glow became sharper. Chi chi chi, the sword light soared into the sky, and the divine rainbows were dazzling, emitting brilliant brilliance, submerging the king in it. If he was under the attack of the three half-ancestors, he would no longer be able to resist. With a final bang, the bone body completely collapsed, leaving only a skull and a bone fragment floating in the grey mist. The moment he left the bone fragment, the king with only the skull left screamed. The fire in the skull seemed to be eroded by the grey mist, and he quickly rushed to the bone fragment, only then did he stabilize again. Moreover, he chose Yuandan at the first time, and the brilliance wrapped the bone fragments like a shooting star and went away. Do you think you can escape now? The whole body of the stone statue shot out 7-color divine light, and 27 battle swords turned into divine rainbows and chased after it, trapping the king's skull almost instantly. After finally finding the fourth person in the grey mist, how could he be allowed to escape? The king was quickly suppressed. You say it yourself, or wait for us to extract a confession. Tian Weishan was obviously very experienced, and directly threatened. What are you talking about? What do you want to know? The fire in the king's skull fluctuated, his eyes were full of fire, and the venomous light flashed and disappeared. What's going on with this grey fog? This is what Xiao Chen and the others are eager to know. If they are trapped here for a lifetime, they might as well choose to die. No one knows what the grey fog is. Except for the existence beyond the king, anyone who is engulfed by it will have a dead end. Is there no one who can guess one or two? It is obvious that you are not telling the truth. Tian Weishan asked dissatisfied. Moreover, let Xiao Chen snatch the bone fragment. Ah! After leaving the bone fragment, the king screamed on the spot, and was once again attacked by grey fog. It's absolutely terrifying to say, even the king can't resist the grey mist, and he's as weak as an ant here. What the hell is this? When Xiao Chen was looking at the bone fragments, Tian Weishan also discovered his divine sense, but he didn't see the origin of the bone fragments at all. The whole body of the bone piece is white and moist like jade. Although there is no brilliance, it can be felt that there is a special power contained in it. It is the reason why the king in front of him survived. Give it back to me, the king shouted hysterically, enduring great pain. What's the matter with this bone fragment? Tian Weishan asked. That's my refining treasure, which can resist the erosion of grey fog. You already have stone statues, so don't snatch my bone fragments, return them to me. Lie, you will never be able to refine this bone fragment. Xiao Chen didn't believe it at all. Hey, there are ghost symbols on the other side. The outsider said in surprise. The bone piece is no more than the size of a palm, one side is as smooth as a mirror, and the other side is engraved with some incomprehensible patterns. This seems to be a map, could it be? Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, and Renwiren seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Could it be the map that the evil corpse is looking for? That's right, it looks like an oracle bone map. You skeleton is lying before your eyes. The three of them spoke together. If you don't want to die, tell the truth quickly, otherwise we will forcibly search your Tinder memory. What Tian Weishan said was definitely not a joke, he is an expert in this regard. The king with only the skull left was completely defeated. He didn't dare to hide anymore, and began to answer every question. What surprised Xiao Chen and the others was that this king had been trapped in the grey mist for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the protection of the mysterious power of this oracle bone map, he would have been wiped out for many years. The Millennium Siege had made him at the end of his strength, and even with the protection of bone fragments, he was almost unable to hold on. The grey mist is one of the most dangerous substances in the world of death. It contains the power of the world. Once it is engulfed in it, no matter whether it is flying to the sky or the ground, it cannot escape. It is like being trapped in a box and will be refined alive. According to the speculation of some kings, if this grey mist is not the destructive mist before the creation of the world, it is the unconscious ghost after the death of the ancestor gods. Except for the existence beyond the king, anyone who enters it will inevitably die. When it comes to this bone fragment, the king has limited knowledge, he only knows that it is a treasure map that makes the existence beyond the king feel excited. If all the bone fragments scattered in various places are collected, it will lead to a mysterious place. Except for the existence beyond the king, even the king does not know what is in the mysterious place. Is there any existence beyond the king in the world of death? Xiao Chen asked. Since I became conscious, I have never seen or heard rumors of their appearance. But, speaking of this, the king paused for a while, and said, it should, yes. I think the deepest part of the death continent can be born. After getting everything he wanted to know from the king, Tian Weishan shattered his fire, and Xiao Chen collected it. Maybe this is cruel, but if you treat the enemy who kills you with kindness, you may end up destroying yourself. After all, this is a king. If he has resentment in his heart and attacks and kills for revenge, it will be an unimaginably terrible scene. Xiao Chen tried to refine the tinder, but as he had guessed before, it was no longer effective to absorb the tinder after reaching the realm of perfection. He had absorbed more than a third of it, and the realm had not improved a bit. But vaguely, he felt that his potential seemed to have improved. Of course, this was just an intuition, and no one could really estimate the untapped potential by himself. Whether it was intuition or illusion, Xiao Chen absorbed another third. The divine light inside the stone statue was radiant, Xiao Chen's whole body was crystal clear, and the divine brilliance of the king's fire completely enveloped him. In the end, Tian Weishan was really heartbroken, and asked him to keep the last third of the fire. This half-ancestor, who was like a bad boy, was thinking of his apprentice Xiaopalang in his heart, and planned to keep it for him. No, this time I really felt that the fire power of the king seems to be fused with my potential. Xiao Chen's whole body was shrouded in divine brilliance, his flesh and blood were almost transparent, shining like a supreme god. If I reach the realm of a king, these potentials will definitely be awakened, and then I will have the combat power of 2 kings alone. Now you are enough to beat people of the same level by yourself. Tian Weishan rolled his eyes, and put away the remaining 1/3 of the king's fire. The deified acupoints, the stored potential of a king. Xiao Chen's foundation is very deep. He believes that as long as he advances to a level, no matter what level he is, he can become one of the strongest at the same level. Time is like water, flowing slowly. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Chen and the others have been trapped in this gray fog for 50 years, but they still haven't found a way out, and they are groping forward in the gray fog all day long. Both Tian Weishan and others had to be amazed. The colorful little holy tree seemed to have inexhaustible divine power, and the light showed no sign of dimming at all. This is the holy wood of ancestor god level. This is the highest evaluation they gave. For 50 years, the 3 of Xiao Chen and the others could only survive this boring and monotonous life by practicing. In the 56th year, Tian Weishan and Renwiren suddenly woke up, and then Xiao Chen also sensed an unusual fluctuation. Immediately, the 3 of them immediately became alert, driving the stone statue and cautiously approaching the front. The front is blurred, even the half-ancestor's divine sense can hardly penetrate too far in the terrible fog, and it seems that a giant is moving in the gray fog. Xiao Chen and the others were on guard and slowly approached. It turned out to be an island suspended in the gray mist. This discovery was beyond the expectations of the 3 of Xiao Chen. How could there be islands floating in the destructive mist? Continue to approach, and finally see clearly that it is not so much an island as it is a floating boulder, which can have the appearance of half a square kilometer. In this dead and empty area except for the fog, it is indeed a colossus. The black stone body has no luster, only weak energy fluctuations, but it can resist the erosion of gray fog, which is enough to show its extraordinary. Excellent material. I'm afraid it's the material of the ancestral god's refining tool. I've never seen it before. Tian Weishan rubbed his hands excitedly, and looked at the black boulder with his spiritual thoughts. Wait a minute, the outsider suddenly noticed the abnormality with vigilance, and said, there are people up there. Sure enough, there was a humanoid creature on it, but it seemed that it had reached the point of exhaustion, lying motionless on the black boulder. That's a devil. Xiao Chen was surprised. This is indeed a devil creature, with a height of 2 meters. Except for the head, the whole body is covered with thin purple scales. Its blue hair has long lost its luster, and there are spiral silver horns on its head. Regardless of the scales all over his body, this devil's face is still handsome, especially with a pair of furry bare ears, which relieves his devil's vicious temperament. Damn it, I was just swearing by the female relative of the highest being in the world of death. If he can let me meet the second person in this place where nothing shit happens, I will die immediately. It's worth it. The highest being, his mother's. I really saw it. Do you want me to die? The devil got up weakly, cursing angrily in a weakened voice, as if he almost lost the strength to speak. This is definitely a king-level existence. It can survive. Except for the king master, other creatures have no chance at all. It's over. I'm really going to die, talking. I've wasted my last strength. The devil lay there straight again. Xiao Chen landed on the black boulder, feeling that the devil was very interesting, so he didn't make a move immediately. I know, you stone lump wants to kill me. Come on, give me a treat. This oracle bone map is yours. The devil gasped for breath and threw a warm bone fragment over. For this devil who did not take the initiative to attack, the three of Xiao Chen did not intend to kill him. The moment he caught the bone fragment, Xiao Chen squatted down in the distance and began to talk to him. However, this king-level devil was indeed very weak, and he was almost powerless to speak. Only after Xiao Chen shot a 7-color divine light could he continue to speak. After some conversation, Xiao Chen and the others accidentally learned that this devil had been trapped on this black stone for 10,000 years. Such a long time is really scary. The devil has almost exhausted all his essence, and even with the protection of huge black stones and mysterious bone fragments, he may die soon. The devil has a very interesting name called Bear, which is right, bear, not hero. The highest existence in the world of death. I greet your ancestors for 18 generations. I just finished my oath. I really saw a stone man, your mothers. Xiao Chen smiled with Tianwei and Renwiren, thinking that this guy is very interesting, and this grey world is too boring, so they decided to save him. Boom! What sound? Several people were shocked. A majestic aura came over, and a huge black shadow slowly approached in the distance, many times larger than the black boulder. That is, finally seeing it clearly, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was a magnificent palace of heaven, endless. The highest existence in the world of death is his mother's. No. He really came to pick me up in person, right? Yingxiang cursed and muttered weakly. Brothers and sisters, call for recommendation tickets, please support, thank you. Chapter 443 Creepy. There is grey fog everywhere, hazy, the whole world has lost its color, making people feel depressed and dull. The grey mist surged, and a majestic palace continued, slowly approaching, shadowy and mysterious in the mist. It has been decades. Xiao Chen and the others have always faced the boring grey cage, and they were very surprised to see such a heavenly palace suddenly. Yingxiang kept jumping out various words, and greeted all the relatives and family members of the highest existence in the world of death, making people dumbfounded. It is no wonder that he has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. If it were someone else, he would have gone crazy and collapsed. I have to say that this guy's nerves are very strong, and it is a miracle that he can persist until now. The vicissitudes and long-lasting atmosphere rush forward, as if a piece of ancient ruins has just been unearthed, giving people the feeling of endless years. It seems that it is not a palace but a snapshot of a long history. The heavenly palace suspended in the grey mist is drifting like duckweed, very slowly, but it gives off a grand and majestic aura. Finally, it is in front of you. It is completely made of reddish-brown stones, engraved with the wind and frost of the years. Walk. Xiao Chen mentioned the weak Yingxiang and jumped onto the palace. In front of the main hall in the center is a row of huge stone pillars, which are 30 meters high, and only 5 or 6 people can hug them hand in hand. There are ancient patterns carved on them, all of which are gods, ghosts, and ghosts. Why do I feel that the people on these stone pillars are staring at me? Yingxiang already had strength after being struck by Xiao Chen's 3 7-color divine lights, and walked around these stone pillars. Xiao Chen also took a serious look at these stone pillars. The devils and undead on them are not only similar in shape, but also extremely lifelike in charm, as if they have flesh and blood. Tianwei suddenly said, "These gods, ghosts and ghosts are so resembling, they must have been sealed in the stone pillar with a secret method." His experience is so common, such words immediately gave rise to a chill. You must know that on the dozens of stone pillars, judging from the shape of those devils and skeletons, the weakest ones have reached the thorough ground level, and most of them are king-level existences. If Tianwei guess is true, it's really scary. Break open one and see if you can find out, brother, use your divine power. Yingxiang really didn't see anything, grabbed the arm of the stone statue, borrowed a pure force, and then pointed at the undead on a stone pillar. The power of the king level is so powerful, but it didn't smash the stone pillar, it just cracked the surface of the engraved image. It can be imagined that this kind of reddish-brown stone is strong, and it must be the best material for refining weapons outside. Boom! Yingxiang waved his palm and patted the engraved map of the undead, and the sound of click, click, continued, and the engraved map continued to fall off the stone pillar, and the area was bare in a short while. Hey, there is really a human-shaped groove here. Could it be? The weak hero suddenly became extremely vigorous at this moment. He jumped out 100 meters away, stared at the stone pillar cautiously, and said, "I won't really release a powerful undead. This kind of antique-level existence has the most taboo methods. Even if we are at the same level as him, it is difficult to deal with." Xiao Chen has been staring at the stone pillar, but did not find anything unusual, said, There is nothing, but there is a human-shaped depression on the stone pillar. It seems that an undead was indeed trapped. Ying Xiang leaned over again and said, "Let me use my divine power." He pulled the stone statue to another stone pillar, on which was engraved a devil who was much more powerful than himself, and it should be regarded as his own family. This old brother is tall enough, but he is not as handsome as me. Ying Xiang shattered the engraved picture with a narcissistic look, and the stone quickly fell off. But then he backed away again with a whoosh, this time a full 300 meters away from the palace. At the same time, Xiao Chen also had a creepy feeling. He saw a few strands of dull hair in the broken part of the engraving, and he followed Ying Xiang back. Damn it, the devil scares the devil to death. Ying Xiang cursed in a low voice in the distance, and said, "You are not my close relatives, you don't play like this, it's okay to pretend to be deep, run and hide in the pillar." After waiting for half a cup of tea, the broken engraved map did not change at all, and no king-level powerhouse rushed out. "Brother, you won't really be sealed inside, right?" Ying Xiang folded his arms and walked forward slowly. Of course, he borrowed enough divine power from Xiao Chen this time, and he said to himself, "It's unfortunate for the family. There is such an unlucky guy as you, who is actually sealed up in the stone pillar. You are a majestic king-level devil. If you say it, I will be ashamed." Bursts of cold air filled the vicinity of the palace, and the few locks of long hair exposed by the remnants of the stone pillar fluttered with the wind, making it even more spooky. Ying Xiang carefully peeled off a layer of stone skin, and the sealed devil's head was exposed. His long gray hair covered his face, so he couldn't see his true face clearly. Ying Xiang was about to clean up the stone skins of other parts, but at this moment, there was a sudden crash, and the devil sealed in the stone pillar jumped out and jumped into Ying Xiang's arms. Ying Xiang was extremely nimble, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and flew hundreds of feet away. However, he was horrified to find a dead body hanging on his body, and the long gray hair brushing his face made him feel cold all over. Boom! Ying Xiang slammed it violently and threw the corpse onto the stone steps in front of the palace. "Dude, I'm a man, you misread the man." He cursed in a low voice, and stepped forward. This accident happened in a short period of time. Fortunately, this guy is quite nervous, and ordinary people would definitely be terrified. Xiao Chen laughed and walked over. This is indeed a devil, but the flesh and blood all over his body have long since decayed, leaving only the dull hair and bones. It may be due to the force of the squeeze. When the heroic bear peeled off the stone skin, the bone bomb hit his arms. At this moment, there is no need to doubt that there is a powerful existence sealed in the engraving of each stone pillar. After discovering this fact, one can't help but feel chills in one's heart. What kind of boldness and strength is this? It is appalling to have the king sealed to death in a stone pillar outside the palace. Ying Xiang seemed to have suddenly remembered something, his face became very ugly, and said, "Could it be that the legend is true?" "What legend? In the past, I didn't believe in legends at all, so my knowledge was limited. I just vaguely heard people say that in the infinitely distant past, the world of death was once unified except for the deepest area. Wherever the Supreme Patriarch has passed, no one in the world dares not to follow, and all the kings who dared to rebel have disappeared." Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, and Renwiren all gasped. How many existences beyond the king have appeared in the world of death? There should have been 2 or 3, but the one who unified the mainland is very powerful. Ying Xiang straightened up his compatriot, bowed and gave a salute, then stood up straight and said, "That was all a long time ago. I don't really believe it. Anyway, I haven't seen the existence of that series since I was born anyway. The Sky Boss, my second son, and the third son on Earth, I don't like the so-called supreme existence." Tian Weishan coughed, and said, "It seems, maybe, looks like, maybe, we have entered the territory of that ancestor." Looking at the majestic palaces in front of him, Ying Xiang felt a little numb in his scalp, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him inside the huge tightly closed stone gate. Cough. "Yes, we have come to pay respects to the Supreme Patriarch." He pretended to bow to the gate of the main hall. "Let's go, here you are, let's go in and have a look." Xiao Chen stepped up the steps and walked towards the closed door. Crunch. After pushing open the 2 huge stone doors that had been dust-sealed for an unknown number of years, a decaying smell rushed towards him, including the smell of rotten flesh, giving people a very bad feeling. Suddenly, Ying Xiang suddenly yelled, "I fork. Brother close relatives, why are you standing up?" Such an abrupt voice shocked Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, and Renwiren all at once. They hurriedly backed away, and the reddish-brown stone door closed again with a bang. "I said, Brother Ying Xiang, the devil is scary, and it can scare people to death. It's not scary, he really stood up. Yingxiong rushed to the stone pillar like a gust of wind, and shouted, "Where did he go? Please, brother Yingxiong, your joke is not funny at all." Xiao Chen pointed to the steps not far away, and said, "Isn't your brother from the same family lying there?" The devil's corpse lay quietly on the stone steps. When the mist surged, the long gray hair was blowing with the wind. Yingxiong suddenly felt a chill go up his back, and swore to the sky, "I did see him appear from the broken stone pillar just now," and he smiled sinisterly and then stood up. Hearing his words, Xiao Chen, Tian, and Ren also felt their scalps tingling. The matter was really evil. They came to the huge stone pillar again and looked carefully. After the stone skin was peeled off, there was nothing else inside except for the human-shaped groove. Scanned with divine sense, but found nothing. Of course, due to the shrouding of the fog, it is difficult for the divine sense to protrude very far. Don't play with close relatives, come out. Yingxiong walked around outside the grand hall but found nothing. Xiao Chen and the others did not find any trace of the devil, but they caught a trace of abnormal coldness, although it only disappeared for a moment, but the powerhouses of their rank would never be mistaken, which cast a shadow over the hearts of several people. Do you want to go in now? Wait and see, since the sealed devil is weird, will the undead that peeled off at the beginning. As soon as these words came out, a chill rose in everyone's hearts. Why don't we peel off a stone pillar, and this time we'll seal off the four sides and find out what happened. Yingxiong made this suggestion, which immediately made Tianwei and Renwiren look at each other in dismay. Then try it. If you don't figure it out, you will always feel uneasy. The three of Xiao Chen finally agreed to this suggestion. The sound of clanging was endless, and 27 battle swords formed a sword array, sealing a stone pillar inside, and at the same time, the stone statue burst into 7-color divine light, and the holy atmosphere permeated the scene. This time, let's find a kid who is in the realm of the earth. Yingxiong peeled off the stone skin, and there was a human-shaped groove inside, but there was nothing else. This brat must have been destroyed long ago, let's replace it with another one. Stop, Xiao Chen stopped him, and at the same time 27 war swords turned into divine rainbows and shot into the grey mist in the distance. Chi-chi, the sound of piercing the air was endless. Just now he felt that unusually cold aura again, but the 27 war swords didn't hit any objects, and returned without success. At this moment, several people showed a dignified look. The matter was so unusual that the peeping person in the dark disappeared without a trace and was hard to find. Stop peeling off the stone skin. Tianwei and Renwiren sensed the seriousness of the situation and did not want to take the risk. The few people calmed down and guarded outside the Tiangong for 3 months, but they still didn't have the slightest clue. During this process, the entire majestic palace group drifted slowly in the grey mist, not knowing where it was going. In the world of grey mist, the most incorruptible thing is time. Xiao Chen and the others have spent more than 50 years, and Yingxiong has been trapped for a full 10,000 years. Therefore, they were not in a hurry, and they practiced quietly relying on the source of God provided by the colorful sacred tree, which lasted for more than 10 years. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen and the others have been trapped in this mist for 70 years. We are really sorry for ourselves by guarding such a holy gate and not entering it. In the end, they didn't want to wait any longer, and decided to push open the stone gate and enter the hall. It is now certain that the imaginary supreme ancestors are not in this magnificent heavenly palace, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. Crunch! The huge stone door was pushed open, making a piercing sound, and the rotten smell wafted out again, making people feel very stuffy and uncomfortable, and even had a feeling of heart palpitations. The 2 doors were completely pushed open to let the air circulate. Grey mist surged in, and the rotten breath was brought out, as if there were endless rotting corpses hidden inside. After waiting for an hour, the smell of corruption slowly faded away. The inside of the hall was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. Even if you looked with divine eyes, you could only see a distance of more than 10 meters away. It seemed that there was a layer of dark clouds and mist shrouded in it. Tap, tap, walking into the dark and empty hall, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly, very ear-piercing in the dead hall. Crunch! There was a creepy sound, and the 2 stone doors locked by several people closed automatically. The only gray light at the door disappeared completely, and the hall became extremely dark. I think that I, the hero of the world, grew up in a serious manner, not frightened. Let's move on and see what kind of mobs he can make. Xiao Chen sacrificed the battle sword, formed a sword array, hung in all directions, and bloomed a little bit of divine brilliance. No wonder there is a rotten smell. Whose unlucky child rotted there? Yingxiong's magic eyes were very sharp, and he saw a rotting corpse in the innermost part of the hall from a long distance away. It's weird, we've been guarding outside for more than 10 years, and he hasn't been completely rotted, so be careful. Tian Weishan reminded. Go around and don't touch him. Outsiders were more cautious. When I got closer, I found that some parts of the corpse had exposed bones, while other parts were still covered with carrion, and the smell was pungent, which was really unbearable. This guy must have been a scourge when he was alive. Yingxiong came to such a conclusion. Why, haven't you heard of the evil that lasted for thousands of years? Judging from the breath left by this guy, at least he has been lying here for thousands of years. Speaking of this, Yingxiong suddenly wrinkled his nose and said, hey, there is a slight fragrance. That's right, the refreshing fragrance is in the next hall. Tian Weishan also sensed it. Several people passed through this heavy palace and continued to move forward. At this moment, Yingxiong suddenly yelled, and stepped back a few steps, saying, I'm Fork. My brother, why did you follow in? In this dark and dead ancient palace, such sudden shouts are especially frightening. You bear wants to scare people to death. The outsider angrily conjured up a big hand and slapped him. No, there was a figure following me closely just now, and I saw it as soon as I turned my head. Yingxiong exclaimed angrily. Really, I absolutely saw a black figure silently following behind us. In this environment, it's pretty scary. Several people couldn't help but turned their heads to look around and stretched out their spiritual thoughts, but they saw nothing but darkness. It appeared again, the shadow is behind you. Yingxiong yelled at Xiao Chen. Chapter 444 Indestructible. Following Yingxiong's yelling, Xiao Chen hurriedly turned his head to watch. A black shadow stuck behind him like a ghost silently, showing a sinister smile at him. He couldn't see his facial features clearly, but he could clearly sense the resentful expression. Chi. The sword pierced through the air and cut across in an instant. More than a dozen divine rainbows were dazzling, illuminating the dark ancient palace, but what was surprising was that the sword pierced through the air, and the black shadow disappeared from the eyes of several people without a sound. Puff! The sound of a ghost blowing breath sounded in the ears of several people, and the hall was instantly dark without a trace of light. Even the divine brilliance emitted by the sword and the stone statue was completely absorbed by the darkness. There was deathly silence. In the pitch-black ancient temple you could not see your fingers, the biting chill permeated the air, and the chilly air was like a ghost blowing. Suddenly, the outsider felt a chill on his neck, and a cold paw touched his neck, and a rotten smell permeated his body, making goosebumps all over his body instantly. Ah! The outsider yelled, blood was boiling all over his body, and Yongsheng breath rushed out to block the invasion of yin qi. At the same time, he retracted his head, squatted, and turned his body in one go, and chopped back with his right hand. Puff! Although the outsider looks like a child, he is powerful, and he is also a stubble among the half-ancestors. His right hand cuts the space like a knife, and slashed on the black shadow exuding a rancid smell. A gloomy aura erupted immediately, and the black shadow was swept away, and disappeared out of thin air in a blink of an eye. There was an extra piece of carrion the size of a longan on the ground, and it smelled so bad that it made people want to vomit. It's so fast, even if it travels through space, it can't compare. The outsider said in surprise. He just used the space technique, but he still couldn't lock the ghost. The stench on the ground was tangy, and the rotten smell seemed to have existed for hundreds or thousands of years, making it unbearable. Damn it, my hand. Ruyu's fingers turned black in an instant, spreading from the tip to the base of the finger. This is the poison of a rotting corpse, and it can actually hurt Banzu, which is enough to show that the rotting corpse is very different. Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, and Yingxiong quickly surrounded him and stood by his side. The man outsider was filled with masculinity, like a big furnace, and slowly forced out the black on his fingertips. The black liquid dripped on the ground and made a chugging sound, and the smell was pungent. What kind of evil is that? Xiao Chen asked. Yingxiong said. I was preconceived and thought it was my brother from the same family, but now it seems that it should not be him. Tian Weishan said. It is very likely that it is the 1,000-year-old rotting corpse in the first major hall. Several people have reached the state of half-ancestors, with strong strength as their backing. Although they feel chills in their hearts, they are not afraid. They walked back along the original road and decided to find out. In the pitch-black first floor of the palace, the smell of rot was extremely strong, but the rotting corpse on the ground disappeared without a trace. It really is him. Tian Weishan surrounded the place where the rotting corpse lay, and found no clues except for some corpse watermarks. This made several people's scalps feel a little numb. When they first found the rotting corpse, they had visited with a powerful divine sense, and they didn't sense energy fluctuations on the foul-smelling corpse at all. They didn't want him to be able to move at all, which gave people a very bad feeling at the moment. I don't believe he can still hurt us, let's move on. Ying Xiang said nonchalantly. It was impossible for the few people to be intimidated by this, so they chose to move on, and they could clearly smell the refreshing fragrance in the second hall, like the fragrance of heaven, material and earth treasures after they matured. I thought the source of the fruity fragrance was in the second palace, but it seems that there is still some distance away. The second level of the palace is even colder, as biting as an ice cellar, and at the same time darker, like the mouth of a ferocious monster, pitch black and dead silent. Ah! Ying Xiang yelled. He felt someone blowing cold air on his neck, but he didn't touch anything when he slashed backwards, so this guy made a series of very speechless movements, rushing into the darkness, blowing air again and again. Puff, puff, you blow my yin qi, I blow your yang qi, let's see who blows to death. But at this moment, Ying Xiang felt great danger, a cold breath pressed against his throat soundlessly, and blood flowed down his throat. Ying Xiang backed up quickly, covering his bleeding throat with his hands, showing an incredulous expression. Xiao Chen and the others also rushed over immediately, visiting with divine sense, and they were shocked by what they saw. A death knight was riding on a ghost horse, surrounded by corpse energy, holding a cold death spear in his hand, stuck in the hall, without any energy fluctuations in his body. Ying Xiang is no longer the weak person he was when he first met him. After absorbing the divine power of the colorful sacred tree, he has gradually recovered, and immediately stopped the blood from the wound. It turned into a ray of purple light and rushed over, all the fine scales on his body opened, turning into a humanoid killing machine. Clang, dang, boom. He fought fiercely with the Death Knight, and collided with the icy dark spear thousands of times, but what was surprising was that the Death Knight was able to defeat him and launched a powerful charge. The ghost horse's corpse aura was overwhelming, and it charged the Death Knight with it, as if it had seen a thick wall and crushed it. Boom! With the last blow, Ying Xiang knocked the Death Knight away and broke the ghost spear, but something surprising happened, the Death Knight leapt away and disappeared out of thin air. It's not traveling through space, it's like the bubble burst and disappeared. The spear of death that was broken on the ground also disappeared completely in the blink of an eye, as if the gas had volatilized. This result made Xiao Chen and others puzzled. Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren searched carefully, and found no dimensional space at all, let alone a space passage, but the Death Knight disappeared under the noses of the half-ancestors. It's weird, the rotting corpse and the Death Knight should have the same number, and they disappeared exactly the same way. It's very unusual to be able to compete with Banzu. Several people became more vigilant. The second level of the palace was empty, without any valuable artifacts, and they moved forward to the next level. As soon as they entered the third major hall, several people were attacked and killed horribly, and the breath of death enveloped them. This is the curse of the undead. Ying Xiang yelled. He already knew that Xiao Chen and the others were not natives of the dead world, and reminded, stick to the soul, don't let external evils invade, or even the king will be abolished. In the pitch-black palace, a terrifying undead was looming, with the aura of death soaring to the sky, casting spells on them ferociously. None of them dared to be careless, they all stick to their souls, the treasures are solemn, sacred and innocent, preventing the invasion of external evils. Supernatural powers such as curse and prophecy are the most terrifying. They are pervasive and beyond common sense. Once they are applied, they will be difficult to eradicate. Suddenly, danger appeared, and several people felt the gloom behind them at the same time. Holding the phantom spear intact, the Death Knight sat on the dead phantom horse and charged forward with a force exceeding 10,000 junctures. If he was stabbed by it, it would be enough to crush a powerful king, but he was silent. On the other side, a carrion corpse smiled sinisterly, without the slightest energy fluctuation, and called it like a ghost. There is a curse of the undead on the front, an assassination by a Death Knight behind him, and a sneak attack by a rotting corpse on the side. The situation is very grim. It's fine if it's an ordinary king, but the curse of the undead is too terrifying, and no one dares to be easily distracted. Chi. Xiao Chen boldly manipulated 27 battle swords, and slashed at Death Knights, carrion corpses, and undead. At the same time, he felt the curse of the undead rushing towards him, and the cold breath pierced his body like an ice knife. Tian Weishan, Ren Weiren, and Ying Xiang rushed to the rescue, their divine thoughts were like knives, and 3 radiant divine sources rushed out and sank into the stone statue. The cold atmosphere was dispelled, and at the same time, the colorful sacred tree was shining brightly, emitting a warm radiance. Dang! In the distance, like a rainbow, the war swords were chopping death knights and carrion corpses. Of course, the main target was the powerful undead. You must get rid of him first. This is the most terrifying existence that threatens. If you let him follow in the dark and keep attacking, no one will be able to prevent him. Puff. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the undead was pierced through, but just like death knights and carrion corpses, they disappeared out of thin air. No matter how you look at it, they seem to have retreated, not destroyed. Their escape method is very peculiar, and it is impossible to see why. When the calm in the third palace was restored, all the divine brilliance from their bodies disappeared, and they fell into darkness again. Where did we come to? Why can't we destroy them? Even if it is a king-level existence, it won't be immortal. The few people were very disturbed. The indestructible opponents of the same level were the most terrifying. If one's own side was negligent, they might be fatally attacked and killed. In the third hall, they stayed for 2 full days, trying their best to deal with the curse of the undead, but with an incident, the shadow in everyone's heart was finally broken. Not only Xiao Chen's colorful holy tree can break the curse of the undead, but also the 2 oracle bone diagrams. When Yingxiang and outsiders were attacked unexpectedly, they thought they would be doomed, but they didn't want the 2 warm bone pieces to flow out a little bit of soft power, completely breaking the curse of the undead. In this way, several people advance again. Even if they cannot kill their opponents, there is no problem with self-protection. In the 4th palace, they encountered a blood demon, which was completely condensed from pungent and rotting blood. It was as black as ink, like sticky ink, and it penetrated every hole, making it hard to guard against. At the same time, terrifying undead, powerful death knights, and eerie rotting corpses also appeared from time to time, attacking and killing several people. There are so many powerful creatures that can stand shoulder to shoulder with kings guarding this heavenly palace. There must be something extraordinary in it, and it must be extremely important. Tian Weishan made such a judgment. I like this deduction so much. Yingxiang smiled. There seems to be a heavy treasure inside. The outsider agreed with this judgment. Compared with the entire Tiangong, the 4-fold palace is only the peripheral area, far from the central area. But when they walked out of the 4th palace, light suddenly appeared in front of them, the environment changed drastically, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers rushed towards them, making this place like a fairyland. This is a world full of light, with verdant trees, strange rocks, small bridges and flowing water, waterfalls and springs, pavilions, terraces and pavilions, all of which complement each other, making the scenery pleasant and indescribably vivid. There is no gray mist, no breath of death. Even if you don't hold the oracle bone map or hide in the stone statue, you will not be damaged in such an environment. There is a lot of aura here, and there is a little bit of sunlight. This is really astonishing. There is such a pure land among the deathly ancient palaces, which makes people feel unbelievable, like a dream. It's a small garden. I really don't know what kind of divine power has been condensed. It's a miracle that this place has become a small world of its own without being affected by the gray fog outside. In front of the garden are still endless palaces. This is not the central area. However, when you look closely, it is surprising. That's Yinmu Shengguo. No, could it be the legendary yin-yang fruit? Yingxiang almost spit out his saliva. Food. The chubby and outsider curled his lips in disdain. But when he himself noticed the sacred tree in the garden, he was taken aback immediately, showing a hint of excitement. And Tian Weishan laughed loudly, and said, Fate, in this place where dogs don't care and cats don't care, it's unbelievable to find this sacred object. I will be lucky. The 3 towering ancient trees are lush and lush, each branch is crystal clear like jade, and the leaves are even more radiant and radiant. Every branch above is full of fruits, fragrant, and the fragrance of the surrounding flowers is far from being comparable to it. The 3 ancient trees are as vigorous as horned dragons, and I don't know how many years they have grown. At first glance, they are somewhat similar to the Zizuan Yinmu tree, and the shape of the fruit is exactly the same. The only difference lies in the color. The 3 ancient trees are not a single purple. In addition to a little bit of purple light, the most important thing is black light and white light, glittering and translucent. This is the legendary yin-yang tree. The purple diamond yin tree that has reached 500,000 years can transform into a yin and yang tree. In addition to a little bit of purple light, the tree body is more black and white, and the fruit is like a yin and yang fish printed on it. From yin to yang, one can imagine the extraordinariness of this holy object from its transformation process. I once stole a few yin and yang fruits from the ancestor god of Shenong. In the blink of an eye, endless years have passed. I can't think of anyone other than the ancestor god of Shenong who can cultivate such a holy thing. It's rare. It's a blessing again. Hearing these words, Ying Shang had already saliva splashed, rushed over first, knocked down a yin and yang fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth impatiently. Strange, it doesn't smell like it. He showed a suspicious look. Nonsense. The outsider gave him a blank look, and said, you swallowed it whole. Is there? Ying Shang scratched his head. The other three were speechless to him. Tian Weishan also plucked a brilliant ginseng fruit. The yin and yang energies on it were constantly circulating, hazy. After one bite, the garden was immediately filled with fragrance. The alluring aroma was so strong that it couldn't be melted away. Hey, here, Xiao Chen was surprised. Under the third vigorous yin-yang tree, there is a stone table and 2 stone piers, exuding a simple atmosphere, and there is an oracle bone map on the stone table. Another oracle bone map. The other 3 were also very surprised. In the distant past, it seems that someone sat at the stone table, played with and admired the oracle bone map, and did not have time to put it away after putting it here. There is such a treasure in the garden, and there will definitely be amazing discoveries in the important place ahead. Chapter 445 Ancestors' Prophecy. The bone piece is warm and crystal clear, and it is very comfortable to hold in the hand. The pattern engraved on it is clearly visible, but if it is a map, it seems too complicated and mysterious. It's a good thing. Ying Shang happily grabbed it in his hand and said, I fought with others for such a bone back then. It was obtained from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After I didn't want to meet you, I saw 2 more in a row. The yin and yang tree is full of aura around it, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and each leaf has yin and yang energy circulating. Sitting at the stone table under the tree makes people feel peaceful. If you meditate here quietly, it is really a good place for cultivation. Carrion corpses, death knights, and terrifying undead seem to be very taboo to this garden, like a pure land outside the world. They don't want to be touched by the holy atmosphere, so they don't follow here. Xiao Chen had already escaped from the stone statue. He, Tian Weishan, Ren Weiren, and Ying Shang tried to piece together the 3 bone fragments they had mastered, and wanted to see where the engraved map on it led. It seems that the complete bone map is very large, and the 3 bone fragments are not connected to each other, and they cannot be connected at all. Tian Weishan and Ying Shang were very interested in this bone map, and lay down on the stone table to ponder it carefully. Old Shang, you are an aborigine in the world of death. Take a closer look at the direction of the pattern on it. Could it be some death mountains? Do the patterns on these 3 bone fragments look familiar? The world of death is too big. Even if I have the strength of a king, it is impossible to travel all over the continent, especially the depths of the continent of death. For Xiao Chen, the deepest part of the world of death has always been extremely mysterious. There is a king-level devil here, and the fire of gossip in his heart suddenly ignites, and he talks a lot more than usual, asking non-stop. In this world, every strong man is full of awe when he mentions the deepest part. What's inside? The inside is a terrifying area, and the danger is beyond imagination. The king may perish at any time if he goes deep into it. Ying Shang showed a rare seriousness, and said, the grey mist we have seen is dangerous enough, right? But it is single, and there are many similar mysterious forces in the deepest part of the dead zone. Especially near the ruins of the ancient magic city, it is even more dangerous. There is simply synonymous with death. Sometimes a ray of light flashes, and the king will be wiped out immediately if he is hit. Can you be more specific? Xiao Chen felt more and more mysterious in the deepest part of the death continent. Through Ying Shang's simple narration, Xiao Chen was deeply surprised. In the depths of the dead continent, there are not only the ruins of the ancient city filled with corpses, but also the divine garden full of holiness. It is a mysterious world that challenges the imagination. And these mysterious places are most likely not the ultimate deepest place. The most surprising thing is that there seems to be an irresistible magic power in that mysterious place, and every few hundred years there will be slight fluctuations, which makes the king walk involuntarily, wanting to find out. Tian Weishan pieced together several bone fragments, watched and pondered over and over again, and said, if this is a map, it will be a very sinister and complicated place with twists and turns. There are too many roads to go and many areas to avoid. Ying Shang nodded and said, 9 out of 10 are in the deepest part of the death continent. Several people chatted about the bone map and the depths of the dead zone, while enjoying the yin and yang fruits, and the whole garden was full of refreshing fragrance. The 3 yin and yang trees were luxuriant and full of fruit. The yin and yang fruits hanging on them had not been picked for many years. Xiao Chen sat on the stone pier next to him, feeling happy in his heart. After the 365 acupoints in his body were deified, he could easily control the Zhongjian. But the apotheosis didn't stop there. Some odd acupoints and slightly lesser acupoints began to transform like the main acupoints, and he believed that the control of Zhangjian would become more and more perfect. I suggest that we meditate here for a period of time and accumulate enough strength before going to the Deep Palace to explore the secrets. Both Renwiren and Xiao Chen agreed with Tian Weishan's suggestion, especially Yingxiang's vitality was almost exhausted and died in the past 10,000 years, and it needed a real repair. This divine garden is full of aura, and there are 3 yin-yang trees with sacred fruits all over the branches, enough for them to reach their peak state. Time passed day by day, month by month, year by year. 30 years passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Renwiren, Tian Weishan, and Yingxiang ate all the fruits from a yin-yang tree. For them, even the holy fruit of yin and yang is difficult to improve their cultivation, and it is useless to reach the realm of kings. The reason why they ate so much, apart from the rareness of this fruit and the unspeakable taste, the main reason was that they were storing spiritual energy, refining the essence of each ginseng fruit in their bodies, so as to avoid the tragedy that the vitality of the heroic bear was almost exhausted. After all, the surroundings are shrouded in grey mist. Without effective spiritual energy replenishment, the blood energy and essence will be exhausted sooner or later. In these 30 years, Xiao Chen ate up all the sacred fruits on a yin-yang tree by himself, and countless acupoints were deified. He was quite surprised. The structure of the human body is mysterious and unpredictable. Many acupoints had never been heard of before. He didn't know until the moment he was deified and turned into a bright spot of light. There are dozens or hundreds of hidden acupoints in almost a square inch. Take a thumb as an example. There are 8 tiny acupoints in 100 spirits, densely packed, like stars. Moreover, judging from its situation, there are still more subtle acupoints that can continue to be deified, which seems endless. Xiao Chen was speechless secretly. He felt like he was reading the code of the body. If this goes on, all the subtleties in the body will be understood. If all the acupoints are deified, it will be comparable to and correspond to the endless stars in the vast starry sky. Under the yin-yang tree, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged quietly in the void. His whole body was shrouded in divine radiance, like a supreme god, with complicated and mysterious patterns looming on his body surface, and several heavenly stels were guarded in 4 directions, separating him as if into an independent small world. Xiao Chen's 365 acupoints are shining brightly, like stars, dazzling in the flesh and blood. At this moment, his spiritual consciousness has been immersed in it, and he can clearly see that there is a figure meditating in each main acupoint. The treasure looks solemn, holy and innocent. Back then, when these positive acupoints had just been deified, he had already discovered phantoms sitting cross-legged in the acupoint space, and it became more and more clear now. Those figures sitting cross-legged seemed to be him, but they didn't seem to be him. There seemed to be a mist floating around on their faces, and they all looked mysterious. He didn't know if it was himself. This kid is really weird. Yingxiang looked at it not far away and muttered, "It's really so delicious." All the divine brilliance converged, and the patterns around Xiao Chen disappeared. He fell from the void, sat on the stone pier under the tree, and said, "Have you all adjusted? Isn't it okay to adjust for a full 30 years? I'll just wait for you." "Okay, then let's move on." But the 3 yin-yang trees can't let their pearls be dusted. Xiao Chen has long been thinking about these 3 strange trees. If they are transplanted to the little beast Kiki's lost paradise, they can definitely grow without any problems. There is a pure land for cultivating sacred trees, and they can be picked at any time in the future. You kid really want to sweep away. Tian Weishan, Renwiren, and Yingxiang picked a lot of holy fruits from the 3rd yin-yang tree and stored them, and then Xiao Chen used the mysterious method to collect the 3 ancient trees with their roots and soil into the acupuncture point space. Very thorough. Take away. It seems that rotting corpses, death knights, and terrifying undead are not real kings. They have weaknesses, and they don't want to touch the sacred aura. They haven't taken this step for 30 years. A few people walked through the divine garden and walked towards the deep palace. Xiao Chen put the stone statue into the acupoint space, and of course the colorful holy tree continued to melt into his body. "Don't you need the bodyguard of the stone statue?" The outsider looked at him in surprise. Without the colorful sacred tree, the stone statue would have been torn apart and completely shattered. "I can't always rely on it, and sooner or later I will lose it." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen's whole body was full of light, and 27 battle swords flew out, like rainbow bridges running across the air, dazzling and dazzling. "Hey, you can use the sword to exert such power without relying on the stone statue." Tian Weishan was deeply surprised. He knew Xiao Chen's details, and understood that Xiao Chen could only exert the power of the sword when he was in the stone statue. Outsiders were also very surprised, saying, even if there is no stone statue, you can protect yourself when facing the Banzu. This is the result of the acupoint deification. Xiao Chen has become more proficient in controlling the battle sword, and without the addition of the power of the stone statue, he can also make the war sword wield terrifying power. Walking into the dark and lightless hall again, the peaceful and auspicious colors just now completely disappeared. Tap, tap, in the empty and dark hall, only the sound of footsteps echoed clearly. Unexpectedly, the rotting corpses, death knights, and terrifying undead did not reappear. The palace was very peaceful, and there seemed to be no danger. Okay, let's hurry up and enter the central area as soon as possible. Yingxiong wanted to see what happened, because this was most likely the ancestor's bedroom. The four passed through the 23 palaces in a row, and finally approached the central area. Ahead, bursts of light were actually shining, especially eye-catching in this dark palace. But it was at this time that several people felt the danger. Not long after, the rotten smell came, making people want to vomit, and the rotten corpse appeared first, as silent as a ghost, with corpse water dripping all over the body. The indescribable horror was frightening. Then the Death Knight held a dark spear and appeared from the darkness as a dark horse, ready to charge at them at any time, where the aura of corpses was soaring, like a black fire burning. Then the terrifying undead appeared, staring at them coldly and resentfully. It's not right, it's weird. The outsider reminded. Be careful. Swipe. Silently, dozens of black figures appeared in the 24th hall, all in the black mist, staring at them indifferently. In the pitch-black hall, you can't see your fingers. There are only a dozen pairs of eyes shining with strange light. The light is extraordinarily glaring, like a bloodthirsty wolf staring at its prey with green eyes at night. A few people gasped, unknowingly, they were surrounded by so many terrifying figures. This is really a bad thing. Damn, this time I won't be mistaken. My brother, are you really mixed in? Yingxiong pointed to a tall figure in front of him who was completely covered in darkness. In this evil hall, although the eyes cannot see the scenery clearly, but the spiritual sense can catch it. It really is a mighty devil, much stronger than Yingxiong. Boom! The devil rushed towards him like a mountain. His big fist was enough to wipe out the huge mountain, and smashed it fiercely at Yingxiong. I'm X. Brother, close relatives, you are really ruthless, and you also shot at my family. Boom! Yingxiong used strength to resist, and used violence to control violence. The violent energy enough to shatter the earth was blasted out. If the entire temple was not made of special stones, it might be turned into fly ash in the first place. In the fierce collision, the whole dark hall seemed to be shaken wildly, and Yingxiong was thrown back upside down by the shock, and the mighty devil was also blown away. Boom! The Death Knight launched a charge, the ghost horse leapt, and the death spear in his hand was blazing, sweeping away several people. Roar! The terrifying undead roared from the soul, and the curse of death came. Puff! The underworld fire soared into the sky, and a flame king rushed up with the black death underworld flame. Boom! The sky shook, and a huge bone dragon waved its huge tailbone and swept towards several people. Kai, a lich king with withered flesh and blood, with black nails bent like iron hooks and bird claws, tore forward. Boom! The breath of death filled the air, and a king level 9-headed evil spirit crushed over like a killing machine. The ghostly aura soared to the sky, shaking the temple so much that it almost collapsed. More than 20 terrifying dark creatures of the king level, with a murderous aura, killed the 4 people in the field without saying a word. The situation was extremely serious, and it was unimaginable that so many terrifying strong men gathered together to besiege and kill them. Rewind. Tian Weishan yelled. It is impossible to fight them at all. How could 4 people beat more than 20 kings? If you are entangled, you will undoubtedly die. Damn it, how could there be so many kings? Yingxiong yelled. All of this seemed unbelievable. The king is arrogant, and it's almost the same if he doesn't talk about old age and death. Several people fought in embarrassment, trying to break through the obstacles and escape back to the Garden of God. However, they couldn't rush out at all, and all 4 of them were seriously injured in just a quarter of an hour. It's impossible to have so many kings. Even though he was seriously injured, Yingxiong was still muttering. He couldn't believe it, because the number of kings he saw in the dead world was only this number. Of course, due to geographical limitations, it is impossible for him to know all of them. But he thought it was absurd that more than 20 kings gathered together. Boom! Tian Weishan was hit by the Death Knight and hit by the powerful bone dragon's tail. His bones were shattered in many places, and his mouth continued to bleed. Boom! Yingxiong was killed by the rotting corpse and his close brother, the devil. He also vomited blood and fell down in the dust. At the same time, the outsider was knocked back by the Netherflame King and others, his bones were broken in many places, and he could hardly stand up. Although Xiao Chen's 27 battle swords were protected outside his body, they still couldn't stop the attacks of the powerful, and his body had already been stained red with blood. Plop, he too fell in the dust. Even the ancestor gods would frown when confronted with more than 20 kings, not to mention these 4 people, who were about to perish physically and spiritually. Careless. The outsider sighed. I thought they were walking dead, but it seems that they are underestimated. Among them, Xiao Chen suffered the most serious injuries, and the colorful holy tree in his body could no longer merge with him, and unexpectedly emerged. Immediately, the 7-colored divine light shot up into the sky in the hall, illuminating the entire hall. The palms of the 20 kings who had just raised them hurriedly covered their eyes, and even retreated again and again. Hurry up, move the sacred tree and let it bloom with divine splendor. Several people did not expect that these powerful kings are so afraid of the light. The 4 of them tried their best to use their gods, not only their own brilliance, but also the holy tree's rays of light and 1,000 rays of auspiciousness. Swipe, all the kings showed fear and retreated again and again. Go, taking advantage of this opportunity, Tian Weishan shouted, rush to the palace with the light blooming in front. Boom, the moment they rushed up, more than 20 kings behind them all launched a thunder attack. The 4 of them spurted blood as if they were struck by lightning. They were as strong as Tian Weishan and Yingxiang. After all, it is extremely rare for more than 20 kings to unite together. Fortunately, Xiao Chen blocked the colorful sacred tree behind him, otherwise he might have been destroyed physically and mentally. Although the 4 of them suffered extremely terrible injuries, they didn't dare to stop a step, and rushed forward almost desperately. After crossing the triple palace in a row, they finally arrived at the place of light. More than 20 kings raised their heads to the sky and roared their souls. They kept wandering outside, their body aura was overwhelming, ghostly shadows appeared, and they refused to leave. The vibrating palace was trembling again and again. How could there be so many king-level existences? Yingxiang was still talking to himself as he approached the Guangming Palace, as if possessed by a demon. Nothing is impossible. The outsider frowned and said, have you forgotten those stone pillars outside the heavenly palace? Dozens of kings are sealed inside. Don't you think those kings you saw just now look familiar? That's right, it's them. Tian Weishan also changed his color. Ah, Yingxiang exclaimed, showing a shocked expression, and said, really, it's them, they are exactly the same. Aren't they trapped in the stone pillar? We even dug out the dead bones of that devil. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked. It was him, that ancestor did it. He took out the fighting spirits of those people and refined them into killing puppets. Yingxiang's face was a little pale, and he murmured, it's incredible, there are more than 20 kings. If you put it outside, you can sweep away all obstacles. Don't talk about it yet, let's take a look at what is in this temple of light. This is already the central hall. After Tian Weishan said, he walked forward first. Several people were very disturbed, even more than 20 kings had seen it before, so what kind of terrifying scene would there be? Viewed from the outside, the hall's light soared into the sky, and the gray mist was completely washed away. The light emitted from the hall reached the sky like a column of blood reaching the sky. Yes, it turned out to be a blood-red light. Several people stepped forward with extreme vigilance, but there was no danger, and they walked into the hall of light smoothly. The sight in front of them surprised them. There was a pool of bright red blood on the reddish-brown ground, which was so eye-catching. There were 3 broken swords beside them, stained with many blood drops. The blood does not condense, the light is soaring into the sky, and the murder seems to have happened not long ago. However, several people quickly denied this conjecture. No matter how you look at it, the aura in this palace seems to have been thousands or tens of thousands of years. They are king-level powerhouses, so they can naturally deduce the truth through the environment. The bloodstains that have not dried up for thousands or tens of thousands of years are as bright as those that have just been sprayed out, and what is even more unimaginable is that the light of a pool of blood rushed to the sky, breaking through the barrier of gray mist. What kind of power is this? Simply unimaginable. When the gaze stayed on the broken sword, the expressions of Xiao Chen, Tian Y Tian, and Ren Y Ren almost froze. It turned out to be the same ancient sword as the battle sword Xiao Chen had mastered. To have the power to break the battle sword, all this is too terrifying, the Banzu absolutely can't do it. Here, there is a book. Yingxiang was very nervous, and had already walked to the other side, picking up a book from the ground. However, just after he opened it for a while, his face became pale and extremely ugly. Xiao Chen was relatively close to him, and took it in his hand to watch. On the booklet were written the 4 characters, Doomsday Prophecy, which clearly stated, "I have predicted your arrival in 30,000 years, and everything that happened was expected." From the time they entered the heavenly palace, everything that happened was written down in the book one by one. When seeing a certain sentence, Xiao Chen's face was as pale as Ying Xiang's, and he felt creepy. 7 of you came in at the same time, only 1 survived. How could there be 7 people, and where are the other 3? Chapter 446 Come True. The bright red blood of the ancestors, the broken sword, the Doomsday Prophecy book, all these combined together filled the Hall of Light with an inexplicable chill. The book is reddish-brown in color, made of unknown material, soft and cold, with a hint of cold air, giving people a strange feeling. Tian Weishan and Renwiren noticed the expressions of Yingxiang and Xiao Chen. They were all surprised. They walked over, and looked at the book together. This is. The outsider was startled on the spot, subconsciously raised their guard, and scanned the surroundings with their divine sense. Only 1 of the 7 people can survive, but where are the other 3? Nonsense. Tian Weishan glanced around and said in a deep voice, "It's too ridiculous. How could people from 30,000 years ago speculate on what will happen after 30,000 years, not even Zhu Jun?" Xiao Chen turned over the 7th page, his expression suddenly became condensed, and even the outsiders and Ying Xiang changed their colors. Tian Weishan was surprised and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? You, see for yourself." The outsider pulled him closer. On the 8th page, there is actually a picture of Tian Weishan rebuking lies and absurdity. How is this possible? Tian Weishan was stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of surprise. Normally, Tian Weishan doesn't care about anything, he looks like a bad boy, but at this moment he showed seriousness, pondered for a moment, and said, "I don't believe that anyone can predict what will happen after 30,000 years, and the ancestor god is not willing to have such supernatural powers." Speaking of this, Tian Weishan said righteously, "Don't be affected by it. I think there must be something weird about this book, and it is causing trouble. The so-called prophecy book must be an evil thing. It first hints at our psychology, and then reveals strange phenomena. Of course, we are not afraid that we will lose our way." Ying Xiang was very nervous, and he didn't believe in evil. He said, "It makes sense, so let me just say it. If so, Zhu Jun's supernatural powers are too terrifying. It is ridiculous to say that he knew the future 30,000 years ago. It is absolutely impossible and beyond common sense. If you don't believe in the prophecy, you can open the next page before they react." This is the last line on the 9th page. Xiao Chen did not speak to the outsider, and quickly turned to the 10th page. It clearly depicts Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang walking away to watch the broken sword. Xiao Chen and the outsider did not speak, but just glanced at each other. What happened next can be said to be within the screen of the prophecy book. Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang really went to the broken sword and picked it up. Xiao Chen and the outsiders had incredulous expressions on their faces. If it was said that the books were used to record the pictures based on what happened now, then all of this is too inconceivable now. On the 10th page, it is clearly depicted that Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang are walking towards the book with a broken sword each. When seeing this picture, Xiao Chen and the outsiders shouted that it was not good. When they reacted, the 2 broken swords of Zhangjian had already stabbed towards him. Xiao Chen and the outsiders cast a light curtain to cover the book, not wanting it to be destroyed. "Don't hinder, destroy this evil thing, lest it affect our mind." These are the words of Tian Weishan. "Yes, even an evil book dares to tease king-level powerhouses like us. Smash it, and I'll see if the evil spirits inside will come out and beg for mercy." Ying Xiang also believed that there were evil spirits in the book. "No." The outsider pushed the light curtain to its strongest, and said, "It predicts what you are going to do, and it is true." Hearing these words, both Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang were taken aback, and the broken sword in their hands slowed down. However, the light curtain that Xiao Chen and the outsiders put up together dangerously blocked the 2 peerless swords. But an accident still happened, and the broken sword was stained with crystal-clear blood beads, which belonged to Zhu Jun's blood. After concentrating on the killing intent of Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang for a moment, he became even more coquettish. Although broken sword stopped, a few blood beads splashed over due to inertia, and actually penetrated the space, reaching the extreme speed. One can imagine how powerful the power is. Surprised, the outsider hastily spread his palm to block it. Kai! A few drops of blood easily pierced the outsider's fleshy little hand, emitting a puff of green smoke and a smell of flesh. "Ah!" the outsider yelled, threw away the book with a shake of his hand, and fell to the ground. He quickly flashed to the side like a light and shadow, never expecting that a few blood beads of Zhu Jun contained such terrifying energy. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also hurriedly avoided. A few drops of blood fell down and splashed on the Doomsday Prophecy book. I don't know what material this book is made of, it is stronger than the palm of an outsider, the blood beads spread out, and the bright red infects it, but it doesn't penetrate it. Are you okay? Tian Weishan was surprised, and hurriedly looked at the outsider. It's okay, I can recover. The outsider shook his head, feeling terrified in his heart, the blood of Zhu Jun is too terrifying, even the half-ancestor can't bear it. Not good, Yingxiang yelled, it's ruined, it's ruined. The second half of the reddish-brown book, which had been stained with Zhu Jun's blood, emitted a little bit of blue smoke, and it was being corroded rapidly. Xiao Chen and Yingxiang rushed over in a hurry, trying to stop them with their divine power. Even the powerful half-ancestor's divine power couldn't stop it. It's useless, the blood contains the power of the ancestor and our killing intent. Hurry up and read the book. Tian Weishan rushed over and said, hurry up and see what the prophecy is. However, it was too late, the blood had already corroded the second half. In the end, only a broken corner and another blurred half of the page remained in the second half. This, Xiao Chen and the others were in a daze. Things are changing so fast, how could this be? The upper part is intact, but has been seen in its entirety. On the remaining corner of the lower part, there are only 4 words, the hope of life. Are you playing with us? Yingxiang couldn't help shouting. There's still half a page left, take a look at what's on it. The outsider reminded. There is still a blurry half page in the lower part, which seems to be mocking a few people, with 4 words clearly written on it, God's will. Even though the mood of several people is far beyond ordinary people, at this moment, they still have the urge to scold their mothers. Turn it over and look at the back. It was reminded by an outsider that the other 3 remembered that there was writing on the back. There are only 2 words on the back of the incomplete corner, 7 people. After reading it, the 4 of them immediately felt creepy, and now they have believed most of this prophecy. These 2 words are a bit chilly to them, making people feel a little creepy. How could there be 3 more? At this moment, the vague half-page was as heavy as Mount Tai in the hands of several people. They turned it over, wanting to see if there was any final prophecy on it. Unexpectedly, there are not too many writings on it. Several people watched intently, but they all looked at each other in blank dismay, all showing expressions of thought. The above is not a prophecy, but a diary that talks to itself. The general idea is, he knew the things of the next 30,000 years, but he did not discover his own future, and his figure was empty in the next 30,000 years. From this, he knew that he was about to perish. However, what is puzzling is that he can predict the events of 30,000 years in the future, but he cannot grasp the present tense at the moment of his existence. It feels extremely ridiculous. It's like he's lost for a while, it's a blank space, he can't grasp it, he can only speculate through the future, he won't exist anymore. Instead of really deducing how he fell and died. Several people pondered for a while, but it was difficult to understand what was going on. In the end, they read the first half of the prophecy seriously. What they are most concerned about is there really only one person who can survive? Does it mean that everyone else is going to die? But why are there only 4 of the 7? Yingxiang grinned and said, I still find it hard to believe, this prophecy is too evil. Even if it is Zhu Jun's prophecy, the credibility is not very high, maybe he did see a glimmer of the future. But, after all, he was wrong. We only have 4 people here, which means that the books he left are not reliable, so don't worry. The outsider has healed the injured palm, looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression, and said, I remember when I was in Shengqun, I saw 3 Shira imprisoned in your acupoint space. Tian Weishan also changed color immediately. He had heard from Xiao Chen that one was a saintess of the Shira clan, and the other 2 were elders of the Shira clan. Wouldn't it be exactly 7 people? Yingxiang changed his color at that time, and stammered, really, there are really 7 people. I said brother, you are scary, and you still have 3 people locked up. Today, it has been trapped in this gray mist for more than 100 years. If outsiders don't mention the 3 saintesses of the Shira clan, Xiao Chen really has forgotten. However, he immediately explained, the 3 of them were thrown in Shengqun by me for reform through labor, but they were not brought here. Hearing this, Yingxiang's expression improved slightly, and he said, it seems that Zhu Jun's prediction was wrong. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's face suddenly changed, extremely ugly. What's wrong? Asked the outsider. Come out, Xiao Chen shouted. Ying Xiang immediately felt his hair stand on end. His powerful divine sense scanned all directions, but found nothing abnormal. Tian Weishan also frowned, and said, "What happened?" Xiao Chen's face was a little gloomy, and he said, "I was plotted against." "What's going on?" The outsider showed a strange look. "They're in my body." Tian Weishan, Ren Weiren, and Ying Xiang backed away involuntarily, looked at Xiao Chen in amazement, and said, "Who is in your body?" "3 kings are in my body." Hearing these words, no matter it was Ren Weiren, Tian Weishan, or Ying Xiang, their scalps felt a little numb. 3 powerful kings actually ran into Xiao Chen's body, but they didn't know anything about it. It was really terrifying. "Who is it? Get out, or I will kill you!" Ying Xiang yelled. Ren Weiren and Tian Weishan hurriedly stopped him. "What are you kidding? Can they kill him in?" "What are you going to do?" Xiao Chen asked calmly. There was a cough, and an old voice said, "Okay, I'll go out first." Xiao Chen opened a certain acupoint space, and a figure flew out like lightning. Tian Weishan, Ren Weiren and Ying Xiang immediately surrounded him, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, there are still 2 kings lurking in Xiao Chen's body. This is a kind-hearted old man with gray beard and hair, and the Taoist robe he is wearing is also black and white, like a combination of yin and yang fish. "Who are you?" Ying Xiang stopped drinking. Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren were also very surprised. This old man with ruddy complexion and gray beard did not feel any gloomy aura. On the contrary, there was a holy aura permeating it. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a dark and evil king. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any malice." The old man quickly cupped his hands and saluted a few people. "Would you run into someone else's body without malice?" Ying Xiang asked. "If you want to express your sincerity, let the other 2 come out." With a kind face on his face, the old man cupped his hands again and again, and said with a smile, "Don't get angry, I'm really not an evil spirit. If the 3 of us came out together, you might attack immediately, and we're afraid we won't have a chance to explain." The outsider waved his hand and said, "I believe you, now tell me what's going on." "I don't have any grudges with you guys. It's a predestined relationship." The old man smiled and said, "Guys, how does the yin-yang fruit taste?" "That's the fruit I'm giving to you guys." "You." Ying Xiang pointed at the old man, showing a surprised expression. "It's you." Tian Weishan was also surprised. Xiao Chen was even more stunned, never expecting that the 3 kings had such a history. "That's right, it's the 3 of us waiting, now you should believe that we have no malicious intentions." The outsider waited and nodded. "Okay, I'll call them both out." Xiao Chen opened the other 2 acupoint spaces, and the light was shining, and there were 2 more kind-hearted old people on the scene. Their appearance was similar to the first person, they were both very kind, and they were also wearing Taoist robes with black and white yin and yang fishes. 3. What an offense, please return Haihan. Xiao Chen saluted the 3 old people. It never occurred to him that the 3 yin-yang trees had long been psychic, and they had cultivated to the realm of kings. It's not a surprise when you think about it. After all, the 3 yin-yang trees have grown for more than 500,000 years, and it's a matter of course to attain the Tao. It's okay, it's our fault that we didn't show up earlier. It can be seen that these 3 people are very kind-hearted, and hurriedly returned the courtesy. That's right, why didn't you show up earlier? Ying Xiang complained. The 3 old people smiled wryly, and one of them said, "We have difficulties." At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the distant darkness outside the palace, making the soul of the half-ancestor tremble. Finally reached the number of 6 people. The temperature in the Guangming Hall plummeted, and several people felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. Yin qi diffused from outside the hall, and the dense aura was transmitted directly to the bones of the person, making people feel that the spiritual consciousness was trembling along with it. There are more than 30 black shadows blocking the exit of the Temple of Light, where the corpse aura is overwhelming. More than 30 king-level powerhouses. The piercing killing intent was exactly what they sent out. Tap, tap, tap. The clear sound of footsteps came from the darkness. It was so ear-piercing and rhythmic that it caused an unbearable coercion. The entire Tian Weishan palace was shaking. It was as if there was a King Gai Shizu who ruled the world slowly approaching, and more than 30 powerful king-level powerhouses all retreated to the sides, knelt on the ground on one knee, and greeted the supreme existence in the darkness. Who was he? Zhu Jun shouldn't be full of coldness and death. Ying Xiang and the others were shocked and full of doubts. Chapter 447 The King of Kings. 30 or so powerful kings put their knees on the ground, welcoming the coming of the king in the darkness. Whether it was Xiao Chen or the well-informed Tian Weishan, everyone felt their scalps tingling. One could imagine how unusual the visitor was. The footsteps sounded from far to near, as if they were constantly beating on people's hearts. At the end, it seemed as if a giant hammer was hitting the hearts of Yingxiong and the others, causing the corners of their mouths to bleed. That strong sense of oppression is unbearable, one with heaven and earth, synchronized with the pulse of the world, mastering the power of this world, and incarnate into the will of heaven and earth. It was a very terrifying scene. This heavenly palace was made of a special material, even a king could not break it or shake it, but at this moment, with the sound of footsteps, all the palaces were beating, and they were several feet above the ground every time. The heavy breath made it hard to breathe. Finally approaching, a slender figure in the darkness gradually revealed his true face. His face was snow-white, almost sickly, and his whole body was covered by a thick black robe. This is a young and beautiful strong man with a full sky, thick and long eyelashes, a straight nose bridge, moist red lips, and white teeth like jade. The only incongruity is the eyes, which are completely dead gray without any luster. She is not a woman but is even more beautiful than a woman. Her soft black hair is curled like waves, her snow-like skin is delicate and tender, her slender body is slightly thin, and her black garb flutters in the wind. It was this beautiful and slightly sick young man who gave people such a strong sense of oppression that more than 30 kings surrendered here. Fortunately, he had already stopped, and the sound of footsteps had stopped, otherwise Xiao Chen was worried that his heart would shatter and be coughed out. 6. I need 6 living kings. Although the beautiful man's voice was young, it was cold from the bottom of his heart, making people feel like they were in a world of ice and snow. This is a kind of potential, surpassing the potential of Banzu. Every word and deed echoes with the world, words are the law, and actions are the rules. His dead gray eyes blankly scanned the 7 people in front of him. The beautiful and eerie man was as quiet as a mountain, making people feel awe involuntarily. Tian Weishan calmed down, and asked, "Who are you?" The young man with a snow-white complexion slightly parted his red lips, and said, "Recchio." Hearing this name, Yingxiong turned pale and yelled, "Dewey Pluto Recchio." This is impossible, he was wiped out as early as 50,000 years ago. Are you, which Recchio? Dewey Pluto Rezio. The voice was still very soft, but it hit Yingxiong's ear like thunder, and he felt his head rumbling. How is this possible? Hasn't Dewey Pluto already fallen? How could it be possible to reappear in the world? Yingxiong seemed extremely shocked and muttered to himself. What kind of background does Pluto Rezio have? An outsider asked Yingxiong softly. Obviously, Yingxiong was taken aback, and was a little lost at the moment, still muttering, "This, how is it possible?" No need to think about it, this Rezio was very scary 50,000 years ago, otherwise Yingxiong would not have such an expression, and it took him a long time to calm down gradually. The majestic Pluto Rezio used to be the most terrifying existence in the Death Continent. Yingxiong gave such an evaluation in the first sentence. He swallowed hard and said, "The ancestor of my devil lineage had reached the peak of the King Realm 9 heavens. He was the supreme demon ancestor who was most likely to break into the ancestor realm in endless years. It can be said that he was able to sweep the entire Death Continent, but he was still killed by the mighty Pluto Rezio." Dewey Pluto Ruixio's empty pupils did not have any brilliance. He glanced at Yingxiong indifferently, and said, "You are the descendant of that devil." "He is. Zhu Jun," asked the outsider. "It's not Zhu Jun, but it's only a short distance away. It can even be said that 1 foot has already stepped in." After the hero finished speaking, he stared at Ruixio, the king of the underworld, and said, "What exactly do you want?" "I need 6 kings among you to sacrifice for me." Heartless and indifferent, although he said it plainly, it made people feel chills all over. "You said you want us to offer sacrifices, so we will offer sacrifices." Although the outsider looks like a child, but when his temper comes up, he is extremely strong, and said, "So what if you step into the realm of the ancestors with 1 foot, you want us to offer sacrifices, you can try it." Brush. The outsider turned into a rainbow and rushed over. He had already seen the situation clearly. Dewey Pluto had already made a decision, and it must not be changed. The rainbow light formed by the outsider was so dazzling that it was almost to the extreme, and it really hit Ruixio's body. Boom! The entire Guangming Hall shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, the results were astounding. Dewey Pluto stood still, calm and solid like a mountain, as if he hadn't been impacted at all. However, the outsider had reached the realm of the half-ancestor, his cultivation was as high as the sky, and his magic power was profound, but under a collision, his arms fell down, completely broken, and he vomited blood, and turned back upside down. This result makes people feel terrified, stronger than Banzu's terrifying attack power, and it has nothing to do with Dewey Hades. Xiao Chen hurried over to support him, and said, "Are you all right?" Brush. At this moment, the sky moved, leaving an afterimage on the spot, appearing directly in front of Dewey Pluto, and slashing down with both palms like knives. Recchio remained motionless, his dead gray eyes were calm, as terrifying as an abyss. With two bang bangs, Tian Weishan slashed on Pluto's body firmly, but the hands that shattered the mountain and summoned the meteorites did not hurt Recchio at all. His arms were also broken by the shock, and he flew out backwards. But this time, more than a dozen drops of bright red bewitching blood fell on Pluto's body, and the sound of chi 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 continued, and the black underworld clothes of Dewey Pluto Recchio turned into fly ash. It turned out to be the blood of the patriarch on the ground in the Great Hall of Light. Tian Weishan quietly took some of it and hit Pluto on the body. The result was still terrifying and shocking. Zhu Jun's blood did not hurt Dewey Pluto at all. Under the black Mingyi, there is a layer of metal iron clothing with black light shining. Zhu Jun's blood beads only left some scratches on it. Zhu Jun's blood, even if it contains killing intent, it can't hurt me. Dewey Pluto Recchio stretched out a jade-like finger, gently wiped a few blood beads on the black iron clothes, and let them roll between his palms and fingers, making it hard to hurt. Sure enough, you are infinitely close to the realm of Zujun, and the other foot is about to step in. Yingxiang looked at Ruixio firmly. 50,000 years ago, if the master of this heavenly palace didn't seal me here, I would have already become the ancestor. At this point, Recchio, the mighty Pluto, lost his indifference and calmness, and roared up to the sky, saying, "I wasted 50,000 years of my time." This roar of death is full of eerie aura, the power of death attribute surges violently in the world, even the grey mist in the sky is shaken and scattered. Yingxiang pointed at the 30 or so kings around him, and said, "They are all dead, and have become muddle-headed puppets. Why did you resurrect?" Quote, "Because I am Recchio, Venerable Pluto." Such a reason is enough to show Ruixio's self-confidence and conceit, and it also shows his strength and fear. The fact is before his eyes, after being sealed to death by Zhu Jun, he died and came back to life again. 50,000 years ago, there was a supreme ancestor who walked out from the deepest part of the Death Continent. Wherever he passed, no one in the world dared not to follow. Anyone who resisted was killed. Many kings were imprisoned in the heavenly palace, their bodies were sealed between the stone pillars, and their battle spirits were pulled out to become death puppets, which cannot be reversed at all. Ruixio undoubtedly broke this common sense. How on earth did you come back to life? Yingxiang wanted to know the truth. Who am I? I am Ruixio, how can I be like them? Dewey Pluto pointed to the 30 or so kings around him, and said, "My fighting spirit is unquenchable, and my hatred is endless. Even the ancestors can hardly erase my resentment." Speaking of this, Pluto's deathly gray eyes became even more hollow. He laughed wildly, and said, "When a supremely strong man enters the heavenly palace with a sword in his hand, fights with that ancestor for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally crushes his soul with the sword, I." Ha ha ha. Dewey Pluto King Recchio laughed desperately. His pale face looked particularly terrifying, almost ferocious. He laughed and shouted, "It is precisely because the hatred for him is hidden deep in the puppet's soul, so that my spiritual consciousness is immortal. I devoured the less than half of his remaining body, finally broke the puppet body, and completely awakened. Swallowing less than half of the ancestor's corpse, this is really terrible, and the average king can't bear it at all." When they saw the bewitching pool of blood and the 3 broken swords in the Guangming Hall, Xiao Chen and the others felt dark. Although Dewey Pluto has recovered his indifference, Xiao Chen and the others feel that this place is extremely cold. This is a crazy person, and he is by no means as calm as he looks on the surface. "Since you have awakened and devoured the flesh and blood of Zhu Jun, why do you make things difficult for us?" Yingxiang asked. "It is precisely because I swallowed the flesh and blood of the ancestors that I need you to sacrifice. The flesh and blood of the ancestors cannot be completely integrated with me, and I cannot truly join the ranks of the ancestors." At this point, he looked at the 3 old people who had turned into yin-yang trees, and said, "Don't think that you are hiding in the tree, I don't know your existence, I am just raising you like a pig. This time I woke up, just when the number of 6 emperors reached, I can operate. Everything is already obvious, the truth has almost come to light, and the critical situation is in front of us." "So you've read the Doomsday Prophecy?" Xiao Chen asked. "Nature. Then you must know what is written in it, can you tell us?" "Let us understand." "It depicts your ending, that is death, sacrifice for me." "Anything else? You don't need to know anything else. You idiot, Zhu Jun is playing with you." Yingxiang suddenly sneered, and said with a very disrespectful sneer, Do you really think that someone can predict what will happen after 30,000 years? It must be a blindfold, confusing your heart. You are so stupid. We have seen through it just now, but you have been fooled for so many years. Ha ha. Tian Weishan also laughed loudly, and said, "It's ridiculous, you are a fool, you are still complacent, I think you will never be able to break through to the Zujun realm in this life." Rechio was not angry at all, his eyes were like two dark death caves. He said calmly, "You don't need to stir my emotions, even the resurrection of the ancestor can hardly shake my state of mind. I can tell you that everything recorded in the Doomsday Prophecy is true." Back then, the ancestor collected all the oracle bone maps, walked into a mysterious place in the deepest part of the mainland, and understood the future. But it also caused a murder. The oracle bone map was scattered all over the mainland by him before his death. What is recorded, I will not tell you. In the next 100 years you will not only taste the torment of death, but also suffer from the pain of not being able to learn the shocking secret. Up to now, there is nothing to say, and it is impossible for everyone to sit still. Tian Weishan, Renwiren, and Yingxiang each wielded a broken sword dripping with blood, and the three benevolent old trees were surrounded by yin and yang, surrounded by black and white yin and yang fish. Xiao Chen re-entered the stone statue, and sacrificed 27 battle swords, and the colorful holy tree was also shining brilliantly. However, the mighty Rezio has stepped into the realm of the ancestors with 1 foot, and it is not something that the few people in front of him can compete with. He just lightly pressed his palm in the void, and the 7 of them were sent flying, with many bones broken in their bodies. He took off his iron clothes and covered Zhu Jun's blood, blocking the bloody light that soared into the sky. At the same time, he breathed out a dark breath, and the bloody hall was suddenly as dark as ink, completely darkened. 30 or so powerful kings all walked into the palace and surrounded the 7 of them silently. Fight, never stand still. But everything is in vain. How could 7 people defeat more than 30 kings? Moreover, there is Dewey Pluto standing beside him. But after holding on for half an hour, the 7 of them were no longer able to resist, and their fall would happen at any time. Even if you die, you won't get what you want. Although the hero is very nervous, but at the critical moment, he is very staunch. He wants to blue his soul and body, to destroy both body and spirit, so as not to satisfy Ruixio. Boom! A feminine death beam knocks the hero into the air and holds him in place. I won't let you lose your mind and soul. The beautiful and pale cheeks of Venerable Pluto Rezio remained completely silent. It is impossible to destroy the body and spirit if you want to treasure yourself. After more than 30 kings suppressed the 7 people, Ruixio continued to take action to restrain them. 30 or so kings withdrew silently, and the pitch-black hall was completely quiet, almost dead silent. Start offering sacrifices for me. Pluto Rezio stood there like a golem, and the breath of death swept across the world. The tragedy happened. First, the 3 tree ant kings, followed by Yingxiang, Renwiren, and Tian Weishan. The flesh and blood were burning, and the soul was burning, converging into bits of brilliance, and shrouded towards Rechio. Sacrifice, open the barrier of the soul for me, break through the barrier for me. The deep roar echoed in the flickering hall, spread throughout the entire heavenly palace, and rushed towards the space between heaven and earth. This is the most cruel and inhuman torture. It is not a one-time sacrifice, but it will last for a whole 100 years. Every day at a fixed time, part of the blood soul will be burned, turning into light and condensing towards Rechio, helping him break the soul barrier, and in the rest of the time, Rechio will resort to means to make the powerful king souls of several people recover on their own. Being imprisoned for freedom, like a captive livestock, this kind of unimaginable torture is as painful as being in purgatory. Xiao Chen's soul has not reached the realm of a king, and he has not personally experienced that kind of pain, but seeing all this unstoppable, he also feels extremely angry and tortured. 30 years passed by in a hurry, and the 6 kings had been tortured so badly that they no longer had a human figure, but they couldn't even die if they wanted to. When the 50th year came, it was as strong as the 6 people, and their will was about to collapse. Where is the hope of life? Are the 4 words in the Doomsday Prophecy meaningless? In the 55th year, when Dewey Pluto's pale face gradually showed a trace of blood, his figure shook. Right behind him, at the entrance of the pitch-black hall, stood a withered figure, who had been here for an unknown amount of time, staring at him quietly. Chapter 448, End of the World. The hall was pitch black, and at the entrance, a withered figure was motionless, as if it had been standing there for many years. The breeze blew, bringing a chilly air, and the messy weed-like hair on the mummy's head fluttered in a mess. The majestic Pluto Ruixio Huo turned around, facing the mysterious black figure at the entrance of the hall. The blush on his pale face quickly faded. He looked at this unexpected guest quietly. A gleam of brilliance gradually appeared in his empty eyes, and then 2 rays of light burst out like comets across the sky. That terrifying force is absolutely violent. The aftermath alone caused the entire sky to vibrate. The radiant light is really like a comet hitting the earth, gathering incomparable power. However, the sudden burst of dazzling light seemed to be suddenly covered by a curtain covering the sky, and lost its brilliance in an instant. When the 2 sharp rays of light comparable to the beams of a bright comet rushed into the darkness, they were silently swallowed up. During this process, the withered figure remained motionless without any expression. For Dewey Pluto, who has already stepped into the realm of the ancestors with 1 foot, all this indicates extreme danger. Ignoring his attack, the 2 divine lights disappeared like mud cows entering the sea, which made him extremely dignified. There was deathly silence. The black shadow was like a piece of rotten dead wood, standing there motionless, like a void. Gradually, it seemed to disappear, obviously still standing there, but people couldn't feel his existence. It seemed to be calm, but the body of Dewey Pluto trembled slightly, as if he was carrying a million sacred mountains. His pale face became paler, and a black mist gradually rose from his beautiful face. The body seemed to have lost its center of gravity, and it swayed slightly, and finally couldn't hold on anymore, took a step back, and then continued to back up, slow but powerful, each step carrying unimaginable pressure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Tiangong shook violently as Rezio retreated, as if an earthquake had occurred. Crash! Many reddish-brown tiles were blown away, making a crisp sound when they collided together. Finally, Ruzio, the mighty Pluto retreated to the center of the hall, and the black iron suit that covered Zhu Jun's blood rushed up and put it on his body again. What is surprising is that after the black iron clothes floated up, although the pool of blood on the ground was exposed, it was submerged by the black mist surging from the entrance of the hall, and did not shine soaring into the sky. The sound of clanking was heard, and the 3 broken swords on the ground rose into the air. Dewey Pluto stretched out his hands, and slowly pushed them forward to stab. Then, with a sudden force, the 3 broken swords were stained with the blood of the ancestor gods, turning into 3 beams of blood and shooting towards the exit of the hall. Ding, when, clang, 3 crisp sounds of metal trembling came out, and the withered figure in the darkness only stretched out a hand, and clamped all 3 broken swords between his fingers without a moment's notice. Roar! The monstrous and beautiful Dewey Pluto, his slender body vibrated violently, his slightly curly black hair danced wildly, his empty eyes seemed to be on fire. He raised his head to the sky and let out a terrifying soul roar, and the breath of death was overwhelming. The 3 broken swords were shining brightly, and he was infused with unimaginable destructive power, but even though he was shaking violently, the 3 broken swords remained motionless, firmly caught between the fingers by the black shadow. Boom! The withered palm shook lightly, and Dewey Pluto was thrown upside down on the spot. At the same time, the black shadow threw the 3 broken swords on the ground, making a jingling sound, and he walked forward without a sound. The dying Yingxiang regained his consciousness, and after seeing this situation, he said with difficulty, "Well done, Supreme Ancestor, please beat him to death." The dying Tianweishan and Renwiren also opened their eyes, and when they saw the skinny figure, they were shocked. At this moment, Xiao Chen even said, "Senior, I would like to offer you 3 oracle bone maps." They have already recognized that the black shadow is the evil corpse, its body is skinny, and the bones are only covered by a layer of yellow skin, like a living skeleton. There is no need to doubt that this person has definitely reached the realm of the ancestor god, knowing that he is looking for the oracle bone map, and offering it in advance at this moment. If he has a cold nature, it will be fine. If he is a little bit human, as far as he is concerned, he will not ignore the matter in front of him. There was a trace of black mist on the beautiful face of Dewey Pluto, and his pale face gradually showed a trace of blood. He stepped forward again and said, "Everything here is mine, and I would like to present the oracle bone map." He is a person who knows how to advance and retreat. Although he has reached his level, he can already look down on the king and the continent of death, but the premise of all this must be based on the absence of the ancestor, otherwise, he has to swallow his anger. He doesn't want to turn against the irresistible. Dewey Pluto, you really have no shame. What is here is yours. We found the oracle bone map. Yingxiang shouted. Pluto ignored him directly, his dead gray eyes were devoid of any emotion, quietly looking at the evil corpse. Everything here is yours. The cold voice seemed to come from the 9 nethers. Although it was very weak and hoarse, everyone present felt like thunder was ringing in their ears. It wasn't at the beginning, but later it all belonged to me. Dewey Pluto replied, neither humble nor overbearing, wearing a black iron suit. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped away by the withered corpse. Even though he was protected by a black iron suit, his breastbone still collapsed on the spot. Dewey Pluto exhaled a strong breath of corpse, and turned over more than 10 meters away. He didn't expect the other party to treat him like this. All of this is mine. The dry corpse's voice was weak, but it was terrifying. Tianweishan, Renwiren, Yingxiang, etc. were all shocked when they heard this. Did they all belong to him? Could this evil corpse be the deceased ancestor, the original owner of this palace? The 3 Shuren kings shook their heads to the others and gave a negative answer. Soon they figured out what was going on. Everything is mine, why do you need to give it away? If I want it, you are mine too. The cold voice of the evil corpse echoed clearly in the hall. Dewey Pluto roams the world of death. He is invincible under his ancestors. He can fight even against his ancestors. How has he ever been humiliated like this? He is usually domineering, but today he did not expect to meet someone even more domineering than him. The evil corpse walked forward silently, passing Dewey Pluto without even looking at him, and came straight to Tianweishan, Renwiren, and Yingxiang, with its withered right hand like a ghost's claw slid across their bodies. Immediately, all the oracle bone diagrams hidden in the bodies of the 3 flew out and appeared between his palms and fingers. Zhu Jun's heart is unpredictable. Yingxiang and the others all chose to keep their mouths shut, not saying anything. The majesty of the ancestor is unimaginable. He stood in this hall, everything was suppressed, the grey mist collapsed after a long distance, the blood on the ground was even darker, and the mighty Pluto fell into silence. The evil corpse pushed forward step by step, and came to less than 3 meters away from Ruixio, which was a dangerous distance. Dewey Pluto's pale and beautiful face wrinkled for a moment, but soon regained his composure, and said, everything here belongs to Zhu Jun. Speaking of this, he took off the black iron suit on his body, and said, this is the battle suit of the fallen ancestor, and now it is enshrined to the supreme monarch. Unexpectedly, the evil corpse didn't even look at it, and let it fall to the ground. Why do you need to send it? The words of the evil corpse are obvious, if he wants, everything is his, and there is no need for Pluto to send it. Supreme Ancestor, what exactly do you want? Pluto was very angry, but he was very calm. When he met someone who was more domineering than him, he could only suppress his anger. I want to store a ray of essence that has not been refined in your body. No. Hearing this, Pluto's face changed suddenly, and he immediately backed away for more than 10 meters, his tone very resolute. There are 3 strands of essence in his body, which were incorporated when he devoured the corpse of the ancestor, and it is related to whether he can become the ancestor in the future. The evil corpse didn't speak anymore, the surrounding was pitch black, and he couldn't see his fingers. He walked towards Dewey Pluto step by step. Dewey Pluto changed color on the spot, and shouted loudly, heaven and hell. The Hades world emerged, and his figure disappeared in an instant. He did not choose to attack, but retreated directly. Unexpectedly, the power of the evil corpse is unimaginable, and one hand randomly grabbed the void, imprisoning the disappearing world of the wild and the underworld, and the dark gate of the underworld was opening. The evil corpse walked there slowly, calmly and calmly. This is the spirit of looking down on the world, this is the spirit of being the only one. Before this, Dewey Pluto was that day, the ruler, a superior existence compared to the king. But facing the real ancestor god-level evil corpse, he fell from the high altar. You're deceiving people too much. Dewey Pluto finally stopped holding back, turned his face completely, and stood outside the hall with corpse aura, billowing black smoke straight towards Shaohan. At the same time, 30 powerful kings emerged silently, all standing around him. The evil corpse didn't seem to see them at all, and walked forward step by step. There was only one Rezio in the dark eye hole, ignoring more than 30 kings. Kill. At this moment, Pluto only had such a gloomy order, a kill word that caused the temperature to drop to the extreme. 30 or so powerful kings rushed over at the same time, and the Death Knight, holding the famous ghost spear, was the first to rush over while riding on the ghost horse that was billowing with corpse aura. However, the result was shocking. The evil corpse didn't dodge at all, and stepped forward. Facing the Death Knight rushing forward, it just stretched out its dry hands. Puff! A creepy sound came out. He directly grabbed the ghost horse and the Death Knight, tore them apart in midair, and threw them aside with shaking hands. What kind of power is this? One face-to-face tore a king to pieces. The terrifying undead howled, issued a death curse, and rushed directly to the side of the evil corpse, baring its teeth and claws ferociously. Boom! The evil corpse turned its head sharply, and its yellow hair, which was messy like weeds, smashed the head of the undead like a whip knife. Boom! The ferocious Devil King shrouded a piece of hell, and the dark space covered the sky and the earth. The evil corpse seemed to have not seen it, and continued to move forward. When the dark hell shrouded, he calmly shattered the hell, as if he had done an insignificant thing, and walked through it directly. Boom! He kicked the devil to pieces with one kick. This is the mighty Zhu Jun. At this level, his strength is hard to measure. Roar! Dewey Pluto's beautiful cheeks showed streaks of blueness, and he shouted, "Come together, kill him for me." The monstrous black mist flooded the place, and more than 30 powerful kings rushed over, causing the entire heavenly palace to shake violently. Boom! A huge palace not far away was smashed into pieces. This is a palace that even kings can't break. At this moment, it was easily shattered by evil corpses like paper. At the same time, a huge bone dragon and 4 or 5 kings were torn apart and thrown into the air. Invincible, invincible, this is the truest portrayal of the evil corpse at this moment. The king is not an opponent at all in front of it, and the two are not of the same order of magnitude. In just half an hour, more than 30 kings were all torn to pieces by the evil corpses. The breeze was blowing, and he stood alone in the center of the arena. Although his figure was dry and thin, the invisible pressure was as majestic as a vast continent. Dozens of palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. As the wind blew, the 30 or so kings who had been torn apart slowly reassembled their puppet bodies. They did not die physically and mentally. It is not so easy for a strong man of this level to die completely. At the same time, the shattered palace was slowly reorganizing, and it was gradually returning to its original state as if alive. The evil corpse walked towards Dewey Pluto step by step, causing unimaginable pressure on him. The wild world of the underworld. Recchio shouted loudly, the darkness engulfed the heaven and earth, completely submerged the entire heavenly palace, and swallowed all the evil corpses and more than 30 kings inside. The war started. In Rezzio's world of the wild and the underworld, he held a huge sickle and led more than 30 kings to fight against the evil corpses. The 10,000-meter-high black dead mountain kept rushing towards the sky, and even more shining stars fell down one after another. 30 or so kings showed their magical powers, dominated the will of the world, and turned into a big world. However, the evil corpse surpassed the sky and the earth, looked down at the sky and the earth, where the withered claws passed, the 10,000-meter magic mountain was collapsing, the 1,000-mile blood river was drying up, the endless stars were shattering, and the desolate world was collapsing that day. Nothing can stop him. The sky is at its limit, the underworld is reincarnated. Dewey Pluto fits into the wild and underworld, unites with this world, and unleashes a terrifying supernatural power. The whole world seems to be coming to an end. When the end of the world, the dark underworld begins a new reincarnation. The evil corpse was submerged by the great world, like a huge millstone crushing him. There is also a time when the world is desolate and old, and after the end is the cycle of death, a new era of darkness begins. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and then it seemed to start to flow backwards. Everything in the wild and underworld was annihilated. Damn it, Ruixio, the mighty Pluto, wouldn't go against the sky and slaughter Zujun. An entire hour has passed, but the evil corpse still hasn't broken the underworld and appeared. Deathly silence in the heavenly palace. The evil corpse was besieged and killed by more than 30 powerful kings led by Dewey Pluto, and never returned, never appearing. Chapter 449. An era is over. There are also times when the world is barren and old, and in the world of the wild and the underworld, there is desolation and the mountains and rivers no longer exist. The dark age is coming, the land is frozen, and the broken mountains and rivers are desolate and dead. If the 30 or so kings hadn't stood behind Dewey Pluto, they might have turned into dust. Everyone seems to have traveled to the beginning of the creation of the world, the broken mountains and rivers are disappearing, and the world has turned into a pair of millstones, crushing and obliterating all living beings. Dewey Pluto and his party stood on the long pole of the millstone, which was the only safe place. And that evil corpse is in the great millstone of heaven and earth, enduring reincarnation, resisting death, enduring crushing, and savoring the pain of oblivion when the world is exhausted. The black wind swept across the earth, the ice was blown apart, and the entire land of death was devastated. The sky is endless, and the underworld reincarnates. In my country, even the ancestor gods can't resist my orders. Dewey Pluto stood on the black sky, looked down at the frozen land, and said, "Sooner or later, my country will cover the world of death, swallow up the world, replace thousands of worlds, and become the only holy land. Let the ice age come." As the ruthless voice of the Venerable Pluto ended, the millstone of heaven and earth turned faster, and the heaven and earth merged to crush everything in the world. The big black millstone crushes all creatures. The way Pluto's skin is better than snow, it can be said that he has icy muscles and bones, and is more beautiful than a woman, but at this moment he is standing on the high sky, looking down at the earth, like a ruler, not angry and majestic, looking down on the world. A trace of blood gradually appeared on his beautiful face, and he raised his head to the sky and shouted, "I will rule the world of death." At the same time, the 30 or so kings behind him all let out soul roars, and the shattered underworld trembled. Dark glaciers cover the devastated land. My ancestor is not impossible to be wiped out, this is a new starting point for me to rule the world. Ruzio, the mighty Pluto, looked down at the world, his empty eyes were as unfathomable as an abyss. The dark sky wind gradually subsided, and the great millstone of heaven and earth stopped turning, and the broken underworld after being crushed was completely covered by the dark glacier. He won't know that what I got is the supreme treasure of the ancestor, the great dark mill. It can kill him completely. The way Pluto's empty pupils were filled with brilliance, landed on the ground, and walked forward step by step, with more than 30 powerful kings closely following behind him. The cold wind howled, and the black ice and snow flew all over the sky, making people unable to open their eyes. The way Pluto and his party marched step by step into the depths of the underworld, trying to take away the broken body of the evil corpse. The feet landed on the black ice and snow, making a click sound, and the cold air flow was surging. But soon Dewey Pluto's expression froze. In the depths of the distant underworld, a dry figure stood alone in the wind and snow, with his back facing him, skinny, with only a layer of yellow skin covering the bones, and his scorched yellow hair fluttering in the wind and snow. Dewey Pluto's face was pale on the spot, and he turned and left. The 30 or so powerful kings behind him watched the evil corpse nervously as if they were facing an enemy, and stood behind him to protect Rezio. But where can they go? This is the underworld space, the kingdom of Dewey Pluto, this is his own world, no matter where he goes, he is destined to face evil corpses. The great mill of heaven and earth. Yes, I want it. The evil corpse's weak voice came, and it slowly turned around to face the 30 or so kings. He grabbed a hand towards the void, the world shrank rapidly, and the great millstone of heaven and earth manifested again. Just now, it was you, it was you. Dewey Pluto showed a terrified expression, as if he knew something terrible, pointed at the evil corpse tremblingly, and said, "You were the one who turned the great millstone of heaven and earth." The evil corpse ignored him at all, and with a bang, it grabbed the souls of heaven and earth alive, and combined them into a large black millstone. "No, no," Dewey Pluto roared in fear, "the great millstone of heaven and earth has merged with my underworld and turned into heaven and earth. You can't take it away, or my underworld kingdom will collapse." Boom, the underworld collapsed, and the dark energy went berserk. Countless black holes appeared, devouring everything in the underworld. Boom, there was a shake in the sky, and the entire Tiangong almost collapsed. Although it could be reassembled, it was undoubtedly a veritable ruin at this moment. "Come out," Yingxiang yelled, "let Rezio smash it." It took a long time for the berserk aura to dissipate slowly, and the endless corpse aura slowly flowed away. In front, the evil corpse stood there quietly. Dewey Pluto was sluggish, covered in blood, lying on the ground, his long black wavy hair covered half of his beautiful face, but he could still be seen coughing up blood continuously, as if he was about to run out of oil and burn out. One of his palms trembled with difficulty, and he didn't even have the strength to lift it up. It is conceivable what kind of heavy damage the underworld caused to him after the shattering of the underworld. He used all his strength to lift his left hand off the ground, pointed at the evil corpse tremblingly, his teeth collided again and again, and he could only say one word with difficulty, "You." 30 or so kings were all beaten and lying behind him, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. This scene was extremely shocking. Okay, Yingxiang yelled again and again, and said, "Rezio, you are so crazy, come on, Master Shang, I will fight with you for 300 rounds, you can let the horse come over, I will not move, if you can hurt me, I will take your surname." This guy is a typical prick. He has been tortured for more than 50 years and has never given in. Of course he can't forget the sarcasm at this moment. Dewey Pluto's empty eyes glanced at him mercilessly, but Yingxiang was not afraid, and roared, "Look at a bird, you have today, you really deserve what you deserve, karma." Cough. Tian Weishan coughed and said softly to him, "He's not watching the birds, he's watching you." Yingxiang. At #%. Noisy. The voice of the evil corpse was very weak, as if it would die at any time, but despite this, the word, noisy, still made the whole Tiangong extremely cold and bone-chilling. The world returned to silence again, and no one dared to speak anymore. Just kidding, Dewey Pluto, who has stepped into the realm of the ancestor with one foot, has been tortured to death by him, who would dare to suffer. In the deathly silence, the withered evil corpse walked up to Dewey Pluto silently. You, Rezio showed a look of despair. The evil corpse was silent in the ancient well, indifferent and ruthless, squatting down, and slapped his dry palm on his head. Black air billowed out, and the darkness engulfed the place, and the entire heavenly palace was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Xiao Chen, Tian Weishan, Renwiren, Yingxiang and the three Shuren kings watched all this in surprise. The ghost claws of the evil corpse seemed to have infinite magic power, causing the corpse aura in Dewey Pluto to riot, and then slowly pulled out a crystal-clear filament. That is a ray of energy, which originated from the essence of Zhu Jun. You are already Zhu Jun, why do you want it? Dewey Pluto's beautiful face was full of bitterness, anger was not enough to describe his mood at the moment. Everything in the Tiangong is up to me, why do you need to say it? The voice of the evil corpse was very flat, but inadvertently revealed the aura of dominance. Dewey Pluto had 3 wisps of ancestral spirit energy in his body, but the evil corpse only took 1 wisp, which made Rezio surprised and at the same time felt a bit bitterly fortunate. I see, you hurt the root, so take away a ray of energy. It is difficult for him to even move at this moment, and his divine sense has already been greatly damaged, so he can only accept this reality. It's not easy to think about your cultivation, I won't kill you, a ray of energy is enough for you. The evil corpse said a few more words, saying, the sun will move, the moon will lose, and things will decline when they are full. Outsiders hate so much that the root of their teeth itch, why doesn't the evil corpse just kill Rezio? Keeping this person will definitely be a big disaster in the future, and their current situation is even more worrying. The evil corpse is like a ghost, walking towards the darkness, and it is about to disappear. Zhu Jun, you can't leave, you have accepted our kindness, and you have to repay it. A Shuren king shouted. Tian Weishan, Renwiren, Yingxiang, etc. also went all out, all shouting. If Ren Xie Zombie leaves, their fate can be predicted, this is the only life-saving straw. The 3 oracle bone maps were presented by us, don't you just watch us die. You poor old man doesn't understand the truth, you don't distinguish between black and white, you let go of the bastard Pluto, but you pushed us into the fire pit. When people are in danger, they are not afraid of anything. Seeing that the evil corpse is about to disappear, several people roared unceremoniously. The evil corpse stopped in the dark, waved back, and the restraint of the 7 people was released in an instant. Thank you, Zhu Jun, Senior, stay behind, please take us out together. Send Buddha to heaven, Senior, if you don't take us out, you will push us to a dead end. ... However, the evil corpse disappeared in the blink of an eye. 7 people changed color. It doesn't matter, he left us a way of life, the place he walked, the gray mist can't get close. Outsiders discovered this phenomenon very carefully. There is a passage without fog in the Tiangong. Damn it, you can't walk like this. Yingxiang strode up to Dewey Pluto, and punched his head, trying to blow him up. Boom, Dewey Pluto rolled out, but his head was not broken at all, he just spit out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood. The 7 people were horrified. Rezio was almost exhausted, yet he was still alive. It was terrifying to withstand the king's bombardment. Tian Weishan and Renwiren are all well-known evil characters, and they will not easily let go of this opportunity. The 2 turned their heads and kicked forward. 2 feet were between the legs of Dewey Pluto, how ruthless these 2 were. Yingxiang grinned directly, and tightened his legs even more. Dewey Pluto let out a muffled grunt, staring at them with venomous eyes. Look at a bird. Yingxiang seemed to realize that he was being scolded again, and rushed over angrily, and followed suit. Although the 3 Shuren kings were good-natured, they were tortured for more than 50 years, and there was resentment in their hearts, so they couldn't help but join in. The 6 violently beat Dewey Pluto, who had stepped into the realm of the ancestor with 1 foot. How to relieve anger and how to fight. I'll hit you all over the face. Crackling, Yingxiang slapped Ruixio with all his strength, making a bang-bang sound. Even though his beautiful cheek was invulnerable to fire and water, it was also swollen at the moment. I'll give you a big colorful cloth. Tian Weishan is a well-known gangster among the half-ancestors of the world. He is so evil, he has been persecuted terribly, and has been humiliated for more than 50 years. The resentment in his heart is about to break through the sky, but he punches Dewey Pluto in the face vigorously. However, even though the 6 people tossed hard, during the 50 years of torture, most of their essence, blood and soul were burned, and they had already fallen to the half-ancestor realm, and they couldn't break the body of Dway Pluto at all. I'm Fork, boy, you're a real money fanatic, hurry up and let me chop him off with the war sword. Ying Xiang turned his head and saw Xiao Chen cleaning up the pool of ancestors' blood on the ground, and the broken sword had already been caught in his hands. Xiao Chen was the only one who was not tortured, so his combat power was still there. Hearing this, he came over, swung his sword and chopped it off. Puff! The extremely sharp battle sword only opened a hole in Dway Pluto's body, but failed to chop him in half. It is conceivable how terrifying it is to step into the realm of the ancestors with one foot. It's so strong, chop it hard, otherwise it's hard to get out of my heart. Tian Weishan even took over a sword, and directly took action, chopping up the mighty Pluto madly. At this moment, several people turned into thugs. It is true that they have been tortured inhumanly for more than 50 years, and their resentment is too strong. It doesn't matter if you can't cut it down, I have a solution, plant a tree on him. Tian Weishan and Ying Xiang turned their heads and found that it was one of the 3 tree ant kings. The tree ant king quickly inserted branches between the cut wounds of King Dway Hades, allowing these roots to take root along the wounds into King Hades Dway's body, drawing his power. Okay, you 3 old tree men get rid of him first, and I'll find some other bastards to practice. Ying Xiang strode up to the 30 or so kings who didn't know whether they were dead or alive, and immediately pulled the strong devil up. His grandma, my brother, see if I don't beat you, I can't kill you. He opened his fists and thumped wildly, and at the same time he kept saying, I'm still a close relative, but you are the one who hit me hard. I was so ruthless when I beat you more than 50 years ago. See if I don't tear you apart. On the other side, Xiao Chen took out the colorful holy tree and planted it on the body of King Dway Hades. The colorful divine light soared into the sky, and after a short while, several people were surprised to find that a crystal-bright filament flowed out of Recchio's body, and was absorbed by the rhizome of the sacred tree. Puff! Seeing this situation, Dway Pluto Ruzio spit 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot, and almost died of anger. Okay, that's the spirit of the ancestral god. Go ahead and suck out a few more. After Rinweiren and Tian Weishan saw this situation, they immediately shouted happily. No, let's go. At this moment, a tree man king yelled, saying, the passage is going to disappear, and if we don't go, we won't be able to get out, and we will be trapped here forever. Everyone looked back, and the grey mist was about to flood the hazy passage. The grey mist is the result of the shattering of the endless ghost power of the deceased ancestor. Even if the king is trapped in it, he will be trapped in it forever. After seeing this situation, several people all rushed out of the Tiangong, and flew desperately along the increasingly blurred passage. Hurry up, it's too late. Damn it, you can't pass through space here, let alone break space. Must rush out. The 7 of them were all impatient. If they couldn't rush out, their fate would be predictable. Seeing that the channel is becoming more and more blurred, it is almost difficult to distinguish the real channel, and in the end it is even completely invisible. Several people were almost desperate. Look, there is a dim light ahead, we are about to reach the exit, and we are still in the passage. Seeing a little bit of light in despair undoubtedly rekindled light and hope in the hearts of several people. It's an exit, it's really an exit. Seeing that they were about to reach the exit, all 7 of them showed genuine joy. You can't get rid of the arrangement of fate. At this moment, the voice of Dway Pluto resounded in the depths of the grey mist, saying, even if you can escape for a while, you will come back here sooner or later to sacrifice for me. Everything is moving along the track of fate. The voice was cold and piercing, sending chills down the spine. Then just wait until the end of time. At this moment, several people rushed out of the grey mist. The light flickered and they reappeared in the world of death. Although this world is not very bright, and it can even be said that death is everywhere, but at this moment, the few people seem to see thousands of rays of light and thousands of rays of light. The world of death at this moment is sacred and peaceful in their eyes, and everything is so vivid. Tian Weishan looked up to the sky and screamed, and an evil spirit rushed up above his head, disturbing the lead clouds in the sky. Finally rushed out. Ah, my Geshe Yingxiang is back. Yingxiang also roared happily. All 7 people were extremely excited, and the rest of their lives made people cherish everything they had. When they looked back, there was nothing behind them, and the grey mist disappeared at all, as if it had never existed. It should be hidden in a strange little world. The grey haze only appears every few hundred years, which is exactly what you think it should be. Otherwise, it would be rampant in the Death Continent every day, and I am afraid that the world would not be peaceful. Yingxiang waved his hand, and Xiang's ears stood up straight, saying, "There is nothing to say, we are friends who share life and death, follow me to the Devil's Kingdom, visit my place, and slowly recover." The 6 king-level powerhouses have all fallen to the half-ancestor realm, and they urgently need to repair their souls and restore their spiritual power. The few people were not polite and followed him all the way. "This is the Great Rift Valley of Death. I killed an angel of death here before." On the way, Ying Shang kept introducing the famous mountains and great rivers he saw. "That is the river Styx, which flows from the deepest part of the world of death. No one has ever found its source." Everyone looked in the direction Ying Shang pointed out, and saw a big black river, galloping and roaring. It was unknown how many thousands of miles long, with huge waves surging into the sky, rolling black mist, and howling wind. It was tragic and indescribable. "It's really evil," the outsider sighed. With the extreme speed of a few people, it still took half a day to reach the Devil's Kingdom. However, everything in front of him made the hero feel extremely lost. The land of the Devil King, which was once prosperous for a while, is now in depression, and there are no devils at all. Occasionally, a few skeletons can be seen haunting the Great Plain of Death, and the silence is a little scary. The dilapidated city and the broken ruins are telling the desolation here. The once magnificent king's giant city has long been destroyed, and only the damaged foundation remains. "It's gone. My country has perished. Where have all my people gone?" He raised his head to the sky and shouted. Then, turning into a shooting star and rushing to the depths of the plain, he grabbed a few wandering skeletons and asked, "Where is the Devil's Kingdom? Why is it gone?" Several skeleton creatures trembled in fear, and said, "As early as 10,000 years ago, this Devil's Kingdom was destroyed. 10,000 years is enough to wipe out a mighty empire hundreds of times. Under the power of time, nothing can last forever. In the 10,000 years that Yingshang disappeared, too many things happened, things have changed, and everything in the past no longer exists. My wife and children." Yingshang raised his head to the sky and roared in grief, and passed out immediately. Several people hurriedly supported him, fully understanding his mood at the moment. Trapped in the gray mist for 10,000 years, hoping for a miracle, wanting to return to his own country and reunite with his relatives, but the result is ruthless. "Let's go to Shengkyun." Tian Weishan made such a decision. Now that they are in this state, it is impossible to continue to explore the deepest part of the dead continent. It is necessary to find a safe place to restore the cultivation base. It will be very dangerous if you fall to the lower half-ancestor realm and cannot recover quickly. The 3 old tree people also had no good place to go, and they had shared adversity, so they believed in them and decided to go together. On the way back, they were very cautious, seeing that King City was far away, and their state at this moment was really not suitable for a war. Looking back on this experience, it is really unbearable. Trapped in the gray mist for a whole 155 years, more than 100 years passed by in a hurry, and the life of a mortal is not so long, and the life of a mortal is over. It's okay to say that Tian Weishan, Rinweiren, Shuren King, etc. have experienced too much. For them, such a period of time is just a moment, and of course the process is full of suffering. However, for Xiao Chen, more than 100 years occupied most of his life, making him feel like a lifetime away, and it is difficult to express all the emotions in his heart. It's hard to imagine what happened to the land of Kyushu and the 4 worlds in the past 100 years. For Xiao Chen, this is really a long time. For more than 150 years, I am afraid that many people have already forgotten him. In the chaotic and complicated Kyushu world, too many things must have happened, maybe some acquaintances have passed away. At least, the mortals of the same generation have disappeared forever. Although Xiao Chen didn't see it with his own eyes, he felt a sense of desolation just thinking about it. Life is so insignificant. In the long river of history, people of an entire era might not be able to splash a single wave. The era I am familiar with has passed, and my contemporaries are gone. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. I don't know how much old knowledge is left, an era is over. Take a break in Shengkyun, we will return to Kyushu immediately. The outsider seemed to be more depressed than Xiao Chen, he was faintly worried about something. A long chapter of 6,000 words, brothers and sisters, recommend tickets, call for the support of recommendation tickets. Chapter 450 Return. In the world of death, lead clouds surged. More than 150 years have passed, and the mainland has not changed in any way. In the central region, the former imperial cities still stand tall and oppressive. This bottle contains the blood of the ancestor. After injecting the killing intent into it, it is enough to severely injure the half-ancestor. On the road, an outsider shook a small black jade bottle. The brilliance was brilliant, although the bottle was black and opaque, and was heavily restricted. The holy blood in it still bloomed brilliantly through the jade wall, and the red blood inside could completely reflect the brilliance through the wall, as clear as blood agate. It's a lot of money. Tian Weishan also sighed, and said, adding such a drop of ancestral blood when sacrificing heavy treasures is enough to improve the rank by a large amount. Drinking a drop when you encounter a bottleneck will greatly help you break through the shackles. Ying Shang also admired. A drop of holy blood has such a miraculous effect, and the way Pluto swallowed at least half of the ancestor's body, one can imagine how much benefit he got. Right now, several half-ancestors and kings are seriously injured, and it happens that this blood can be used as a guide to restore their vitality. Of course, the main thing is to rely on their own penance to come back. Is it true that this battle sword cannot be repaired? Xiao Chen was unwilling to give up. It would be a pity to throw away the 3 broken war swords. It's not impossible if you use the ancestor's blood to forcefully connect it. However, you have to know that there is a mysterious sword formation engraved inside the sword. If you connect it forcibly, the internal formation may not be repaired. The 3 Treant kings have personally experienced that terrible night that year, when an unknown powerhouse broke into the heavenly palace and fought fiercely with the ancestor for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally killed him. At that time, the words of the mysterious strong man were clearly spread throughout the Tiangong, and the 3 Shuren kings still remember them clearly. The battle sword is broken, and the internal sword map has been broken. Even if you get 49 battle swords, they will become useless. It is useless to discard them. Xiao Chen was very unwilling to hear this, and now he has collected more than half of the 49 battle swords. It would be a pity if these 3 battle swords were broken and could not form a perfect sword formation. Is there no other way? Tianwei was born in the human world, and he is more experienced and knowledgeable than the king of the dead world. He said, it is not necessarily hopeless. If you talk about the means of refining weapons, it must belong to the powers of the cultivation world. And in that world, the most famous one is naturally the weapon refining school. You can go there to look for it. When passing by the area ruled by the girl king, Tian Weishan and others did not follow up, and Xiao Chen went deep into the king's city alone. When the colorful skeleton Huang Lianpo saw him, he was shocked. After so many years, he thought that Xiao Chen had encountered an accident in the world of death, but he did not expect to meet again after more than 100 years. I can't believe it, what happened to you is really surprising. When Lian Po learned what happened to them and his group, he sighed with emotion. Has your king come back? Xiao Chen eagerly wanted to know the news about the girl who seemed to be innocent. Lian Po shook his head and said, I have never returned. Xiao Chen's heart sank at that time, and this result made him very worried. But our king is safe. Lian Po's next words made Xiao Chen slightly relieved. At the beginning, the girl who seemed to be innocent and several kings including Yi Tianzhong joined hands to walk into the deepest part of the continent of death, but they never returned. Until 10 years ago, a powerful king escaped from serious injuries and brought back mixed news. The deepest part of the continent of death is full of dangers, and several kings who walked in together were almost wiped out. They were trapped in an ancient relic for more than 100 years. If the 3 skeleton war emperors under the girl king hadn't merged with the deep hell abyss, allowing them to hide safely inside, I'm afraid everyone would have perished physically and mentally. The girl king had a big chance, and Yi Tianzhong also got something, so they chose to move on. As for the only surviving king besides these 2, he chose to withdraw and fled back. After hearing all this, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The deepest part of the death continent is dangerous and weird. Xiao Chen has experienced it personally and knows the danger. It seems that we can only get Kiki together in the future to have the opportunity to go into the deepest part. If we don't lose the protection of paradise, I'm afraid we'll be close to death. Walking out of the king's city, he thought to himself. Joining the other 6 people, they set out on the road again, like the wind and lightning, and they will reach Shengkyun in one day. This ancestor's iron coat is really a rare treasure. A Shuren king praised repeatedly, and the others also agreed. The iron clothes gleamed black, but they were casted from black god iron. They didn't feel stiff when worn on the body, but were very flexible. It was definitely a treasure of defense. The black light is shining, and the unique golden luster makes it extraordinary to drive, even the Shuren king and the others can't put it down. Actually, the most important thing is the ancestral spirit absorbed by that little holy tree. If it is obtained by a king of the 9 heavens, it will no longer be a luxury to step into the realm of the ancestor god. The ancestors' blood, iron clothes, and battle sword brought out from the heavenly palace this time are not ordinary, but if talking about the best of them, several people agree that it is none other than the wisp of ancestors' essence. The fire in the eyes of the 6 half-ancestors was undisguised, but they all restrained it in the end. How easy is it to reach the 9 heavens of kings? Moreover, if greed arises in your heart because of this, you will be imprisoned if you wait for the picture, and you will put a heavy shackle on your soul. I am afraid that you will never have the hope of becoming an ancestor god in this life. Other realms can be forcibly broken through, but to become an ancestor god, combat power alone is not enough. There are many factors, and the most influential one is the state of mind. Finally, Kimura was watching, and saw a trace in the distance. The bouquet of flowers in spring. From a long distance, I saw an extremely coquettish guy, lying on a wicker chair under the big tree in front of Shenkyun, shaking his legs leisurely, humming a ditty narcissistically. Brother Sinyi, stop singing, my child made you sing and cry again. Kier, a Protoss man, came out of the village and said, please hurry back to Kyushu. Tragedy, is this the helplessness of the high-ranking and widowed? Jin Sinyi glanced at him sideways, and said, Kier, you really have a wife, and you forgot your elder brother. It's too vulgar. You have already reduced to a vulgar person. The Protoss man was impatient at the time, and said, Brother Sinyi must be kind. Over the years, you stole the donkey and I pulled out the prong, and you peeped at me and got beaten. It caused my wife to start a war with me now. How many scapegoats have I helped you? Have these things happened? Jin Sinyi lay comfortably on the wicker chair, blinked his peach blossom eyes, and said, why do I have no memory? Hash at hash. Kier became impatient immediately, and said, you have to be conscientious in being a human being, Brother Sinyi, don't forget your roots. I'll take the blame for you in front of you, you're so chic, you don't keep 1,000 miles away, and when things happen, go and hide your name. If you don't admit it, let's talk about it. When Xiao Chen and his group came to the entrance of the village, they happened to see this scene. 300 million, you really have made progress, now there are full-time scapegoats. When Jin Sinyi and Kier saw the appearance of the 7 people, they immediately cried out. Ghost. Except for Xiao Chen, the remaining 6 people were tortured by Dewey Pluto to the point of being inhuman, with bloodstains all over their bodies, especially the devil Yingxiang, who looked extremely vicious. Jin Sinyi jumped up with a thud, took a few steps, turned around and looked at the people in surprise, and said, Xiao Chen. Nonsense, you don't recognize me. Ah, you're not dead. Jin Sinyi showed a look of surprise. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen went up and slapped him first. Then, Tian Weishan, Ren Weiren, and Yingxiang also walked over, and gave him several big slaps at the same time without being polite. Jin Sinyi grinned in pain, convinced that it was Xiao Chen and the others who had returned. The news spread all over Shenkyun immediately, and a large group of people ran over with a whoosh. They all looked at the 7 people in surprise, and then surrounded them and asked questions with concern. It was extremely lively. Xiao Chen and the others have been away for more than 100 years. Everyone thought that they had encountered an accident in the depths of the Death Continent, but they did not expect to return today. Brother Xiao Chen, a handsome young man squeezed into the crowd. Who are you? I am Tianya. More than 100 years have passed, and the little boy of the past has grown up. He is no longer the child who timidly called him Mr. Skeleton when they met for the first time. Kier, a great Han of the Protoss, has already married a wife and had children. He is not the queen of Yasha, nor is he any supreme king among the hundreds of clans. He is just a very ordinary woman of the human race. Life is really amazing. This ordinary woman with a low cultivation base is submissive to the Protoss man Kie, and it seems that he is very satisfied with this kind of life. Kier's child is a very interesting little guy, very spiritual. He called Xiao Chen uncle inarticulately when he was less than 1 year old, but when he saw Jin Sinyi, he immediately cried, and cried very sadly. In the end he even started to vomit, constantly spitting up milk. What are you doing that makes people and gods angry? Xiao Chen glared at Jin Sinyi. Kier said earnestly with a bitter face, Brother Sinyi, please don't appear in front of our children in the future. He doesn't want to see you, and he doesn't want you to listen to your singing. Jin Sinyi, #%#. Immediately, Xiao Chen discovered 2 other acquaintances, Binglin and Zooming. After so many years, the 2 girls became more beautiful and charming, but they were still as lively as before. They walked over to say hello with a smile on their face, but ignored Jin Sinyi who was close at hand. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked Jin Sinyi in a low voice. Alas, many stories have reason to be sad. Seeing him pretending to be deep, Xiao Chen really wanted to kick him twice. There are 1,000 reasons to be sad, and in the end my love slowly becomes stale in the story. Even though he was saying this, Jin Sanyi's pair of peach blossom eyes were shining brightly. To die. Xiao Chen wanted to say these two words very much, even if people all over the world were hurting, this guy would never do it. A large group of people surrounded them and walked towards the village, and Li Mu and Zhao Ying, the elders of the Protoss clan, had already greeted them after hearing the news. Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren walked over immediately. They were eager to know what happened in Zhou. Their expressions gradually relaxed after talking for a while. Xiao Chen knew that there should be no major changes. A sumptuous banquet was set up, and everyone in Shengqun washed up the dust for the few people, and it was lively, celebrating the survival of the few people after the catastrophe. Where is Chapelang? Tian Weishan was very concerned about this former apprentice. The king who was killed in the grey mist, most of the fire was refined by Xiao Chen, and the remaining small part was taken by him, wanting to perfect his apprentice. I went to Kyushu to be cool. The member of the Protoss next to me replied. This stunned Tian Weishan and others. This guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. I don't know what troubles will happen in Kyushu. For some reason, Xiao Chen wanted to laugh when he saw Jin Sanyi's peachy eyes shining wildly. After so many years, this guy's temperament really hasn't changed at all. Is there a mistake? Jin Sanyi was very dissatisfied, and said, Brother, I am helpless, you are still laughing. What's your helplessness? The powerful love rival I met made me forget about tea and food. Life is so tasteless. Hearing Jin Sanyi's words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glanced at Binglin and Zooming, and then asked Jin Sanyi with a smile, can the enemy you care about have a good life? Not this time, the opponent is too strong this time. Jin Sanyi shook his head, but he still ate with relish on the wine table. Kier, a Protoss man, spoke directly, and said, Brother 300 million can only rest this time, and the person Binglin and sister Zooming fall in love with can't be beaten even if 100,300 million are added together. Who is it? Hearing these words, Xiao Chen really showed curiosity. Jin Sanyi took a mouthful of food and said depressedly, Xingtian and Kaiyu. Puff. Xiao Chen directly sprayed out a sip of wine, but fortunately it only sprayed on Jin Sanyi's body and did not splash anywhere else. For Jin Sanyi's misfortune, Xiao Chen deeply feels that he is with him. For Binglin and Shuimeng's eyes, Xiao Chen admires them so much that he can't comment. They are really two strong girls. Ren Weiren, Tian Weishan and others settled down in Shengqun, and began to meditate to restore the essence of the soul and body. And Xiao Chen stayed here for a while, and then entered Kyushu with Jin Sanyi, Kie, Tianya and others. Xiao Chen was very excited when he appeared in front of the dead city. It has been nearly 160 years since he left this land, and the long time is long enough to make him forget. Appearing before and after the dead city, Xiao Chen felt that this time was very different from the past. He felt as if there were raging flames burning all over his body. Bang bang. Jin Sanyi, Kier, Tianya, Binglin, Zooming and others were all sent flying out by the powerful aura erupting from him. They were surprised to find that a magic pattern appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, standing there like a sky eye. Moreover, the whole body was full of light, and the brilliance seemed to be burning like a monstrous fire, illuminating the sky brilliantly. This feeling, Xiao Chen murmured, then suddenly soared into the sky, flew up to the majestic and tall dead city, stood on the city wall more than 100 meters high, and couldn't help looking up to the sky and screaming. The upright magic lines on his forehead, like the eyes of the sky, jumped up and down, and bursts of brilliance shot out. Chapter 451. When it comes to the current fierce places in Kyushu, the dead city is undoubtedly among the top 3. On weekdays, this place is full of gloomy atmosphere and dark mist. No cultivator is willing to approach it. The various forces that once guarded outside the city to monitor the situation here have already withdrawn more than 100 years ago. It is impossible to see why. Standing on the dead city, Xiao Chen is surrounded by all the light, the magic pattern on his forehead shines brightly, the apotheosis of the acupoints shines like stars in his flesh and blood, and there are many mysterious patterns on his skin, and the phantom of the steel is faintly visible around him. 27 battle swords were suspended in all directions, arranged in a mysterious and complex sword array, and shot out soaring sword lights. At this moment, he felt full of powerful power, and vaguely had some connection with the dead city. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Kier, a Protoss man, shouted loudly. Xiao Chen's divine power surged all over his body, the light soared into the sky, and his body became hotter and hotter, as if completely burning. At this moment, he finally knew that he was in contact with the dead city again, just like before. Yes, he now felt that he was in line with the pulse of the dead city, felt its majestic power, and even wanted to coincide with its will. Let's go, I'm going to stay here for a while. Xiao Chen stood on top of the dead city, with black hair like ink, dancing wildly, and the divine light behind him was like a huge waterfall going up against the sky, rushing straight to Xiaohan, while endless black mist was surging around it. Several people looked at each other. Tianya was very worried, and shouted, "Brother Xiao Chen, you have to be careful." Only Jin Sanyi didn't care, and said, "It's okay, the disaster will last for thousands of years, he has a long life like me, and he can't die even if he wants to." Ignoring his words, Binglin and Zuming yelled at the dead city and left first. Jin Sanyi and the others all left, and calm was restored in front of the dead city, while Xiao Chen jumped into the city at once. If this bold move is seen, it will definitely be jaw-dropping. The murderous reputation of the dead city has spread throughout the Kyushu and the Quartet world, and many powerful forces have sent people into the dead city to find out what happened. However, those cultivators all go and never return, and as many as they go, they die as many as they want. As long as they enter the city, there will be a sealing force to prevent them from leaving. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that there are fierce spirits hiding in all the deep houses and ancient courtyards in the city. No matter humans, demons or gods, they will not be spared and will be eaten alive. The dead city was silent, and the wide ancient streets were empty without a single figure. Even in the midday sun, it looked extremely dark and lifeless. The majestic giant city has existed for many years. On both sides of the streets in the city, the ancient buildings are engraved with the wind and frost of the years, but they still stand like eternal immortality. Xiao Chen wandered alone in the dead city, feeling the silence, and all kinds of past memories resurfaced before his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see the heroic and tall figure of Zushin Suorenshi standing lonely on a building, and vaguely, he seemed to see many legendary figures who had passed away fighting with swords, blood and bones. Of course, this is all an illusion, because his state of mind is one with the feelings of the year. On both sides of the street, in every ancient house is the body of a god. They have long lost their wits, and now, like prisoners, they have become members of the army defending the dead city. Exactly how many demon gods fell in the dead city, no one can say clearly. The autumn wind is rustling, and a sad and desolate atmosphere permeates the city. Tap, tap, tap. On the quiet ancient street, only his footsteps echoed, and the magnificent dead city was dead silent and desolate. Although there were evil spirits in those haunted houses, none of them rushed out. He used to fight here, he used to drink and shout here, but after revisiting the old place, Xiao Chen felt only loneliness in his heart, and no words could express his mood at the moment. Indistinctly, he seemed to hear the ancient ballad that came out during the catastrophe of the false gods again. The huge broken mountain is the backbone of the heaven and the earth, the dry and hard yellow mud is the blood of the earth, and the mountain of bones is the sorrow of the ancestors. Who else remembers that the Suiren family lit the way forward for the human race? How can we forget that Shenong tasted all kinds of herbs and buried his bones in a foreign land? He walked step by step towards the center of the dead city, which was the place where the Tianbei suppressed in the past. Even though the magic well was far away, he could already feel the oppression. Standing quietly in the center of the square, looking at the closed magic well, Xiao Chen was silent for a long time, as if he saw the clearness of the white clothes that surpassed the snow, and the bright and ethereal. In the end, he walked forward slowly, circled the magic well, and then sat down silently in front of the magic well. He wanted to say something in front of the magic well, but he found it difficult to utter a single word. From sunrise to sunset, Xiao Chen sat quietly like this for 3 days. Finally, he stood up silently and walked away step by step. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the bluestone floor of the square. His eyes were like lightning, and he scanned all directions. There was no difference in the huge square without looking closely, but under the eyes of the sky, these subtleties can be fully seen. There are many hidden cracks around, although they are very small. Xiao Chen, a powerhouse of this level, can still catch them. His heart moved, and he observed carefully, and found that the crack was actually radiating from the magic well. However, it is not there in front of the magic well, and it is only faintly visible in the surrounding places a little farther away. The center of the radiation is the magic well. After discovering this situation, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately walked back. The yellow mud platform was so dry and hard that it sealed the magic well tightly, and there seemed to be no abnormalities. Xiao Chen put his left hand on it, and couldn't sense any terrible fluctuations. However, when he raised his palm, he was surprised to find that the fingers of his palm were a little bright red, and there were blood stains on his hand. This surprised him. Wang Natai was oozing blood. What's going on? There was something wrong with the sealed magic well. Xiao Chen's heart sank suddenly. This matter is of great importance, it can even be said to be a huge matter. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness was as bright as the moon, gathered together, and probed into the yellow mud platform. It was dark, he couldn't see anything, he couldn't see any results. The false gods of the past have all been wiped out, it is impossible for them to cause chaos, but what caused such a result? On the downside, it was pretty scary. Anything is possible. Thinking on the bright side, the Wangni terrace is made of the flesh and blood of the ancestor gods, and it may still be alive. In any case, the yellow mud platform that sealed the magic well was leaking blood. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. Xiao Chen secretly guessed that this might be the reason why he became one with the pulse of the dead city. Xiao Chen found that the little blood stained on his hand turned into tiny rays of light and rushed into the yellow mud platform again, and then touched it with his hands, but there was no bright red stain on his hands anymore. He kept guard in front of the magic well for 7 whole days, but he didn't find anything new. After staying in the dead city for 10 days, Xiao Chen left the square without being blocked by any sealing force, and he easily flew out of the dead city. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, I hope I don't worry too much. He decided to find a half-ancestor and tell them about this phenomenon. Xiao Chen left the dead city. He originally wanted to find KK, but after thinking about it, he gave up this plan. He already knew from Li Mu, an old man of the god race, that the little guy almost got overwhelmed in Shengkyun and fled back to Kyushu. After that, he entered the Dragon Island sacred mountain and fell into a deep sleep, not waking up for more than 100 years. When Xiao Chen heard about this result, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. He knew that the little guy's strength might improve by leaps and bounds again. The little guy was extremely talented, with extraordinary talents, and he was just waiting to practice while sleeping. The dead city is not very far from Chang'an, the ancient capital in the western region, and Xiao Chen came here. After many years passed, this famous city through the ages became more prosperous, the streets were full of traffic, and people came and went continuously. After more than 150 years, the 4th most famous building in the world, the Yanyu Tower, stands still and becomes even more famous. For more than 100 years, not only many literati and poets have written poems here, but also many gods and men have left their words here. Moreover, since the 3 half-ancestors visited here, the reputation of Yanyu Tower has almost been pushed to the top, and it has the potential to be the 2nd most famous building in the world. For more than 100 years, there have been many famous secret battles here. The king of the 5 elements and Wu Ming used to fight here, the queen of Yasha and the king of fighting god once confronted here, a master of the celestial race once killed 5 masters of the same rank here, and 3 masters of the emperor once fought here. After many great masters showed up here, the reputation of this place became bigger and bigger, and it became a treasure place that cultivators liked. Revisiting the old place, now no one knows Xiao Chen, which makes him have to lament the ruthless power of the years. The current owner of Yanyu is the great-great-grandson of the original owner, and the guests upstairs are all people from recent decades. He quietly enjoyed the food and the wine on the 7th floor. There are naturally many practitioners upstairs, and many people are talking about things in the cultivation world. Xu Ziyan's golden snake kung fu is really powerful. He strangled 4 curse masters of the same level by himself. It's frightening. You don't even think about who his grandfather is. He is the famous Hydra. He was born as a half-god and half-demon, so he naturally has extraordinary talents. HMPH, what is Xu Ziyan? There are not a few people in the younger generation who are more powerful than him. Someone beside him snorted coldly and said, have you ever heard of Wu Shaoxi, a natural-born god, only in his 20s and almost invincible in his generation? How could I not have heard of it? Immediately someone responded. It is said that Wu Shaoxi is the heir of a legendary heavenly king. As soon as such a secret came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people around, and someone asked, which heavenly king is he a descendant? It must be the heavenly king surnamed Wu in the legend. What? Wu Shaoxi is actually his son? Some people exclaimed, but more people showed puzzled expressions. Which Wu Tianwang? Someone scolded dissatisfiedly. You are a rookie. Haven't you heard of the heavenly king Wu surnamed Wu who ruled the world 40 years ago and fought with the 5 elements heavenly king here? 20 years ago, he even won a day and night battle with a strong man from the heavenly human race. Such a reputation, you don't know. There was an exclamation upstairs. It's the legendary King Wu Ming, who is definitely one of the strongest among the heavenly kings. That's right, with the immortal emperor's divine bell on his head and the purple gold heavenly lightning hammer in his hand, except for the rare celestials and humans, almost no one among the heavenly kings of the same rank can shake him. Not far away, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Nearly 160 years have passed, and Wu Ming has become a legendary figure. One can imagine how many things have happened, and the time flies. Wu Shaoxi, the son of Wu Mingwang, is really extraordinary. I'm afraid he will be the second Wu Tianwang in more than 100 years. However, I heard that Huang Shinran, the youngest son of the Golden King among the 5 elements heavenly kings, is also a remarkable figure, and I'm afraid he will be Wu Shaoxi's formidable enemy. Well, there are indeed some extraordinary people. The famous little Shira is definitely a strong man who can walk sideways. Even many senior figures have to walk around. It is said that he was trained by Leng Hanbing, the first of the imperial masters. Leng Hanbing, it sounds familiar. An old man with white beard and hair sighed. That is Emperor Shira, who is in the realm of the earth. He was born in the ancient times. He is extremely talented. He is the #1 among emperor-level masters. Yo, this old man knows quite a lot, even the emperor-level old antique knows so clearly. On the other side, a young man suddenly realized, laughed, and said, I remembered, that Emperor Shira appeared more than 100 years ago, but he seemed to be beaten into a pig's head. Is he really the first among the emperors? In another corner, a young Shu Luo standing by the window stood up abruptly and said, Shut up, don't slander my ancestor. Many people in the older generation know the truth that Brother Shira told me. Don't you admit this fact and only allow us to say good things about Emperor Shira? This is wrong. There is also a brother from the celestial race over there. He also talked about the defeat of the celestial human race to King Wu Ming just now. He didn't say anything. Why are you so overbearing? That Shira wanted to turn his back on the spot, but was finally stopped by others. The old man with white beard and hair said, It doesn't matter if we talk freely, but don't hurt your friendship. That Emperor Shira suffered a big loss more than 100 years ago. I was lucky enough to witness that battle. It is shocking. This life is enough. Old man, are you whetting our appetite again? You must be talking about the great battle that took place in the Forbidden Sea 160 years ago. It has been distorted until now. Since you are lucky enough to see it, please tell us about it. The old man stroked his beard with his hand and sighed. That battle was earth-shattering. The sky collapsed and the earth was split and the water flowed backwards. Even the sea of taboos boiled. The sword slashed across the sky, and the sword energy was as thick as a mountain. It shattered the heaven and earth, broke through the heavens, and rushed into the sky. Banzu was almost killed. Everyone was attracted by the voice of the old man with white beard and hair, and they were all listening carefully. Until the end, someone was still not satisfied and said, The old man has been talking for a long time, but you didn't mention the names of the people who participated in the war. Doesn't this make us feel uncomfortable? That's right, the legends are very powerful now, and there are endless versions of the characters who participated in the battle, and I don't know which legend is true. The white-haired old man shook his head with a smile and said, I can't say it. The people who participated in the war back then were all scary. It's about their face. If I say it, I'm afraid I will die at home tomorrow. Although they knew that he was exaggerating, everyone couldn't force him to speak. Just like our old man, he is as timid as a mouse. He also watched the battle with his own eyes back then, but he just didn't explain it to us. It's a good name, the disaster comes from the mouth, and we don't let us know. Well, my grandfather was also lucky enough to watch that battle, but he also kept his mouth shut, claiming that it was about the dignity of the half-ancestor. If I knew about it and said it indiscriminately, it might bring disaster to the family. Just don't tell me. It's a pity that everyone talked about it. At this moment, a skeleton that was completely covered, leaving only empty eye sockets exposed, walked up the misty rain tower. Immediately, someone muttered, the skeleton doesn't eat or drink tea, why come here to join in the fun? Brother Skeleton, I have money, what can I do? I am willing. He shook his cloak, monopolized the table unceremoniously, and shouted, Man, come to the table with good food and wine. The guy hurried over and stammered, Can you eat? I can't eat it, but I can see it. Hearing this, the man was about to turn around and go downstairs when the mysterious skeleton stopped him again and said, Wait a minute, call some chicks for Brother Skull, I like listening to music and dancing. #%. The guy cursed in his heart, what kind of skeleton is this, and he doesn't even think about his state, yet he still has such lust. Someone nearby whispered, I know who this skeleton is. It's that top quality skeleton. Not long ago, He sneaked into Skull Island. He was deceived and abducted, and he was even more brazen. He wanted to find the peerless pink skeleton among the skeleton clan as his wife. I'm dizzy. No way, it's the skeleton named Chapelang. It is said that he is an outsider, and he went to Skull Island to make a lot of trouble. I really don't know if he found the pink skeleton girl or not. In the distance, Xiao Chen was quite speechless. This Sha Po Lang was really capable of tossing around. Suddenly, the door of a private room was pushed open, and a burly man came out, glanced coldly at the repairers all over the building, and said, "Keep your voice down, my brother is going to entertain distinguished guests here." "Who are you? Why do you let us speak in a low voice? The Yanyu building is not yours." The temperature of the air dropped sharply, and the eyes of the burly man were as sharp as knives. The cultivator who spoke just now fell limply to the ground. The upstairs suddenly fell silent. Boom! The big man turned around and closed the door again. "Who is that? It's horrible. That seems to be the superpower of the Hu family, and it seems to be the legendary king. I heard that there is an alluring woman in the Hu family who is going to marry Wu Shaoxi, the son of Wu Mingwang's son. Could it be that Wu Mingwang is the king they are hosting today?" As soon as these words came out, the upstairs was immediately ebullient, but the crowd quickly suppressed their voices again. King's party. They are very likely to meet the legendary characters, and many people are looking forward to it. At this moment, a long bell rang from the sky, and a stalwart figure walked in the void. The momentum of being one with the world and everything is indescribable. It's really the legendary King Wu Ming. I didn't expect to see him here. This is the legendary invincible king. There was a lot of discussion. "Wu Ming, long time no see, I was just looking for you." Suddenly, a voice resounded from left to right in the Misty Rain building, and it was clearly transmitted to the distant sky. Wu Ming was startled at the time, and immediately stopped, stood in the void, and asked, "Who are you?" "It's just that I haven't seen you for more than 150 years. Have you forgotten me?" The voice was so ethereal that it was difficult for everyone in the Yanyu building to detect who made it. But something happened that surprised them. According to legend, Wu Ming, the almost invincible heavenly king with the immortal bell on his head and the purple gold sky thunder hammer in his hand, ran away without looking back as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 452 Superb. Everyone upstairs in Yanyu was stunned, showing incredulous expressions. That is the majestic and invincible King Wu Ming, known as one of the strongest in 500 years. How could you be startled back by just 2 words? Moreover, it seems that he retreated in a hurry, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of character would that be, making a generation of invincible kings so taboo? The Misty Rain building was in an uproar. Damn it, is that really King Wu Ming? It's so bizarre. Someone scared the invincible heavenly king away with just a few words. It's too incredible. Are you mistaken? Hallucination, it must be hallucination. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Wu Ming has ruled the world for more than 200 years, invincible. He is one with the legendary immortal emperor. He has an immortal body, an immortal soul, and a human clock. And today he ran away without a fight. It's unbelievable. Strange, the voice just now is a bit familiar. The old man with white beard and hair in Yanyu upstairs showed a puzzled look, and said, "Could it be someone from back then? There are very few people in this world who make King Wu Ming so taboo." He glanced around suspiciously, and everyone upstairs was suspiciously looking for someone suspicious. However, as early as when everyone was discussing, there was a person missing from the Misty Rain building, and no one noticed it, as if that person had never existed in the building. This is a clever illusion. Even after a long time away, the illusion created is still there, and even if the table is vacant, people will not notice that something is wrong. 30 miles away from the Yanyu building, Xiao Chen stood in the sky, blocked Wu Ming's way, and said, "I haven't seen Wu Ming for many years. Your reputation is getting bigger and bigger, but your courage is getting smaller and smaller. When we meet old friends, why do we need to hide? I have no malicious intentions." Wu Ming's expression was uncertain. He is a man with a scheming heart. His achievements today are inseparable from his extraordinary means. Fame is nothing to him at all, only visible real interests are the most important. Back then, he suffered a great loss from Xiao Chen's battle sword, and the ensuing battle of the Forbidden Sea left a deep impression on him. The number of battle swords controlled by Xiao Chen turned out to be more than 20, and the number really shocked him. Those divine rainbows soaring into the sky were enough to shake Banzu. Even if he had the immortal emperor's divine bell, he couldn't defend against it at all. From that day on, Wu Ming knew that the opponent's sword was steadily restraining his divine clock, and he would definitely not be an opponent if the two confronted each other. Therefore, after more than 150 years passed in a hurry, when he met Xiao Chen again, he immediately chose to run away. He didn't want to court death. He knew that the other party didn't have a good impression of him. After all, when he was in Sky Burial Valley, he plotted against Xiao Chen severely and almost got rid of him. After being stopped by Xiao Chen at this moment, Wu Ming directly protected his body with a divine bell, suspended above his head, and the gorgeous divine light shone in all directions, making him look majestic. And a Zijin Sky Thunder Hammer appeared in his hand, and terrifying thunderbolts danced around continuously, purple light soaring into the sky. Wu Ming has prepared the strongest defense. Once the battle starts, he will not be suddenly killed by Zhang Jian. Long time no see, you are becoming more and more unfathomable. Wu Ming showed a hearty smile. He could not fight without fighting. At this moment, his mind changed, thinking about how to avoid fighting, and said, "Back then, you and I planned to work together to get rid of the Five Elements King, but unfortunately we couldn't put it into action. I wonder if you are still interested now." At this moment, Wu Ming can be said to have exhausted his mind. If this reasonable excuse to get rid of the fighting fails, he will prepare to move the disaster to the east and directly pull the local powerful Hu family over. "Wu Ming, you are too thoughtful. Am I really that bloodthirsty?" Xiao Chen looked at him with a half smile, and said, "I'm afraid you have already calculated dozens of plans just now. In fact, we can be friends, and we don't have to face each other. If you invite me to have a drink, I will be very happy." Be friends. Go to hell. Wu Ming sneered in his heart. He would not believe the other party's nonsense. But on the surface, he was obviously taken aback, looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, and said, "I no longer regard you as an enemy. Why don't we go to Yanyu Tower for a drink? I would like to go there for a drink with you, but someone has already invited you there, so I don't want to waste your time. What's the point? I just push it away. Let's go have a few drinks." No matter what the other party's purpose is, Wu Ming is not afraid, as long as there is no immediate life and death battle. Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile, and said, "You go to the appointment, now I have plenty of time, so I'm not in a hurry. Go, don't leave without saying a word when you're done, I'll wait for you then." Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Wu Ming knew in his heart that the reason why the other party came to him must be something unusual. He wants to use me for something, otherwise he would have faced my life and death long ago. Wu Ming sneered in his heart, but with a smile on the surface, he said, "Then I'd rather be respectful than obedient." Many cultivators on the Yanyu Tower are still discussing, they don't know who it is that scared the invincible king away. But at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "That's King Wu Ming, he's back again. It's really him. What happened? How did this happen?" Everyone was puzzled. A gorgeous rainbow shot out from a private room, spread out to the outside of the Yanyu building, with thousands of auspicious colors, forming a colorful arch bridge. The burly man from the Hu family came out with a smile on his face, and said, "Wu Ming Wang, please, my elder brother has been waiting for you for a long time." Fairy music sounded, singing and dancing were colorful, and the scene was very grand. The burly man welcomed Wu Ming to the Hongqiao, and couldn't help but ask, what just happened to King Wu Ming? It's hard to say. At this moment, a refined middle-aged man came out from the elegant room and said, "Brother Wu, I will wait for a long time." "Don't dare, I kept Brother Wu waiting for a long time." Wu Ming returned the salute with a smile. A group of people walked into the private room, and Hongqiao retreated. This private room leads directly to the 10th floor on the top floor. It is surrounded by divine splendor and is decorated like a heavenly palace. The floor is completely paved with suet jade. The 10th floor on the top floor is not open to the public at all during the daytime, only special guests can enter this place, and the famous calligraphy and paintings on the walls are scary enough just by looking at their names. The banquet had already been set up, and it was time for Wu Ming to take his seat. It could be called a delicacy of the Immortal family, and the table was full of dishes and wine. If there were cultivators here, they would be shocked, because it would be scary to spread the ingredients. On the 7th floor of the Misty Rain building, everyone was discussing why Wu Ming went and returned. Many people were delighted to see Wu Ming, a great master who has been rumored for a long time. Of course, some people didn't think so. They were very puzzled by Wu Ming's performance at the beginning, and felt that it was not the demeanor that an invincible king should have. Everyone discussed for a long time, but they couldn't figure out who was the one who frightened Wu Ming away in the first place, and finally changed the topic to the matter of the Hu family's banquet for Wu Ming. Did you notice just now that the elegant man who greeted Wu Ming seems to be the Tiger King Hu Zaifeng of the 3rd generation of the Hu family? That's right, it seems to be him, the leader of the third generation of the tiger family, and he is a veritable tiger king. Well, I understand. It is said that Tiger King Hu Zaifeng has a beautiful daughter, and she will marry Wu Shaoxi, the son of Wu Mingwang. It should be so. I have heard that these two families are going to marry. It is said that the ancestors of the Hu family have been lost for many years, but their power is still huge. The power behind King Wu Ming is not weak. It is a well-known weapon refining sect in the cultivation world, but it is a big sect that has been passed down since ancient times. On the 7th floor of the Misty Rain building, Xiao Chen sat there calmly drinking and listening to everyone's conversation. From his departure to his return, no one was alarmed. Even if someone glanced past him, they would only treat him as an ordinary person. This is the extraordinary thing. After his strength has reached a certain level, even if he sits in front of an acquaintance, he can be ignored by the other party as air. For example, Sha Po Lang not far away didn't notice him at all. Do you know that Hu Zaifeng is said to be very powerful, and his strength has already reached an unfathomable level? Some people suspect that he may soon enter the realm of perfection. The Hu family has been quiet for so many years, and its strength is unfathomable. This Hu Zaifeng is indeed a remarkable figure. It is said that he is stronger than many members of the second generation of the Hu family. He currently has only one record, and not many people know about it. According to rumors, he once defeated a strong celestial human race of the same rank. What? Everyone immediately exclaimed. The celestial human race is definitely the most mysterious and terrifying race. Although the population is extremely small, it is rumored that there are only 30 or 50 people in this race. However, everyone has genius-like qualifications, and they are almost kings at the same level. Therefore, if the masters of the same level can defeat them, they will definitely be amazing talents, and they can rule the roost in the same level. Hu Zaifeng actually defeated a celestial human powerhouse of the same level. It's really unexpected. He really deserves the title of Tiger King. It's really surprising. The strength of the Hu family is really hard to guess. It is indeed a royal family that has been passed down from ancient times. Hu Zaifeng, the third-generation leader of the Hu family, has a strong sense of shock from the secrets of his achievements. The Celestials are a yardstick. As long as one of them can be defeated, it will definitely prove how powerful and terrifying that person is. The Hu family has been silent for so many years, and I'm afraid it will rise. The old man with white beard and hair sighed. They have endured it for many years, and now they are marrying with the artifact sect, and there will definitely be many actions in the future. Come here, buddy, Sha Palang yelled at this moment. Master Skeleton, what are your orders? The buddy rushed up. He doesn't care if you order food or not. As long as you are willing to spend money, you will be a god here. Go and get me a jar of tiger whip wine. Ah, the man was dumbfounded. Didn't you hear that? You guys, this building is known as the second most famous building in the world, and it doesn't even have this kind of wine. Yes, but, the guy's face turned pale, and he glanced upstairs as he spoke. Today, there are distinguished guests from the Hu family on the top 10th floor. As long as there is, give me 3 jars. Also, I haven't finished talking. Seeing the guy wanting to slip away, Sha Palang stopped him again, and said, grill me a few more skewers of tiger kidneys, and a big plate of sauced tiger meat. Well, I want another big dish, dragon tiger dough. It's agreed. At #%. The guy was speechless. This master is too hard to serve. If the Hu family on the top floor finds out, there will definitely be bloodshed. All the cultivators upstairs looked at this top-quality skeleton, and they all showed surprise. Chang'an is the closest to the Hu family's territory. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome skeleton, brother? Sha Palang shook his cloak and shook his head again, but unfortunately there was not even a single strand of hair flying on his bald head. This skeleton buddy is really talented. Could it be that he wants to fight against the Hu family, but judging by his appearance, how could he be Hu Zaifeng's opponent? This one is really the best. I just made a lot of trouble on Skull Island, and came here to make trouble again. I think he's tired of his life. He boasted that he wanted to find the pink skull Tianjiao on Skull Island, and now he has come to the Hu family's territory to play wild. I believe he will be demolished soon. You guys are too vulgar, brother skeleton, I don't want you to care about you. Sha Palang looked self-admiring and extremely narcissistic. At #%. Everyone was almost speechless towards him. At this moment, footsteps sounded from the stairs, and a young Shira came up. The place he passed seemed to be a world of his own, indescribably illusory, and the place where his eyes passed made people dare not look directly at it. He is definitely an incomparably powerful Shira. every move seems to be in harmony with the heaven and the earth, indescribably natural and harmonious, implying the law of heaven, and there is a faint sense of supreme coercion pervading the air. This man is terrible. Yes, I'm afraid this person has reached the realm of perfection. It's unbelievable that he actually has the unity of heaven and man. Many cultivators upstairs in Yanyu were surprised and discussed in low voices. This couldn't be the legendary Little Shura. Hearing this speculation, many people gasped. If it was Little Shura, it would be really scary. Legend has it that he is a character who can walk sideways. Many people of the older generation will run away when they see him, and blood will flow into rivers if they disagree with him. Little Shura has reached the realm of a heavenly king. This is unbelievable. Well, this person is really Little Shura. I saw him once from a distance. It is said that he wanted to marry Yan Qingcheng, the bright pearl of the Immortal sect, as his wife. After being rejected, he turned his face on the spot and tore two strong men in Yu realm into two halves. Hush, keep quiet, the Lord is here, and you still dare to talk about it. ... The voice of discussion upstairs in Yanyu has obviously dropped down, and many people feel very uncomfortable. But at this moment, someone just didn't care, looked at Little Shura and commented, "It's so ugly." Everyone is overwhelmed. Who is this? Have you eaten the ambitious leopard gall? Dare to make such an evaluation in front of Little Shura, it's really boring. Everyone looked back, looking for the speaker. What do you look at, Brother Skull? I'm just so handsome, it's useless for you to be jealous. Seeing that it was that top-quality skeleton again, everyone rolled their eyes and cursed in their hearts, "You are doomed." Are you talking about me? Little Shura coldly glanced at Sha Po Lang, two bloody lights shot out from his eyes, which was breathtaking. Shura women are naturally beautiful, while men have ferocious faces. This is a natural appearance. Although he is considered a handsome man among the Shura tribe, he is indeed ugly from the aesthetic point of view of other races. Don't worry about it, ugly brother, I just accidentally told the truth. Come and have a drink. Sha Po Lang greeted enthusiastically. Everyone was speechless. How could this lord live till now? It's really a miracle, too extreme. Where did this top-quality skeleton come out? Does it really have a special status? Yeah, otherwise, how dare he go to Skull Island to bluff and deceive, and now come here to make trouble? Don't tell me, no one knows his origin, so he must be a great master, right? ... Everyone was taken aback by Sha Po Lang's words and deeds, and couldn't help discussing in a low voice. What made everyone speechless was that this guy's face was unusually thick. He seemed to have heard their comments and looked narcissistic. You're going to die. Little Shura had only one sentence, and walked forward like a mountain. The Misty Rain Tower didn't move, but the sky outside the Misty Rain Tower trembled violently. This is a powerful coercion that can shake the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, harmonize with the heaven and the earth, and truly achieve the realm of the unity of heaven and man. It's really the Supreme King. Little Shura has really cultivated into the body of a heavenly king, it's really terrifying. No wonder he dared to propose to Yan Qingcheng, the bright pearl of the Immortal Gate. You must know that many strong people covet Yan Qingcheng's beauty, and they dare not go to the Undead Gate to propose marriage indiscriminately. Little Shura is indeed qualified with such strength. Witnessing Little Shura's strength with their own eyes, everyone was shocked, since he was born only a few years ago. The invisible power of the world cut off the Yanyu Tower from the outside world, and the heaven and man were united. He used the Supreme Shura divine power to cover the place, and the entire Yanyu Tower was under his control, waiting to trap Sha Po Lang here. Little Shura was extremely calm, sat opposite Sha Po Lang, and said, "I will kill you slowly." Everyone was very surprised. As expected of a strong man trained by Leng Hanbing, the #1 master at the imperial level, he is really powerful. The disciple handed down by the #1 master at the imperial level is really extraordinary. I am afraid that he is the #1 person in his generation. ... Everyone was talking quietly. In fact, people don't know that although Little Shura has just debuted recently, he is in his 40s, strictly speaking he is not a member of the younger generation. Otherwise, if you reach the state of perfection in your 20s, I am afraid that there are not many people in the past and present who can be called heroes of the ages. However, Little Shura's talent is unquestionable, only slightly weaker than Leng Hanbing back then. Leng Hanbing's talent was already considered the best in that era, and he could barely be listed as a rare outstanding person in ancient times. Nowadays, among the young generation of the Shura clan, I am afraid that the Little Shura will be respected. Yes, it is said that the King of Shura and the Saint of Shura were also very powerful back then, but it is said that they were both killed and imprisoned by the same person. Are there any other Heavenly King powerhouses in the Shira clan? Of course, the Heavenly King Shira and the Heavenly King Yaksha ruled the world back then and were invincible, but they were all beaten to death by the same person, and the Saintess of Shira who was born later was even taken away by the same person on the first day she left Shira Island. What a scary person, shouldn't he be the great devil mentioned in many legends? Of course, it is the great demon king who ruled the world more than 150 years ago. Who else can there be besides him? Hearing this, many people gasped. Could it be that those legends are all true? Although there are many versions, it seems that the great demon king appears. It is said that little Shira went to the Immortal Gate to propose a marriage. After seeing him, Yan Qingcheng only mentioned one name, and then little Shira retreated. Many people speculated that it was the great demon king. I've also heard about it. It is said that little Shira once threatened that sooner or later he would kill that big demon king. What is the name of the great demon king? I don't know, it seems that all versions of the legend are called the Great Demon King, and few people mention his name. At this moment, Shapalang spoke again, a little impatiently, and said, I said Brother Shira, you are really boring, sitting opposite me like a door god really affects my appetite, if you want to do it, hurry up. Everyone was dumbfounded, this master is really awesome, he didn't see little Shira in his eyes at all. To tell you the truth, the big devil you are talking about is my brother, as long as I say, Tionglingling, I can summon him. Shapalang said without shame, and said, I debuted a little late back then, otherwise there would be 2 big devils today. Everyone was speechless to him, and you can't brag like that, who would believe it? You really want to die. Little Shira originally wanted to make Shapalang collapse first with his arrogance, and then slowly torture him to death, but he never thought that this top-quality skeleton would not be affected at all. The void was shattered, and the bloody Shira world shrouded down, trying to take Sha Polang in, the dazzling blood light made the entire misty rain tower ablaze. The way is natural, let me break it. Sha Polang shouted. Shapalang is really a jerk, his so-called breaking method turned out to be a violent swipe, sweeping a large group of people behind him, blocking him in front of him, making these people follow him to fight against little Shira. Among them, Xiao Chen was included. Xiao Chen thought for a while and decided to help this guy, otherwise this guy would definitely return to the world of death directly. I can't say how powerful Shapalang is, but he must have mastered the Protoss method of instantly dissipating strength and escaping back to the world of death. Everyone else was shocked. Xiao Chen walked over in a big stride, and flatly pushed out a palm, just in time to meet little Shira's bloody palm the size of a millstone. Boom! What surprised everyone happened. Little Shira spit blood from his mouth and flew hundreds of feet away from the window, staggering in the void to stabilize his figure. Ah! Shapalang sensed Xiao Chen's aura and almost yelled, but finally swallowed the word, Xiao Chen. Everyone was stupefied. With a dignified expression on his face, little Shira flew into the misty rain tower, staring fixedly at Xiao Chen. At this moment, Shapalang yelled, Man, where is the tiger penis wine I want? Also, is the roasted tiger kidney ready? By the way, the most important dish, dragon tiger fight, don't forget it. The shopkeeper and fellows of Yanyu building had the urge to scold their mothers, shouting so loudly, this would definitely alarm the masters of the Hu family on the 10th floor on the top floor. Everyone upstairs in Yanyu couldn't help but marvel, this is really a fucking top quality skeleton. Boom! The door of the private room was pushed open violently, and the burly man from the Hu family walked out, shouting, Who is it? Who is it? The taste of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, I really miss it. Xiao Chen said to himself. At this time, everyone smelled the mouth-watering fragrance. Xiao Chen walked straight to the private room, and the burly man immediately blocked him, but this heavenly king, who was in the realm of perfection, was suppressed and could not move. Xiao Chen walked along the private room to the 10th floor on the top floor. This result shocked everyone, and on the 7th floor of the Misty Rain building, the old man with white beard and hair said tremblingly, Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? I unexpectedly saw him. Old man, who is the he you are talking about? Beside, all the cultivators hurriedly asked. Don't go, little Shira yelled, and chased towards the 10th floor. Chapter 453 Unstoppable. Everyone in the Misty Rain Tower was discussing, and quickly surrounded the old man with white hair, asking questions constantly. Who was that person just now? Old man, it seems that you know the inside story. Tell me about the identity of that person just now. Everyone was looking at this white-haired old man, wanting to learn Xiao Chen's secret from him. Just now, Xiao Chen easily shot the little Shira who was in the realm of the most human beings away. It is obvious to all that such a method is really terrifying, and a person with such a cultivation level must have a terrifying background. Moreover, thinking of the scene where Wu Ming was startled back before, everyone couldn't help but think of this person. It would be even more terrifying if it was the same person. Shocking Wu Ming, one of the strongest men in the past 500 years, must be the most powerful man in the world. Say it quickly, old man, don't hold your breath, just say it quickly. Everyone was staring at the old man, but he stroked his beard, shook his head and said, I was dazzled, I saw the wrong person, and I don't know his identity. But how could everyone believe his words? They all knew that he must be concealing and evading. Is he the legendary Great Demon King? Someone made such an inference, and as soon as the words came out, everyone was taken aback. There are too many legends about the Great Demon King, but it has been distorted until now. I've heard that there seems to be a rift between the Great Demon King and the Hu family. Now he has gone upstairs, and we will know the result later. Everyone couldn't help looking at the stairs in the private room, waiting for the result. At this moment, Xiao Chen has already landed on the 10th floor of the top floor. This place is like a heavenly palace, with carved beams and painted buildings, resplendent and luxurious. The floor is paved with white jade, the roof is made of pearls, the tables and chairs made of purple diamond yin wood are crystal clear and moist, and the emerald food plate is shimmering with green light. The food on each jade plate is even more frightening, such as dragon liver, phoenix marrow, devil ape brain, divine bear paw, 5-color golden ginseng longevity soup, and the extremely rare fruits such as holy king fruit, 7-color dragon scale jujube, etc. The banquet had just been served, and the millennium wine hadn't been poured yet. Xiao Chen came at the right time, and he sat down unceremoniously, which immediately surprised Hu Zaifeng. At this time, Xia Pelang also climbed up to the 10th floor, and Xiao Shuluo also chased up with a vicious look on his face. In the end, it was the burly man of the Hu family who was in the realm of a human being. Bold, you dare to stir up trouble in my Hu family's banquet, you really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. After catching up, the burly man stretched out his claws like a giant ghost, and grabbed the back of Xiao Chen's neck. Back off! Hu Zaifeng yelled hastily. He had already seen Xiao Chen's extraordinary, fearing that something bad happened to his brother, he hurriedly stopped him. But it was too late. Xiao Chen grabbed his palm with a slam without turning his head. Be merciful, Hu Zaifeng shouted, stretched out his right hand, and a tiger claw-shaped white light slashed towards Xiao Chen. Boom! With a light block of Xiao Chen's other hand, the tiger claw divine light was stopped. At the same time, with a violent flick, the burly man was thrown out. Bone Lulu, the Hu family's heavenly king master suddenly felt numb all over, and rolled down the stairs. Everyone on the 7th floor was listening quietly. They never thought that the door of the private room on the 7th floor was knocked open with a bang, and the supreme king of the Hu family rolled out in embarrassment and fell on the floor, unable to move. The misty rain building suddenly boiled. This is a perfect king, but he was thrown down effortlessly like a chicken. This kind of strength is really terrifying. Too powerful, he must be the one who frightened King Wu Ming away first. That's right, this person's strength is simply unpredictable. ... Everyone couldn't help showing shock, but at this moment the old man with white beard and hair was whispering to himself, it's really him. Old man, what are you talking about, who is it really? With a cry, a group of people surrounded him again. On the 10th floor of the top floor, Hu Zaifeng sat on the Zizuanian wooden chair, looked at Xiao Chen opposite, and said in a deep voice, my friend, who are you and why are you like this? Wu Ming sat aside with a faint smile, as if staying out of the matter. Xia Pelang practiced the rare rules, sat aside quietly, without saying a word. And little Shira, with anger and evil spirit, swept towards Xiao Chen with 5 fingers stretched out, blood bursting the void. This is the Shira finger, reaching a high level can annihilate the space, refining the void into chaos, the power is amazing. Xiao Chen smiled and stretched out 2 fingers, leaving behind 2 illusory finger shadows. With a crackling sound, he clamped Xiao Shira's wrist in the shattered void, and said, young man, you are too impulsive. Reaching Shira's finger so easily, not only made little Shira terrified, but also Hu Zaifeng's heart beat violently a few times. Who are you? At this moment, little Shira's divine power surged all over his body, and his whole body was shrouded in blood-colored divine light. The dazzling light rushed out of the window, making the entire misty rain tower a blood red. Many people in Chang'an City saw the abnormal appearance here, and they all showed shock, and the cultivators on the 7th floor even felt this strong blood-colored energy fluctuation, and all showed shock. Boom! On the 10th floor of the top floor, 2 blood-colored Shira swords rushed out of the void like 2 blood-colored lightning bolts, and slashed towards Xiao Chen with terrifying fluctuations like a vast ocean. This is the holy sword personally honed by Leng Hanbing, the #1 imperial master, for little Shira. When he encounters the most critical situation, it will automatically break through the space and slash out. It is extremely powerful. Clang, ding, 2 crisp sounds came out. Xiao Chen flicked out with his jade-like fingers, and struck out 2 Shira holy swords containing the power of a master of the imperial level hundreds of feet away, and flew out of the misty rain tower, clanging in the sky, and the blazing rainbow light rushed straight to Xiaohan. Little Shira's color changed completely. No one understood the horror of the 2 holy swords better than him. As long as he mastered them, he would be waiting for half Leng Hanbing to come to this place in person, but right now he was blown away. Who the hell are you? Little Shira showed a look of disbelief. Xiao Chen waved lightly, and Yuan Kong's 2 blood-red Shira holy swords were captured in his hands immediately. He flicked the blades and said, "You are too crazy, even if it is cold and cold, I will not be afraid of him." When, 2 ear-piercing sword cries came out, the blood light completely dimmed, and the 2 holy swords were easily sealed. "Young man, you are too impulsive. Many people in this world cannot be killed if you want to." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen exerted a little force, and Xiao Shuluo trembled all over, fell limply on the white jade floor, and knelt there with one leg. Even the king of Shira and the holy maiden of Shira didn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me back then. Xiao Chen put the 2 holy swords of Shira on his neck, put the hilt on his thigh, looked down at him, and said, "Do you think you can compare to those 2 people back then? I solved those 2 with my own hands. If you don't want to follow in their footsteps, you'd better put away all your arrogance in front of me." Little Shira's face immediately turned pale, staring at Xiao Chen, said, It's you. But at this moment Xiao Chen seemed to completely ignore him, and took away the eyes that stayed on him. But little Shira felt cold all over his body, and knelt on one knee on the ground, not daring to move. Although the opponent didn't hold the holy sword in his hand, he just put it on his lap casually, but it was only an instant thing to kill him. At this moment, the 7th floor of the Misty Rain building was full of hustle and bustle. Although these cultivators did not dare to enter the 10th floor of the top floor, many of them flew into the sky and saw the situation inside through the window from a distance. Little Shira actually knelt down on one knee in front of that mysterious cultivator with a pale face. This sight made them feel unbelievable. That was the rebellious little Shira, the supreme king trained by Leng Hanbing, the first emperor-level master. However, this scene is undoubtedly real, and everyone feels very shocked. The strength of this mysterious person is too strong, kneeling in front of a master of the King of Heaven. If it is spread, it will definitely cause an uproar. That's right, it's him. The old man with white beard and hair had also flown into the sky, and he kept repeating these words. The people around were so angry that they rolled their eyes and said angrily, "This old guy is really hateful." Of course, the most shocking one was Hu Zaifeng on the top 10th floor. He looked at Xiao Chen fixedly, his expression changed again and again. The impact given to him by the other party was very great, and he suppressed a perfect king with his hands, which made him feel horrified. "I think you already know who I am." Xiao Chen looked at the elegant Hu Zaifeng, and said, "Come on, let's eat and talk. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are really good things, even if they are gods, they may be difficult to eat." Speaking of which, he poked a chopstick in his mouth, put it in his mouth and tasted it, showing a look of great enjoyment. Afterwards, he poured and drank it by himself. A cup of fairy wine like fine nectar and jade liquid, with an intoxicating fragrance, was slowly poured into his mouth. Good wine. Hu Zaifeng, who had a scholarly aura, looked at Wu Ming, but the other party showed him a wry smile, and before he revealed his decision, he blocked any of his proposals, obviously not wanting to offend the person in front of him. "Are you Xiao Chen who has been missing for more than 150 years? Hu Zaifeng looked at Xiao Chen. Although his family had a big grievance with Xiao Chen, he had never met this great enemy. "It's rare for you to remember the time so clearly." Xiao Chen drank another glass of fine wine. Guessing is one thing, but being proven is another. Hu Zaifeng completely changed his color on the spot. For the Hu family, this name was like a curse, but all the outstanding and strong members of the Hu family would not want to destroy this person with their own hands. However, this person seems to have endless vitality. Whenever he thinks that he has completely fallen, he will reappear in this world again. Hu Zaifeng will never forget the shocking battle in the Forbidden Sea 155 years ago. After that battle, no one can underestimate the man in front of him, and the degree of danger is no less than Banzu. Boom boom boom. The stairs were trembling, and the burly man of the Hu family regained his freedom, rushing up like an angry tiger. He is the majestic and supreme king of heaven, but he was thrown downstairs like a child. It is really embarrassing. He pounced and shot at Xiao Chen again. At this moment, he was completely berserk, his blood was surging, and he didn't consider the gap between them at all. More than a dozen black holes appeared in the void, which was his supernatural power, the starry sky tiger roar, which can annihilate the space and simulate the starry sky. In a miniature universe, the stars are shining, as if they are in the endless distance, and they seem to be right in front of them. There are more than a dozen black holes emitting destructive power. A violent breath rushed out of the Yanyu Tower in an instant, and the entire Chang'an city felt this overwhelming oppressive atmosphere. No, Hu Zaifeng exclaimed. Xiao Chen said in a cold voice, I don't know whether to live or die. He sat firmly on the Zizuanian wooden chair, and with just one finger sweep, the starry sky was shattered, and all the stars and black holes were completely destroyed. Boom! Xiao Chen slapped the burly man to the ground with a slap, all the majestic coercion was directed at him alone. In an instant, the body of the Supreme Heavenly King was like a sieve, and he couldn't bear the violent spiritual impact at all. He stared at Xiao Chen's eyes in horror. In those merciless eyes, he saw millions of devils crying, he saw endless vicious spirits screaming, and he even saw the cosmic space shattering. Feeling this kind of ruthlessness and unimaginable majestic power, he seemed to see this person mercilessly tearing apart the stars and everything in the universe when he raised his hand. The king of the Hu family felt that all this was not illusory, and his soul was trembling. A pair of ruthless eyes were full of too much, and the unimaginable pressure of spiritual consciousness made him collapse, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. His whole body was shaking. In the Yanyu Tower, the cultivators who flew up to the sky to observe from a distance were all shocked. They clearly saw the situation inside from the open window. The Supreme King of the Hu family actually knelt in front of the mysterious cultivator, shaking violently, obviously frightened. Such a scene is really shocking. Everyone who was shocked was speechless. After a long time, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Who is this lord? Could it be the legendary Demon King? I don't think it's wrong. You look at the old guy on the 7th floor who is talking and talking. Isn't it really him? I think it's the devil. Hu Zaifeng's expression on the 10th floor on the top floor was very ugly, and he said in a deep voice, Xiao Chen, you are going too far. How do you feel that it's not too much? Xiao Chen put down his chopsticks, looked at him and said, 150 years ago, did you let out rumors that there was a woman under your control, trying to lure me out and kill her? At that time, Xiao Chen didn't take it seriously when he heard the news, because he knew very well the whereabouts of the woman related to him. Now that he has returned from the world of death, since he has met a strong member of the Hu family, he naturally has to ask clearly. A strange color flashed in Hu Zaifeng's eyes, although he quickly receded, Xiao Chen still clearly caught it. Say, what's going on? Xiao Chen felt that he seemed to be negligent, and there might be something hidden in it. It's just a false bait. There is no woman. Now, after so many years, my family no longer wants to be your enemy. Hu Zaifeng's expression remained unchanged, very calm. Lie, Xiao Chen shouted coldly, like a thunderbolt, the whole Yanyu building shook suddenly. Kai, a blazing white light shot up, Hu Zaifeng opened a scroll, retreated without a fight, and disappeared into the Yanyu Tower out of thin air. You can't go. The next moment, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in the sky above the misty rain building, his eyes were extremely cold, and a big hand ruthlessly grabbed towards the void. Boom, he directly smashed the void, and violently grabbed Hu Zaifeng out. This method made everyone look incredible. It can actually cut off the void and detain the people who pass through the space, which is terrifying and almost evil. An even more glaring white light flashed, and Hu Zaifeng unfolded a stronger space scroll and disappeared in place. I won't let you go, no one can let you go. Xiao Chen stood in the void, like a giant standing upright, exuding a vast and unpredictable majestic pressure, and the whole city of Chang'an was shaking. A huge hand appeared 2 miles away, scratched the void on the spot, and knocked out Hu Zaifeng, the 3rd-generation leader of the Hu family. Boom! The big golden hand grabbed Hu Zaifeng and held it firmly. This scene was witnessed by many cultivators, and everyone was horrified. He is the leader of the 3rd generation of the Hu family. The strong man of the celestial race who once defeated the same rank can be the roost among the heavenly kings of the same rank, but he was caught in the big hands like this, and his mouth was bleeding. This powerful contrast is really shocking. Explain. Xiao Chen only had this word, and the majestic coercion swept across the world, and the sky above Chang'an City was shaking violently. That's the rumor from the elders, I really don't understand. Okay, I'll go to your who's house now. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then wait for destruction. The light flashed, and Xiao Chen disappeared in the sky. Only a voice echoed in Wu Ming's ear, saying, I'll go find you in a few days. Wu Ming cursed in his heart, but it was difficult to show it, so he ran away directly. The city of Chang'an was full of hustle and bustle, many cultivators flew into the sky, and flew towards the western region together. Because it is said that the base camp of the Hu family is in the mountains hundreds of miles west of Chang'an. However, when many cultivators arrived, they only saw a piece of ruins. A frightening ruin. In a radius of dozens of miles, there is no longer a single plant, and everything here has been destroyed. The majestic and huge mountains were completely cut off by the sword energy, and the majestic castle of the Hu family was completely shattered. A huge handprint was clearly printed on the ruins, as if it was smashed into pieces by a palm in the sky. There are no fewer than dozens of broken mountains, all of which were cut off by a single sword. There, someone exclaimed. In the west, the sword light soared to the sky, and the incomparable divine light became the only one in the world, dazzling and dazzling, breaking through the sky. Everyone quickly approached there, but only saw an afterimage. 27 war swords spanned the sky, smashing dozens of huge mountains into powder in an instant, leaving nothing in a radius of 50 li. This kind of destructive power really has to make people feel cold in their hearts and feel cold all over. Look, another piece of sword light is charging. It's over, the Hu family's base camp in this mountain range has been uprooted. Above the ruins, many cultivators were stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. The 27 swords completely smashed the mountain range. Not only people from Chang'an City rushed to the important place of Hu's family, but also many famous people who lived in seclusion in the western region. Some old people looked surprised and said, "It's him, 27 swords. I didn't expect him to be born again. It's exciting now. He must have discovered that the Hu family's important place is a virtual shell, and he will definitely chase it to the west. By then, the Hu family and the 500 god knights of the Sun sect will probably be in big trouble." "Old man, what are you muttering about? Is that man the great demon king of over 100 years? The little guy doesn't understand. Don't talk nonsense, or you will get killed." "Is it right? Of course it is him. Who else can wield 27 battle swords besides him? The 500 knights of the Sun sect can shake the Banzu. If he chases to the west, it will be exciting." As the great demon king called Xiao Chen, many young people asked, "Hey, old men, is that person called Xiao Chen?" On this day, Kyushu was not peaceful, and the Devil King was born again, which touched the hearts of many people. Xiao Chen also did not expect that after more than 150 years, he has become a legendary figure, and he is also a great devil in many people's mouth. This made him feel quite speechless. Overseas Shira Island, when little Shira walked in front of Leng Hanbing dejectedly, the wrinkled lines on the face of the #1 master in the imperial class trembled. He was really angry. Hearing the news about Xiao Chen's birth, he would naturally think of that evil Buddha back then, who made him taste the greatest humiliation in his life, which is unforgettable and unforgettable. At the same time, the 5 elements heavenly kings also frowned. The kings of the Zan clan all changed their colors. Almost all the kings of the 100 clans are in danger. Of course, Yasha Banzu, Shira Banzu, Skeleton King and others frowned even more when they heard the news. They were all very uncomfortable. In the battle of the Taboo Sea, all of them were disheartened and shameless. After the few people got the news, they were all silent, and it was hard to guess what they were planning. The world of Kyushu and Sifang is no longer peaceful, and Xiao Chen was born again, which touched the nerves of many people. Xiao Chen didn't expect that the Hu family had gone far to the west and entered the westernmost land with the Sun cult. What remained in Kyushu was just an empty shell, so he decided to enter the westernmost land. When Xiao Chen decided to go far to the west, someone had already entered the westernmost land before him. Jin Sinyi, Tianya, and Kier traveled to the west a few days ago. Jin Sinyi got a clue, and several old people lived in seclusion in the west, so they tracked down. "Hey, under the bright moonlight, the snow is covered with snow, and it is covered with silver." Breathing out white breath, Tianya said, "I heard that tomorrow is a very important festival in the west. On this night, there will be an old man of the Protoss who will distribute gifts everywhere. Let's catch him and see what he looks like and what treasures he has." "Forget it, that's a kind god, don't bother him." Kier shook his head. "Well, okay," Tianya nodded, dispelling the curiosity in his heart. Jin Sinyi looked at the two of them with disdain, and said, "You two woods, you really know what tonight means. Tonight is a very wonderful night." Speaking of this guy's peach blossom eyes burst into light, and suddenly he yelled over a big city, and the shaking snowflakes all over the wild danced wildly. "Brothers, don't make mistakes, sisters, slap hard when it's time to slap. Happy Christmas Eve, everyone." Chapter 454 Lan Nuo, a generation of proud. Crossing the high mountains and leaping across the vast plains, Xiao Chen traveled all the way west and arrived at Zitu at night. Along with him is Chapelang. This guy has been doing a lot of business lately. He made excuses to say that he was tired of staying in the east and wanted to go to the west to have a look. At this moment, the land in the west is covered with snow, the snow is flying all over the sky, and the cold wind is whistling. The ancient castles and cities on the earth shone with soft light, which looked extraordinarily warm in this world of ice and snow. Walking into a small town, the blue stones on the ancient streets have long been flooded with snowflakes, but the lights are brightly lit, and there are all kinds of delicious food that make people's index fingers flutter, and it seems to be filled with a festive atmosphere. Xiao Chen wants to rest in this small town for one night, and then go to whose important place tomorrow. All the hotels and bars closed early, and after traveling around the whole town, they found a small bar still operating normally in a dark corner. A few homeless men were rubbing their hands at the door and exhaling. The small bar was still warm, and the fire in the fireplace was very strong. There were only a few guests, and they were already very drunk, but they were still drinking. The owner of the bar is an old man who looks senile and has no vitality. He is drowsily flipping through a heavy old ancient book. "Oh, God, please forgive me for not coming home on Christmas." A blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged man, when he saw the skeleton of Sha Po Lang, rolled his eyes and fainted beside the bar. "God, please forgive me. I will go home immediately to accompany my wife, even though she scolds me 20 times a day." A blonde man with a strong physique and long body hair almost ran towards the exit as if fleeing for his life. "God is merciful, my child, I forgive you." Chapelang waved his hand at the blonde man rather wisely. "Oh God, don't punish me, I'm not talking and dealing with the devil. I'm a god, not a devil," Chapelang explained solemnly. But how could the blonde man listen in? He had already rushed out in embarrassment, and his speed made even Chapelang stare at him. In the bar, apart from the 3 customers who passed out under the bar, only the aging bar owner remained awake. As for the maids, they had already gone home early. The old man didn't know if he was really brave or he was old and dim-sighted, but he wasn't afraid of seeing Sha Po Lang. He slowly poured 2 glasses of amber wine and brought them to the bar. Xiao Chen didn't care, picked up the glass vessel which was more like a wine jar than a wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp, feeling that it had a different taste compared with Dongtu's wine. Every time at this time, Chapelang would be filled with resentment. He said to himself, "When can I be reborn with flesh and blood? I'll look at it stupidly when others eat meat, and I stand like a pillar when others drink. It's too painful. I also sell life source liquid here. As long as you can afford it, even the devil can consume it here." The old, dazed boss was depressed, and his words seemed to come from a coffin. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. Chapelang looked at him a few times, and said, "I know you are not simple, okay, give me a cup of life source liquid. Of course, it would be even better if there is the blood of the king." This mysterious old man wobbled over a glass of emerald green life source liquid. The transparent wine glass exuded astonishing life energy fluctuations. He pushed it over the bar and said, "If you are willing to pay the corresponding price, it is not impossible to want the king's blood." Puff. Hearing this, Chapelang spewed out the life source liquid that had been poured into his mouth in shock, but in order not to waste this life energy, he took a long breath and swallowed back all the essence that had been scattered in the air. What did you say?" Jin Sinyi was taken aback. After absorbing that mouthful of emerald green life energy, his whole body shone with light. On the other side, Xiao Chen also showed a look of surprise, but he was not shocked at all, and watched all this calmly. "As long as you are willing to pay the price, I can consider selling a drop of your king's blood." The old man was as calm as a rotten tree. Killing the wolf doesn't have to require the king's blood. Although it is very useful to him, it is not something that must be obtained. He is just surprised and curious. "Oh, what will it cost me? Give me your soul." Hearing this, Chapelang almost lifted the table on the spot, but he held back and sneered, "You are so bold, you want to take my soul away, I wonder if you have the ability." "This honorable Mr. Skeleton, I think you have misunderstood something." The white-haired old man wrinkled his face, his expression remained unchanged, and said, haven't you heard that the only thing you need to pay for making a deal with the devil is your soul? Oh, I see, you are from the East, and you know very little about the West. Who are you, the dead Satan? At this moment, Xiao Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. That is my predecessor, maybe I will inherit everything from him in the future. So you are a super devil? Xiaopalang looked at him with an unkind expression. Strictly speaking, I am a person, not a devil. Maybe I have the opportunity to inherit part of the power of the devil Satan. The old man's face remained unchanged, and he explained patiently, even if we make a deal, it is not really harvesting your soul, but just letting your soul serve me for a period of time. I didn't expect it. Xiao Chen seemed to be a little emotional, staring at the old man, and said, the genius illusionist with incomparably powerful potential has inherited part of Satan's power. At this moment, the old man, who was originally depressed and half of his body buried in the loess, shot out two divine lights from his muddy eyes, stared at Xiao Chen extremely sharply, and said, Who are you? Xiao Chen's face was filled with mist, and his true face was revealed in an instant. Xiao Chen. The old man showed surprise. Then his appearance changed drastically in an instant, his bones creaked, and his old age almost disappeared in an instant. He became a young man in his 20s, regaining his vigorous vitality. His long golden hair was as dazzling as the sun, and his fair face was extremely handsome. You've changed a lot. Xiaopalang was astonished. Unexpectedly, you still remember me. Kai Luo, a beautiful golden man, stared at Xiao Chen, his whole body was full of divine power, as vast as a vast ocean. At this moment, the sky above this ancient town was shrouded in divine brilliance. The powerful divine power was surging and mighty, undulating like the sea, and the brilliance appeared extraordinarily bright and bright in the night sky. Kai Luo, a powerful illusion genius spirit, when Xiao Chen first entered the longevity realm and was trapped on Dragon Island, he experienced a tragic fight. Kai Luo was one of the people who posed a serious threat to him at that time. More than 200 years have passed, and under the ruthless power of the years, Kaila has already become a gray-haired old man. Only in the state of battle will he adjust his vitality to the most vigorous state. Kai Luo stared at Xiao Chen and said, Do you want to kill me? Looking at this former opponent, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, We don't have any conflicts of interest. Since we cooperated to find the Dragon King in the later period of Long Island, the grievances of those years have been exposed. The old friends killed one by one, and it is difficult for our contemporaries to see each other. However, if we go to the opposite side in the future, I will not show mercy. Hearing these words, the young Kai Luo's whole body was introverted, and he became old again in an instant, and soon became a gray-haired old man again. You are an illusionist, why did you choose to inherit the power of Satan? Xiao Chen asked puzzled. The old man laughed at himself bitterly. Even if the illusion is the strongest, so what, without sharp attack power, you will never be the strongest. Xiao Chen was silent for a while, and could see that the old man's situation seemed to be very unsatisfactory. Kaila, the powerful illusion genius in the past, was so energetic at the beginning. His celestial appearance made him so energetic. He never thought that under the tempering of the years, everything in the past seemed bleak. Now he is so depressed and has become a somewhat decadent old man. Time will slowly obliterate and forget everything. Xiao Chen was very emotional. I got the news that the Tiger family is secretly dispatching masters. All the second and third generations of elites have rushed back to Hubao. Kai Luo Gujing looked calmly at Xiao Chen and said, The 500 god knights of the Sun God sect have also been dispatched. It is said that the key figures among them are all old antiques who have lived to the present in ancient times. I am afraid it is not as simple as being able to confront the Banzu. Even suppressing the Banzu is probably more than enough. Thank you for the news, I know it well. Xiao Chen calmly drank a glass of wine. At this moment, a dragon's howl suddenly came from the distant sky, and the sound moved the whole field, followed by a flash of purple light in the bar, and a figure suddenly appeared. It is conceivable how terrifying the speed of the incoming person is, even Xiao Chen showed surprise. This is a purple-clothed girl, exquisitely delicate, with black eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, her eyes rippling like rippling autumn water, her nose is straight, red lips dotted, white teeth are shining, her figure is tall and graceful. A head of purple hair shone with a little bit of brilliance, and the hair flew up, like water waves flowing, indescribably flowing out of the dust. The most peculiar thing is that there is a pair of purple jade horns on her head, which are crystal clear and translucent, which not only makes her more beautiful but also looks a little cute. If Xiaopalang had drooled after seeing this woman, a stream would have flowed down his chest, and this guy's eyes were completely straightened. Xiao Chen was shocked, there is no doubt that this is a dragon girl. Moreover, the purple jade horn on its head turned out to be the horn of an ancestral dragon, and it was shining brilliantly. This must be a dragon king. There are only a dozen dragon kings, but only one has purple dragon horns, and that is the first purple dragon king born on Dragon Island. Xiao Chen's thoughts turned, and he immediately thought of Lan Nuo. The purple dragon king followed Tianzhao goddess Lan Nuo, and now he suddenly appeared. Doesn't it mean that Lan Nuo is nearby? The neck is slender, the eyes are bright, I feel pity. Xiaopalang muttered solemnly, with an air of pretentiousness. The dusty and charming dragon girl just glanced at him, and the purple light shot out, immediately making Xiaopalang take 3 steps back. As a result, it stepped on the back of the hand of a man who had fainted from fright before, and woke up with a groaning pain, which made the man run out of the bar in fright. Are the things ready? The voice of the dragon girl in purple was like the sound of nature, very soft and moving. Ready. Kyla stood up staggeringly, showing his old age, and said, however, the transaction has changed, and we need to add 10 drops of half-ancestor blood. 2 dreamlike rainbows shot out from the eyes of the dragon girl in purple, and she said, why did you wait until it was time to trade? Miss Z, don't blame me. This is the idea of the elders in the church. I'm just a middleman. Besides, Goddess Lanuo will become the eternal god of the half-ancestor tonight. A few drops of blood are nothing to her. Hearing what Kailuo said, Xiaopalang's mouth suddenly opened into an, oh, shape. Someone will become the eternal god of the king tonight. The news made him almost dumbfounded. Xiao Chen was even more shocked. More than 200 years had passed, and there was still no news of Lan Nuo. When she never wanted to know her whereabouts again, she was about to break into the half-ancestor realm. What a shock. She really deserves to be a generation of goddesses who have reached such a state in more than 200 years. I am afraid that she will be the youngest half-ancestor in history. Sure enough, he is worthy of being an outstanding person through the ages. My sister wants to forge her holy sword at the same time as becoming the eternal god of the half-ancestor tonight. There is still a dispensable material that has already been agreed with you. However, when the matter comes to an end, you increase the price. Haven't you thought of the consequences of angering a half-ancestor? You are asking for a lot of money and blackmailing. The purple-clothed dragon goddess turned cold. Kyla shook his head and said, it's not up to me to decide, but as far as I know, these 10 drops of blood were added temporarily because of an accident, please Haihan. Okay, give me the things you collected, and I agree on behalf of my sister. The purple-clothed dragon goddess looked calm, showing no emotions. Kyla opened a metal box under the bar, and suddenly the divine light burst into the sky. Inside was the legendary 7-colored iron, and the gorgeous brilliance flooded the entire bar. This kind of divine iron is extremely rare, and it is difficult to exchange for a mountain of gold. And from the conversation just now, it can be seen that this refining material is just an auxiliary material for Lanuo's holy sword, not the real main material. One can imagine how amazing the holy sword she is going to sacrifice is. But it is conceivable and understandable. After all, she is a generation of Tianzhao goddess. She seems to be the youngest half-ancestor in history. Naturally, she has to refine her holy sword to the strongest level so that she can match her. She doesn't like ordinary half-ancestor spirit treasures. Seeing that the dragon girl in purple was about to leave, Xiao Chen said, does Xiao Zilong remember me? The dragon girl in purple turned around, stared at him seriously, seemed to remember something for a moment, and said, it's you. I want to see your sister. Yes. The purple-clothed dragon girl nodded, and said, after passing through, don't make a sound, don't disturb, and can only watch quietly from a distance. No problem. Xiaopalang immediately rushed to follow him, and Kai Luo also walked out of the bar and soared into the sky. Lanuo, the goddess of a generation of Tianzhao, will become the eternal god of the half-ancestor. This is no top-secret news among the major forces in the Western land. Some people have already obtained the secret a few days in advance. Near the Midika's peak, many cultivators had already gathered, but no one dared to approach, they were all watching in secret, wanting to witness the eternal miracle of a generation of goddesses successfully breaking into the realm of the half-ancestor. The moonlight is like water, and the surrounding snow-capped mountains are filled with bright radiance. When Xiao Chen and the others arrived, they had already found many first-comers. Everyone remained silent, and no one spoke out. The purple-clothed girl left. Xiao Chen and Xiaopalang stood quietly on a snow peak. He had already spotted the figure of the master of the Hu family, and also saw the god knight of the sun cult. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Jin Yi, Tianya and Kier flew from afar and climbed to this snow peak, and Jin Yi was still carrying a bulging bag. Here, Sha Palang greeted hurriedly. Fate, we are destined to meet each other from thousands of miles away. Jin Yi and others immediately ran over. He and Sha Palang were like-minded, and they could be called confidants. They immediately gave Sha Palang a warm hug, crushing Sha Palang's skull and bones. Sha Palang bared his teeth, hurriedly pushed him away, and asked, I said, what is that bulging thing in your pocket? Tianya curled his lips and said, Brother Yi is a jerk, he caught a very kind god and put it in his pocket. Catch a god? What kind of god? Sha Palang asked curiously. Xiao Chen also showed his curiosity, and asked, what trouble have you caused again, to capture a god like this? I really didn't cause any trouble this time. Jin Yi hurriedly dismissed it, and said, just to satisfy Tianya's curiosity, we followed behind a man called Santa Claus to see what he looked like. In the end, I accidentally put him in his own pocket. Alas, it's disappointing. It's far less handsome than me, short and fat, nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Chen was almost speechless. This guy was such an idiot, he said. Hurry up and let him go, it's shameful for you to insult such a good god. Please, it's not that I don't want to let him go. This guy sticks by our side and doesn't want to leave. He insists on watching with us the grand event of Tianzhao goddess Lan Nuo being promoted to half-ancestor. He said that he can't get close to this place. In a fit of anger, I pretended to be him. Quote. Xiao Chen wanted to knock him twice, and said, let him go quickly. Afterwards, Kier kept apologizing to the naive old man. And Xiao Chen took Jin Yi to the other side, and asked, you have been in Zitu for a while, do you know whether the Hu family and the Sun God sect are connected with some half-ancestors? I've never heard of this, but it looks like they're making a big move tonight. Jin Yi pointed to the surrounding snow peaks, and said, look, those are the second-generation masters of the Hu family. Over there are the god knights of the Sun God sect. There were already shadows in the surroundings, and the major forces in the western lands did not know how many people came to watch this grand event. It's okay. Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. More and more people gathered, and many powerful casual cultivators also rushed here after hearing the news, wanting to witness the birth of an outstanding half-ancestor. At this time, a divine rainbow became the only one in the world, and a girl in white clothes appeared on the highest peak of Medikas. Under the watery moonlight, Shifeng is crystal clear, shining like a dream. On the top of the mountain, Lan Nuo was dressed in white clothes that surpassed the snow. Under the shroud of moonlight, her fairy body seemed to emit a faint holy radiance. Chapter 455 Not a Ban Ancestor, Overpowering a Ban Ancestor. Under the watery moonlight, Shifeng is crystal clear, shining like a dream. Lan Nuo, dressed in white to surpass the snow, with icy muscles and fine bones, stood quietly on top of the snow peak, with black hair flying all over his head, and his whole body was shrouded in a hazy holy brilliance, making the bright moon in the sky eclipsed. Many powerful casual cultivators are watching from the snow peak in the distance. There will be many catastrophes when they achieve the eternal god position of the half-ancestor. This kind of rare scene is rare in the ages, so it is particularly attractive to the gods. Xiao Chen stood quietly on an ice peak. The ancient well was calm, staring at the magnificent goddess in front of her. Before coming here, there was still a little bit of turmoil in his heart. After all, Lan Nuo was too famous for his generation, and he was the goddess in many people's hearts. But when he arrived here, the wave in his heart completely disappeared, and at this moment his heart was surprisingly peaceful. It is undeniable that the magnificent woman in front of him once left a rippling in his heart, but that was just an appreciation of the perfect things, and today his heart is empty, without any ripples. In his eyes, the goddess of the past is just an outstanding woman who will become a half-ancestor, and there is nothing else. Looking at Lan Nuo from a distance, he recalled many past events, as if seeing through the past for the first time. For a moment, his mind wandered out of the void, and he fell into the distant memory. It was not until a long time later that he completely recovered. At this moment, he felt relaxed and let go of many people and things at once. In an instant, the whole mind rushed into the vast space of stars, a ball of divine light in the heart was extremely gorgeous, and the spiritual consciousness became more and more brilliant and condensed. In just a short moment, his spiritual consciousness grew a lot, completing a small sublimation. Tianya looked at him in amazement, and said, Brother Xiao Chen, your body was glowing just now, and then it seemed that you suddenly disappeared from this world, even standing beside you can't feel your breath. Jin Yi chuckled and said, Brother, don't steal the limelight, okay? Is it you who want to become the half-ancestor, or the beautiful and outrageous woman opposite to become the half-ancestor? Xiao Chen smiled, but said nothing. At this moment, on the top of Mitika's peak, a radiant light burst out suddenly, and then an extremely powerful energy fluctuation rushed straight to Xiaohan. The dazzling light made the night sky brilliant, and the divine brilliance illuminated the entire mountain range, as bright as day. Then one after another divine rainbow rose into the sky, like a series of big waterfalls flowing backwards into the sky. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular, like luminous Yangtze rivers rushing, and the rumbling sound was endless. The sky thundered, the lightning struck and danced, and the situation changed in an instant, and the sky and the earth turned pale. On the top of Mitika's peak, with Tianzhao goddess Lanuo as the center, a total of 9981 divine rainbows rushed into the vast starry sky, like 9981 ancestral dragons rushing into the sky. The blazing light made people unable to open their eyes, and the deafening thunder kept rumbling. Lanuo began to attack the eternal god of the half-ancestor. There is no way to hide the impact on the half-ancestor, because it needs the power of heaven and earth to temper one's body, and the movement is too great. As long as they are in this world, any powerful cultivator can sense it. At this moment, in the Far East, even overseas, those half-ancestors of other races who were retreating all opened their eyes and showed shock. It has been many years since a new half-ancestor was born, and tonight was so sudden. They felt the powerful energy fluctuations from the west, and the moment they opened their eyes, they saw the dazzling divine light. Overseas islands, half-ancestors of foreign races broke through the space one after another and rushed to the western land, wanting to see who stepped into their field. On the top of Mitika's peak, Lanuo was full of divine power and dazzling brilliance. The divine brilliance emitted from her whole body was like huge heavenly swords, sinking into the sky, and the brilliance bloomed. Endless lightning struck down and continuously exploded on Lanuo, but they were all blocked by her divine brilliance, and then continuously gathered the power of shocking thunder and lightning into her body. Boom! After 99 and 81 divine rainbows soared into the sky, Lanuo's graceful fairy body shot up more than 200 glaring rays of light successively, a total of more than 300 divine lights, like a resplendent waterfall galloping and roaring in the sky, penetrating the heaven and the earth. The brilliant god waterfall is as thick as a mountain, sweeping across the entire sky, and finally rushing towards the starry sky. The stars all over the sky seemed to be shaking, and the light was dazzling. Afterwards, the countless stars in the sky shot down streaks of divine brilliance, which even connected to the top of Mitika's peak, connecting with Lanuo's fairy body. The night was as bright as day, and endless starlight poured down, condensing on Lanuo's divine body. This is the key to achieving the eternal god position of the half-ancestor, with the help of the power of the universe and stars, to temper the soul and body. This is a process that every half-ancestor must go through. I don't know how many stars divine light connected to the peak of Mitika's. Lanuo was completely overwhelmed by the bright light, and thunder after thunder was roaring. Everything in the world, the stars in the universe, and the power of the world have cast Banzu's body and soul. This is the fundamental reason why Banzu can look down on all living beings. All over the sky is the divine splendor waterfall that penetrates the starry sky and the peak of Mitika's. The spectacular scene shocked all the cultivators who watched this scene. They really understood how far the gap with the Banzu was. Suddenly, a bloody glow tore through the sky. A bloody sword aura that was more than 20 miles long and 2 miles wide struck from a distant snow peak, and its target was the goddess Lanuo on the peak of Mitika's. Someone intervened in her achievement of the eternal god of the half-ancestor. This is a very serious matter. If it is obstructed and destroyed at such a critical moment, it will be very dangerous, and it is very likely that goddess Lanuo's previous efforts will be wasted. But there is no way around it. Even if she chooses to live in a relatively deserted western region, the strange appearance when she became a half-ancestor will still be felt by all superpowers. The blood light that is more than 20 miles long, tearing apart the heaven and the earth, smashed to the front in the blink of an eye, shattered a piece of crystal brilliance with a bang, and sank into the peak of Mitika's. Lanuo's body trembled for a while, but he blocked it. The sound of clanging was endless. Xiao Chen took action. He didn't want to sit and watch Lanuo being plotted against so despicably. 27 war swords crossed the sky, and slashed towards the snow mountain in the distance. Boom! Almost in an instant, the mountain range was shattered, and the sky was filled with smoke, dust and snowflakes. 27 war swords swung vertically and horizontally, and rushed back quickly. Obviously, the person who shot secretly didn't want to reveal his identity, and retreated with one blow, and had already changed his position. Chi-chi! The sound of piercing the sky came again, and there were 9 blood lights rushing from all directions, each of which was 20 or 30 miles long, and its power was unpredictable. Dozens of slightly taller snow peaks collapsed directly under the powerful aftermath. It is conceivable how terrifying power the 9 huge bloodlights contain. Xiao Chen swung his war sword to attack again and again, blocking 5 of the bloodlights, but still 4 of them rushed to the top of Chimitika's peak. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and the entire western land shook. The 4 blood lights collided with the power of the endless stars, and the burst of light illuminated the entire land, like 10 suns shining in the sky. There must be more than one half-ancestor making a move, at least there are 2 or 3 people, otherwise Xiao Chen can completely block it with his sword. Who is so vicious? An old man covered in tatters and white hair like weeds rushed up to the sky, and shouted to the 4 directions, "It is fair and above board for my disciple to achieve the eternal god of the half-ancestor today. If you do harm secretly, you must pay 10 times the price for it." It was actually Shan Weishan who hadn't seen each other for a long time. At this moment, he didn't look crazy, and shouted angrily at the 4 directions, "What do you think this is?" His left and right hands are holding a pair of huge relatives, the black light is soaring into the sky, and the surrounding is even more demonic, like a million gods and demons roaring. He shouted, "This is the relative of Xingtian god of war. Although he and Kaiyu demon god cannot come here due to something, they have already spoken. Whoever dares to harm Lan Nuo will be chased and killed in the future." The so-called relatives are shields and big axes. The pair of magic soldiers brought out by the mountain outside the mountain are exactly the fierce and mighty Xingtian's fierce soldiers. Who are Xingtian and Kaiyu in the shadow of a famous tree? Those are the real great demon gods of ancient times. They have the real record of killing Banzu with their own hands. They are invincible. They are the most terrifying people among Banzu. You may not know my apprentice Lan Nuo's background. She also has 2 master ancestors, one is an outsider, and the other is a heaven and earth. If you dare to do harm, you will wait for the 4 half-ancestors to join forces to hunt down her. Shan Weishan yelled angrily. At this moment he was really impatient, he had no choice but to bring up someone else's name to frighten the secret Banzu. Just now, the 4 streaks of 20 to 30 miles long blood light submerged into the top of Mitika's peak, but it didn't seem to hurt Lan Nuo, and at this moment the divine radiance there became even brighter. It can be clearly seen that the evil spirit in the several blood glows has been scattered, and the essence contained in them has been absorbed by Lan Nuo. This kind of performance has to be amazing. This woman is very unusual. Xiao Chen soared into the sky. At this moment, he had already put on a layer of gleaming iron clothes, like the battle clothes of the god of death, and looked a little strange among the shining snow-capped mountains. However, the black iron clothes also set off his supernatural power, giving people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Counting me who is not a half-ancestor and has not been in the world for more than 150 years, I would be happy to find a half-ancestor to sharpen the sword in my hand. The voice is very gentle, but it brings an unparalleled pressure. 27 war swords emerged around Xiao Chen, Shenhong shocked the sky, and the black iron clothes on his body were also shiny, arousing a soaring fighting spirit. Looking at this young man with black hair fluttering around, iron clothes and swords flying across the air, all the cultivators in the snow mountain really felt a chill and a sense of fear. How arrogant is it to dare to attack Banzu and use Banzu as a whetstone? Not a half-ancestor, but better than a half-ancestor. People of the older generation have already recognized Xiao Chen. Although he has not been born for more than 150 years, the shocking battle in the Taboo Sea that year will not be forgotten by people. Back then, this young man was able to shake the Banzu. After so many years, no one knows what kind of terrifying state he has reached. He is the only one who dares to say such words, the only person in the Kyushu and the Sifang world who is not the Banzu, but dares to wave the butcher knife at the Banzu. He is still alive. This person really hasn't died. ... Many powerful casual cultivators whispered to themselves. And many young cultivators also came to the snow mountain, and they couldn't help talking about it. He is indeed the great demon king. No wonder Xiao Shira and the heavenly king of the Hu family knelt on the ground after being suppressed in the misty rain tower. Xiao Chen, he is that Xiao Chen. It's him. Xiao Chen is the great demon king, and the great demon king is him. ... Blocking and destroying someone at the critical moment of achieving the eternal god position of the half-ancestor, this is a very insidious method, and it can be said to be very disgusting. Banzu who shot secretly seemed to feel the pressure, so he didn't continue to shoot for a while. Some people on the other 2 snow peaks could not calm down anymore. Countless people from the second generation Hu family and the third generation elite of the Hu family were here. They whispered softly and disappeared in an instant. On another mountain peak, several divine knights from the sun god cult were also having secret talks, and soon they also disappeared among the snow peaks. Not long after, the masters of the Hu family and the divine knights of the sun sect gathered together at Balaway, and they all showed understanding. Maybe tonight is a rare opportunity. That's right, he's going to attack us anyway. If we don't take advantage of the opportunity when the half-ancestor who is hostile to him is here, and attack him, maybe those old immortals will be dragged in. Is the ancient formation of your sun god sect really that powerful? 500 divine knights can shake the half-ancestor. Don't worry, you can even suppress Banzu. The 500 strong men of your Hu family have been practicing for many years. Together, the two god formations are enough to suppress him. I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress. Although he is not a half-ancestor, you should all be aware that he has already given the half-ancestor a headache. We only need to be able to hurt him. At that time, the half-ancestor who is hostile to him may not be able to resist killing him. Ha ha ha, several divine knights taught by the sun god looked at the strong men of the Hu family and laughed. At this moment, Goddess Lan Nuo has experienced many dangers and is stepping into the real half-ancestor realm step by step. All the stars in the sky are blooming with brilliance, beams of bright beams are shooting towards the peak of Midikas, until finally, it seems that the whole Milky Way is hanging down. Everything in the world, the stars in the universe and the power of the world are constantly tempering Lan Nuo's body and soul. At this moment, I can gradually feel the majestic coercion she exudes. I don't know what kind of world power will be attracted to temper my body if my martial body reaches that stage. Xiao Chen secretly speculated. Boom! In the distant sky, there suddenly came an incomparably majestic coercion, terrifying fluctuations surged, and the entire snow mountain was shaking. An incomparably powerful fighting spirit swept across the entire world, overwhelming the 9 heavens. In the far sky, the 500 sun god knights all looked solemn, like the revived ancient gods of war. The ancient armor around them shone with a unique cold luster of metal, full of knife marks and holes, and imprinted with indelible traces of time, recording their past glory. The backbone of it is the ancient god knight who has survived since ancient times. None of their mounts are ordinary, or they are covered with dragon-scale armor, are surrounded by brilliant defensive lights, all of them are ancient beasts, slowly approaching in the void. Xiao Chen is to die. Xiao Chen is to die. ... Shocking roars came in unison, and the 500 sun god knights were like ancient gods coming to the world. The entire western land vibrated by the huge sound seemed to shake. However, after Xiao Chen saw all this, he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, a shocking fighting spirit rushed up, like a sword of anger that made the mountains and rivers lose their color, frightening. With black hair fluttering around, iron clothes intimidating, and swords flying across the sky, he is already ready for a big battle. Chapter 456, Blood Boiling. The 500 divine knights were like ancient gods coming to the world, their fighting spirit was soaring, and the surrounding snow-capped mountains were trembling violently. The wild beasts they sat on roared loudly, with fierce aura, and slowly approached in the void. Xiao Chen, suffer to die. The deafening sound was uniform, like thunder roaring, making Xingyu tremble. This is an ancient array that can be used to confront the Banzu. 500 people are united in spirit and spirit, heading straight to Shaohan. You can see the huge battle spirit condensed into a human form, standing between the sky and the earth, and the light is dazzling. Wearing a dark iron battle suit and holding a battle sword, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step in the void, like a king walking out of the world of death, with a powerful momentum exuding from his whole body, which can be said to penetrate the Chenghong and make the mountains and rivers pale. He is obviously a person of flesh and blood, but he seems to be moving forward with a world in his hands, united with the heaven and the earth. Thousands of mountains and billions of stars seem to be in turmoil. Kill! 500 sun god knights shouted loudly and overwhelmed the sky thunder. All the knights riding on the wild beasts raised their two-handed swords and golden spears together. That piece of void light shines on the mountains and rivers, and the gorgeous divine brilliance makes people unable to face it directly. The powerful energy fluctuations are like the undulations of the vast sea. 500 ancient god soldiers, shining in the sky and earth, like 500 shrunken suns shining brightly, the soaring sword energy and the divine light of the spear shattered the sky, the brilliance condensed together and struck towards Xiao Chen. That huge ray of light was like a heavenly pillar towering into the sky, and it fell down with a bang. It was more terrifying than the heavenly knife, and it was extremely sharp. The huge light blade is dozens of miles long and 5 or 6 miles wide, splitting the sky and earth, and shattering the void. Such a giant blade is impossible to avoid, and there is nowhere to hide. Xiao Chen looked up to the sky and screamed, holding a sword in his hand, soaring up to the sky, facing the huge light blade that eclipsed the sun, moon and stars. The battle sword is like a rainbow, although it is no more than 1.5 meters long, and the sword glow it spits out is no bigger than the thickness of a wrist, but its momentum is astounding, and the rainbow glow is so bright that it breaks through the sky. Xiao Chen roared, all his black hair was blowing backwards, and the dark iron battle suit on his body burst into bursts of black light. He was like a round of black sun, and the light of the sword in his hand was dozens of miles long. Although it was far less thick than the light blade above, it was extremely sharp. Kai, the divine rainbow breaks the sky, and the mountains and rivers lose their color. Holding the battle sword in his hand, Xiao Chen cut off the huge light blade in the sky at once, splitting it into 2 parts. Boom! The sound of energy collapsing was like a million giant mountains collapsing. It shocked people's minds, and it was even more buzzing in their ears, and the eardrums were about to shatter. With great momentum, the huge light blade was chopped into pieces above the sky. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of Xiao Chen's sword was just now. Although he was holding a sword just now, the fierce killing intent of the 27 battle swords were all concentrated together. Therefore, one sword cut across the sky, cutting off the huge light blade with the unity of spirit and spirit of 500 knights. After so many years of being peaceful, the fighting spirit in Xiao Chen's heart was awakened today. When he met a powerful enemy, his blood boiled. The huge light blade that was chopped into pieces in the sky, thousands of energy frenzy flowed backwards, raging in the high sky, turning into a glaring rage. The 500 divine knights roared loudly, the sound shook the sky, and the surging rage turned into 500 divine lights, which rushed back into their divine formation in an instant. A mighty coercion spread over the sky in an instant, and the spirit of the 500 knights became one, and the battle spirit condensed in front of them became clearer and more real. And the 500 rays of divine light that had just been summoned back quickly condensed away from the hands of the battle spirit, forming a 2-handed sword with dazzling rays of light, emitting bursts of terrifying sword energy fluctuations that made people feel palpitating. This is simply a living god whose strength is comparable to that of the half-ancestor. All the powerful rogue cultivators in the distance did not change their colors. It was rumored that the 500 sun god knights were one, and they could shake the half-ancestor. What they saw with their own eyes at this moment shocked their hearts. Roar! The golden god with his feet on the ground and the sky above his head roared loudly. The giant golden sword in his hand was 20 miles long, emitting a light that soared into the sky, and his whole body seemed to be burning with a raging golden fire. He stood on the spot and slashed at Xiao Chen with his sword. The huge golden sword directly shattered the sky, just like a golden mountain crashing towards him. Overwhelming, the golden giant sword was so big that it covered the sky, and the terrifying sword aura was overwhelming, submerging Xiao Chen below. Xiao Chen felt his blood boiling. It had been a long time since he had fought such a big battle. Holding the sword in his hand, he went up against the sky and rushed towards the dazzling sword light. The sword in his hand shot out a rainbow that soared into the sky. If you can't dodge, fight with the strongest combat power. Everyone was shocked. Compared with the golden god, a human being who was as small as an ant, the sword in his hand was shining, soaring into the sky, and the divine rainbow actually collided with the golden giant sword. Clang! The loud noise made people's eardrums numb, and their brains felt extremely painful. The golden giant sword and the divine rainbow shot by the tiny battle sword slashed together, making a piercing metallic trembling sound, as if 2 huge gods of the same size were shaking hard. Boom! The entire world was filled with dazzling light, and Xiao Chen was sent flying for more than 20 miles before he stabilized his figure in the sky. And the golden god standing upright also retreated for dozens of miles. The whole snow mountain was shaking, and many snow peaks collapsed directly. The 500 sun god knights all trembled, and they rode the wild beasts and retreated the same distance, and the light on their bodies seemed to dim a bit. Xiao Chen turned into a rainbow and rushed over. If he wanted to completely resolve the battle, the 500 sun god knights were the key. If they were killed, the huge golden god would naturally be shattered. But since it is an ancient god formation, it can shake the half-ancestor after it is formed, so it is naturally superior. The moment he took action, the golden god who stood upright had already merged with the 500 sun god knights, and the 500 people rode wild beasts into the huge body of the light quality god. Roar! The golden god let out a roar, and a golden ancient beast appeared under his crotch. It had a dragon head, a horse body, unicorn feet, and a crocodile tail. The whole body was covered with golden scales. Sure enough, Waiteruo created a half-ancestor. No wonder it is said that this formation can fight against the half-ancestor of the heaven-reaching realm. Everyone is amazed. Suddenly, the roar of the tiger shook the sky on the other side, and the 500 powerful members of the Hu family also formed an ancient battle formation and slowly approached. The 500 fighting gods were all riding huge white tigers, and they were full of evil spirits. All of them have a murderous aura, and when they gather together, they go straight to the sky. This kind of momentum can be described as breathtaking and frightening. There is a touch of blood lingering on everyone's body. It can be imagined that they are all powerful cultivators who have experienced countless blood baptisms. 2 divine formations. All the powerful casual cultivators realized why these 2 big families had nothing to fear. The Sun God sect formed an alliance with the Hu family, and passed the top secret array to the Hu family. The 2 families were determined to deal with Xiao Chen. The roar of the tiger shook the 9 heavens, and the 500 elite fighting gods of the tiger family were all shining into the sky. Their spirits and spirits merged together, and a huge god manifested in the sky. This is a silver-white giant god with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a white tiger. The combination of the 2 not only has human arms, but also the terrifying body of a white tiger. This is a human tiger god. All the 500 strong members of the Hu family also fell into the body of this indomitable silver-white giant god, and Xiao Chen was blocked between the golden giant god on the opposite side. No one expected that there would be such a big battle. Originally, he came here to watch Lan Nuo's promotion to the half-ancestor, but he never thought that 2 terrifying gods would be transformed into 2 terrifying gods to fight against Xiao Chen, who had disappeared from the world for more than 150 years. Xiao Chen was very calm, and did not show the slightest fluctuation because of the 2 gods joining forces. At this moment, he summoned 27 battle swords, and slashed towards the 2 giant gods. Chi chi chi. The sword light shook the sky, like a comet piercing the sky, and like a long rainbow penetrating the sun. The 27 swords were urged to the extreme state, with a murderous aura, and the sword intent traversed the void. The giant human tiger god and the golden god all roared loudly, bursting out with incomparable power. It was as if 2 suns had exploded. The golden rays of light and the silver divine splendor illuminate the world, and endless black holes appear in the void where they pass. The 2 indomitable giant gods did not appear clumsy due to their huge bodies, but were extremely dexterous. They rushed to the sky, covered with dazzling brilliance, like eternal battle armor. They separated the battle swords between the endless black holes, stopped their figures above the sky, and launched an attack on Xiao Chen. The great sword in the hand of the golden god has turned into a golden spear. At this moment, he is riding the beast with a dragon head, a horse body, a unicorn foot, a crocodile tail, and launched the strongest god-knight combat technique, charge. Ignoring space, ignoring time, breaking the barriers of time and space, it is almost in front of you in an instant. The powerful savage beast was comparable to a mountain, and it carried the golden giant god. It was extremely ferocious. The golden spear, which was more than 20 miles long, pierced from the sky and directly reached Xiao Chen's chest. This is no longer a stab, but a violent smash. The golden spear is too big, and Xiao Chen's body is relatively tiny like an ant. Boom! It directly shattered the sky, like golden lightning as thick as a mountain, hitting the 9 battle swords that came across the sky. At the same time, the silver-white human tiger giant slashed over with a huge silver sword, launching a fierce and terrifying charge. It also broke the barriers of time and space, and the momentum was extremely huge. Boom! The other 9 battle swords stood in front of Xiao Chen, and the waves of unparalleled energy emitted a dazzling light, sweeping across the entire sky. Xiao Chen's whole body was blooming with brilliant brilliance, and mysterious patterns emerged one after another, helping him break through the limitations of time and space, and prevented the charge of the 2 giant gods in the first place. Otherwise, he might be in danger. Cut. 18 battle swords surrounded Xiao Chen, and at the same time, the other 9 swords went up against the sky, resplendent and dazzling, tearing apart the heaven and earth, and slashed towards the 2 huge gods. Roar. The roar shook the sky. The 2 giant gods did not expect Xiao Chen to resist the charge, and launched such a fierce counterattack in an instant. Although they retreated extremely quickly, they were still hit by 2 swords each. The light dimmed for a while, and they rushed towards the sky. At this time, Xiao Chen summoned the stone statue, and now the stone statue is almost completely shattered, with cracks all over its body. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen, who was wearing the dark iron battle suit, merged with the stone statue, becoming a huge stone man, and rushed to the sky with the enlarged sword in his hand. Boom, clang, the battle between the three of them in the sky was extremely fierce and shocked Xingyu. The stone man fought alone against the two huge gods, and he was not defeated. With a swing of the sword, the sky wind shattered the void, the stars seemed to be shaking, and the sword light was incomparable. And the golden giant god and the silver human tiger continued to charge. They broke the barriers of time and space. The golden spear and the silver giant sword were extremely terrifying, blooming with dazzling divine brilliance, and everything they passed would be shattered. The three giants smashed the sky above the sky, crying and howling. Around them, many spirits and ghosts were flying. They were the remnants of strong men who had been dead for many years and rushed out of the shattered dimension. Chi chi chi, with the Zhongjian flying across the sky, Xiao Chen roared and swept across the sky. The sky and the earth moved, and the entire sea of stars seemed to be turned upside down, shaking violently. The battle sword split the golden god's chest, causing him to fly upside down. The beast he was sitting on was split in half by Xiao Chen's next sword strike. The golden brilliance was surging, like endless golden blood spraying. At the same time, the silver giant sword in Renhu's hand was chopped off by Xiao Chen, and the sword swept out, almost cutting Renhu in half, causing him to retreat backwards with a heavy load on his body. The light of the two giant gods has dimmed a lot. You can see the 500 god knights and the 500 battle gods of the Hu family inside, all showing shock. Boom! Divine brilliance stirs the sky. The two giant gods looked solemn, incomparably solemn and sacred, and shouted at the same time. God said, "Let there be light." 500 divine knights were united in energy and spirit, and after the golden giant god formed after drinking these words, the whole world was dyed with golden brilliance, and the endless divine light drowned the huge stone man in the sky. The tiger occupies the 6 realms. The huge silver human tiger roared out, his majestic appearance, overwhelming the world. Around it, the 6 worlds overlapped and expanded in all directions. This is the great supernatural power of a god comparable to the half-ancestor evolved from the ancient god formation. The sound of shattering was heard clearly in the sky. When the golden divine light and the 6 worlds completely disappeared, the huge stone man in the sky suddenly tore apart, and then collapsed into the space between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen's iron clothes were exposed, and his body was sent flying dozens of miles away. All the strong people who watched the battle were shocked. Back then, Xiao Chen relied on this stone statue to fight Ban Zhu in the Forbidden Sea. It can be said that this was his source of strength, but today it was destroyed like this. Everyone felt that he had lost his most powerful and sharp weapon. The huge golden god standing on the sky screamed and turned into a golden beam of light and charged towards him. The spear in his hand fell down like a golden mountain range. At the same time, the huge silver human tiger roared to the sky, seemed to be very excited, and called it was breathtaking. And at this moment, above the land of Western Land, a bloody light shot up from the snow-capped mountains, attacking Xiao Chen. Many people know what it means for Xiao Chen to lose the stone statue. Some half-ancestors couldn't help but make a move. At this moment, they fell into trouble and wanted to kill Xiao Chen. The first one to kill was Shira half-ancestor. His whole body was shrouded in blood, and the blood-colored cloud covered the sky, surging above the sky. The second one to arrive was the Skeleton King. The sky was full of ghosts, and a piece of skeleton floated around him. To Xiao Chen's great surprise, Yasha Banzu didn't come. The 2 half-ancestors and the gods transformed by the 2 gods surrounded Xiao Chen in the sky. Are you going to add insult to injury? Xiao Chen looked at the 2 half-ancestors quietly. It's just to kill you. Shira Banzu's bloody hair fluttered around. The Skeleton King stood on a high place, looked down at him, and said, "The battle of more than 150 years ago is not over yet, it has lasted long enough to this day, and it should be over. You really know how to find time." Xiao Chen looked at them mockingly. "I'll kill you while you're sick." The huge human tiger composed of 500 fighting gods of the Hu family roared with incomparable joy. "This time next year will be your memorial day." All the 500 sun god knights shouted. Now that the situation is completely under their control, 2 newly added half-ancestors with powerful mana, Xiao Chen, whose stone statue was smashed, will undoubtedly die, making these 2 huge gods who have inherited the spirit of the 2 families tremble with excitement. The long battle has dimmed the light of the 2 gods a lot, making it difficult to maintain. I don't know where your pride and self-confidence come from. Having said that, Xiao Chen held a battle sword and walked towards the mighty Shira Banzu step by step in the void. At this moment, the dark iron battle suit on his body shone with a cold metallic luster, and the black light set off his incomparable prowess. He did not have the desolate look of doomsday that should be besieged by a strong enemy, but calm and calm. Can you kill me? Xiao Chen held the battle sword in his right hand and pointed at the half-ancestor Shira not far ahead. Zuzi is arrogant, he dares to provoke even at the end of his strength, he doesn't know how to live or die. A blood-colored holy sword appeared in the hand of Shira Banzu, bursting out with a violent breath, sweeping towards Xiao Chen, intending to cut him in half. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Chen didn't dodge at all. Instead, he brought out the speed of the 8 phases to the extreme, and killed him with his battle sword, chopping the Shira half-ancestor immediately. Such a desperate fight made many powerful casual cultivators who watched the battle on the ground feel terrified. Shira Banzu's thoughts turned suddenly. In his opinion, Xiao Chen without a stone statue is like a toothless tiger. It is purely courting death to fight so fiercely at this moment. Because if both of them were injured because of this, it must be Xiao Chen who is in danger, because there are 3 powerful half-ancestors beside him. Therefore, the half-ancestor Shira went forward relentlessly and fought hard to kill him. The moment the two rushed together, the 2 swords were raised together, and the dazzling light illuminated the sky. Puff! When blood splattered and sparks shot out. Shira's half-ancestor was nearly split in 2. Although the head was avoided, the chest and abdomen were completely cut open. He couldn't believe all of this. The holy sword in his hand didn't break through Xiao Chen's body, and didn't leave even a single scratch on the gleaming black iron clothes. On the ground, the strong people who watched the battle were boiling. Xiao Chen almost split the Shira Banzu in half just by meeting him. What kind of combat power is this? The shattering of the stone statue has long been expected by Xiao Chen. Counting the time, this stone statue should have died long ago. However, he was not worried at all, because he still had a powerful black iron suit. This is Zhu Jun's battle suit, stronger than the broken stone statue. At this moment, black light was shining in the dark iron battle suit, setting off his stalwart incomparably. With black hair standing on end, he rushed towards the golden god and the huge human tiger with a battle sword in his hand. All this happened in an instant. The moment he passed the Shira half-ancestor, he directly rushed towards the 2 giant gods. The light of the 2 giant gods transformed from the ancient formation dim to the lowest point, and it was a good time to kill them. The sky-shattering sword energy swept across the sky, and 27 swords swept across the sky, smashing all obstacles. Puff! The 2 giant gods were suddenly attacked and split into 4 sections. Not good, the 500 divine knights are reunited. White Tiger regroups. The 2 families yelled, trying their best to regroup their spirits. Although Xiao Chen's stone statue was shattered, his combat strength was not damaged at all. He suddenly launched an attack and caught them off guard. He had already rushed into the ancient god formation, ruthlessly waving his sword in his hand. Puff puff. Blood splattered. Xiao Chen swung the sword in his hand continuously. Dozens of human heads rolled down to the sky in a blink of an eye, and headless corpses kept falling. Xiao Chen is like a harvester of life, fighting in and out between the fighting gods of the Hu family and the knights of the Sun religion gods, invincible. The battle sword was bleeding, and the dark iron battle suit was already stained with shocking blood flowers, and the blood beads kept rolling down. Although the 2 great families were damaged, they still regathered 2 huge gods in a hasty manner, but the light obviously dimmed a lot. At the same time, the half-ancestor Shira repaired his body and came to kill with the holy sword, and the skeleton king also came to kill while standing on the sea of bones with monstrous demon clouds surging. Xiao Chen used 24 battle swords to defend against the 2 powerful half-ancestors, while he himself faced the 2 gods in front. His fighting spirit climbed to the peak. With a long howl, the sky trembled. The vast combat power surged out, and as the 2 battle swords charged forward, the 2 huge gods standing in the sky shattered with a bang. Xiao Chen shattered the 2 giant gods who were at the end of their strength with his powerful fighting spirit and killing intent. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes became cold and ruthless, and he stepped forward, waving the war sword in his hand continuously. Puff! Puff! Waves of blood rushed up, and heads flew out one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people from the Hu family and the Sun sect were beheaded. The blood was still splattering. Xiao Chen seemed to be a murderous god with overwhelming fighting spirit. Blood was continuously flowing down the dark iron battle suit, and the battle sword had already turned blood red. When Shira Banzu and Skeleton King came to kill, Xiao Chen had killed more than 200 people. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already standing quietly in the void, appearing calm and composed. The dark iron battle suit shone with luster, and drops of blood kept rolling down, while the blood-stained sword in his hand was raised flat, pointing at the half-ancestor Shira and the Skeleton King. Zhang, brothers and sisters, call for recommendation tickets, please vote for them. Chapter 457, Outer Space War. The moonlight was like water, and the hazy and pure white light fell down. Above the cold sky, a few clouds were dyed with holy brilliance. However, that doesn't change the tense atmosphere on Skydome. The dark iron battle suit on Xiao Chen's body shone with a cold black light, and the little blood hadn't dried up. And the battle sword pointed forward in his hand was dripping with blood, soaked in the blood of the god knight, who had cut off the head of the white tiger fighting god, and now aimed at the two half-ancestors, making the killing atmosphere in the air extremely cold. Surrounded by a large cloud of blood mist, the knights of the gods and the fighting gods of the Hu family backed away in horror, hugging the headless corpses, as if avoiding the plague god, and disappeared into the sky. Shira Banzu shot two bloody lights from his eyes, and his pupils shrank for a while. He didn't expect Xiao Chen's battle suit to be so extraordinary that even his holy sword couldn't draw a trace. The Skeleton King also had some regrets. It seemed that this action was too reckless. At this moment, the huge gods born from the two ancient god formations were all killed, and the situation was very bad. Unexpectedly, I haven't seen you for more than 150 years. You have broken through to the realm of the ground, and you have obtained such a god clothes. I think it is probably the battle clothes of the ancestor gods. Otherwise, how could you have such defensive power? As soon as Banzu Shira's words came out, many cultivators on the ground were in an uproar. The battle clothes of the ancestor gods are definitely something in legends. It is rare to see even the heavy treasures of the half-ancestors, let alone the battle clothes and weapons of the ancestor gods. Xiao Chen held his sword flat, pointed at the two half-ancestors, and walked forward step by step. He couldn't see any pressure on him at all, and his calmness and composure were a little scary. Facing the powerful half-ancestor, he not only showed no fear, but showed a high fighting spirit. What are you talking about? Don't you want to kill me? Then do it. The dark iron battle suit around Xiao Chen was shiny and crystal clear, and the two half-ancestors felt pain in their eyes. It was not a real sting, but a spiritual oppression. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it, it was the battle suit of the ancestor god. Such a terrifying defensive power, with their half-ancestor second heaven cultivation base, is impossible to break through. At this moment, the two of them could be said to be riding a tiger. They wanted to retreat but they couldn't. If they did that, they would lose face, and how could they face the world? Using your words, the battle of more than 150 years ago has continued to the present, let's end it. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen took 100 feet away, and rushed forward in an instant, sweeping the sword in his hand against the two half-ancestors. The dazzling rainbow was tens of miles long, and the light was so dazzling that it shattered the heavens and the earth. In Kyushu and the Quartet world, he is the only one who is not the Ban ancestor, yet dares to swing the bloody sword at the Ban ancestor. Shuzi is arrogant. Anyway, old Shira and old Skeleton's nickname is Banzu, and it's really embarrassing to be swept over by a junior like this. The half-ancestor of Shira rose into the sky, dodging the divine rainbow that swept across the sky, and the blood-colored holy sword of Shira in his hand burst out with a brilliance that made Xingyu pale, and cut Xiao Chen obliquely. The entire sky was stained with blood, and the pungent blood filled the sky, and a sea of blood emerged. At the same time, the Skeleton King also soared into the sky, waved the snow-white bone staff, and smashed forward. The bone staff was rapidly enlarged, and the white expanse was as majestic as a mountain, turning into a mountain of white bones to suppress it. Chi chi chi. The swords pierced through the air, and 27 swords rushed out at the same time, piercing through the endless sea of blood, resisting the mountain of bones, impacting vertically and horizontally in the sky, drawing rays of light like comets across the sky. A fierce battle broke out, and waves of blood soaring into the sky and a sea of white bones appeared at the same time, and the three masters were submerged in it. If this world-shattering battle took place in the distant sky, otherwise the earth would be destroyed in a terrible way. Boom! The blood-colored waves surged into the sky, and a crimson ocean was turbulent in the sky. This is the Sea of Blood of Shira. Xiao Chen set up 2 sword arrays, each with 13 battle swords, respectively besieging the 2 half-ancestors, while he held one in his hand. Kai! The sword glow spewed out for dozens of miles, making Xingyu pale, and the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand cut off a blood spirit rushing out of the blood sea. A scalp-numbing scream came out, and the blood spirit submerged into the sea of blood again to repair the injured body, preparing to attack and kill again. This is not a simple blood spirit, but a powerful evil spirit in the world of the half-ancestor Shira. It is formed from the broken soul power of the half-ancestor Shira in the past, and its combat power is almost equal to that of a half-ancestor. Boom! Thousands of blood waves surged across the sky, the blood spirit healed in an instant, it was born from the blood, and started to launch a sneak attack again. There was no wave in the ancient well. Xiao Chen took out a black jade bottle, poured out a drop of blood that was crystal clear and radiant, and evenly wiped it on the sword. When the blood spirit once again surged with boundless waves and killed under the cover of thousands of blood evil spirits, Xiao Chen left an afterimage on the spot, submerged in the sea of blood. Kai, the sword's light soared to the sky, splitting the sea of blood, and the endless blood evil spirit was wiped out in ashes, and the battle sword, which was shining with shocking blood, directly pierced into the chest of the most powerful blood spirit. Suddenly, a puff of blue smoke rose, and the blood spirit let out a blood-curdling scream, which was extremely shrill, and turned into a blood mist and fled away desperately. In the distance, Shira Banzu's expression changed drastically, revealing an expression of extreme shock. He had already felt that the blood spirit was severely injured and almost collapsed. That's the blood of the ancestor gods, which is specially used to restrain ghosts and evil things. The Skeleton King also noticed the situation here and was extremely surprised. And at this moment, Xiao Chen was already pressing forward with murderous intent. Boom! Mountains of bones flew out from the Skeleton King one after another, and I don't know how many bone creatures spread their teeth and claws on the bone mountains, waving bone knives and soaring into the sky, killing Xiao Chen. Break it! Xiao Chen swung his battle sword and slashed forward, the dazzling sword light illuminated the mountains and rivers, overwhelming the world, the white bone mountains crumbled one after another, and those bone creatures continued to turn into fly ash. Go to the battle of life and death outside the sky. The half-ancestor of Shira and the Skeleton King all gritted their teeth, finally got rid of the sword array, and flew directly into the sky. Xiao Chen followed behind, relentlessly chasing after him, surrounded by swords that looked like rainbows, full of fighting spirit. On the ground, casual cultivators who believed themselves to be powerful vacated the sky one after another, wanting to follow the sky to see what happened, but never thought that a terrifying coercion cut off their way, full of destructive aura. This is a supernatural power that only a powerful half-ancestor can display. It is a warning that if they are not allowed to follow up, everyone will have to return angrily. Tonight, destined not to be a quiet night, will leave a deep imprint in the hearts of many people. On the top of Mitika's peak, Lan Nuo communicated with hundreds of stars, and the divine brilliance, like a waterfall, fell from the sky, all connected to her divine body. Everything in the world, the stars in the universe, and the power of the world have been continuously tempering her divine body. It has been going on for one night, and it seems that she has completed her work. Lan Nuo, with icy muscles and bones, is peerless in style, overflowing with holy brilliance, and is about to become the eternal god of the half-ancestor. The semi-ancestor level battle is no longer visible, and everyone's eyes are all focused on the peak of Mitika's, watching the generation of Tianzhao goddess. When the dawn broke in the east and the first ray of golden sunlight shot out, Lan Nuo's whole body burst into radiance, cutting off the divine brilliance connected with thousands of stars, and uttered a soft cry like a phoenix, and the divine brilliance sprinkled the entire snow-capped mountain. She stretched out a slender jade finger, and shattered the void. Immediately, there were thousands of rays of light, and a pile of refining materials like a hill emerged, all of which were legendary supernatural materials. It is only the last step to achieve the position of half-ancestor and at the same time refine one's own wisdom sword. At this moment, the seven-colored auspicious clouds rushed towards the east, supporting Lan Nuo and all the artifacts. Her speed became faster and faster, and finally she broke through the space and went straight to the sun. Everyone gasped. Lan Nuo's target turned out to be the sun. All powerful casual cultivators know her intentions, and they want to use the sky fire inside the sun to sacrifice the strongest magic weapon. It can be said that this is the most critical step for her to achieve the eternal position of the half-ancestor. If she succeeds, her spirit treasure will have incomparable and terrifying divine power. Throughout the ages, only a few people dared to take such risks when they achieved the eternal status of the half-ancestor, and went deep into the center of the sun to sacrifice the gods. If it is successful, the power of the divine weapon will be unfathomable. Xingtian's battle axe and sky shield are the best examples. The essence of brass has been tempered by the fire of the sun and sky, and watered by billions of stars and gods, and its power has reached an appalling level. In the outer space, the war is intensifying. Xiao Chen slashed out with a sword, directly dividing the sea of blood into two halves. Like a shooting star, he rushed over with infinite killing intent, split the mountain of bones in front of him with a sword, and started a close-range fight with the two half-ancestors. Shira Banzu's hair was disheveled, blood was all over his body, the Skeleton King was also heavily scarred, and there were cracks on the bone staff, which seemed to be broken at any time. This is an earth-shattering battle, and dozens of asteroids have been wiped out by them. Roar. By now, Shira Banzu's eyes were already bloodshot, and he suffered a great loss today, causing his blood to surge wildly. With a loud roar, his huge palm covered the sky and the earth, and he grabbed a dozen or so asteroids in the distance, refined them into the size of pearls, and smashed them towards Xiao Chen. Although the size has become smaller, all the terrifying energy contained in it has been stimulated. At the same time, nearly half of the power of Shira Banzu has been infused. He wants to use this to break the ancestor god's battle clothes, otherwise they will not be able to hurt Xiao Chen at all, and this battle will be defeated. Xiao Chen gathered more than 20 battle swords to his side to form a sword array for protection. The long sword in his hand was stained with a drop of the blood of the ancestor god, and it was extremely sharp. Kai, holding the sword in both hands, he slashed forward, and the radiant sword glow stretched out dozens of miles, illuminating the dark starry sky, which was extremely dazzling. Puff! Zhangji and Wushwang split the first asteroid, and the vast energy suddenly surged out of the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, and the dazzling light made the silent sky boil. Then, the second, third, fourth, more than a dozen asteroids hit at the same time. The battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand kept slashing, and the dazzling light burst out one after another. The extraterrestrial star field was dazzling, and the terrifying energy fluctuation was enough to destroy a large number of cultivators. Even if the perfect person is here, I'm afraid it will be wiped out. The ancestral god's battle suit on Xiao Chen's body was black and sparkling, crystal clear, and above his head, there was a 7-color sacred tree suspended, with 7 bright and transparent leaves, and 7 silk-like divine lights fell down, tightly protecting his head. The Skeleton King was even more ruthless, directly refining more than 20 asteroids and smashing them towards Xiao Chen. The sky was shattered, containing the energy of the world-destroying breath, and the vibrating stars were shaking. Xiao Chen's whole body was full of brilliance, and 27 war swords danced wildly. With a loud shout, he smashed asteroids one by one, and rushed to the 2 half-ancestors. At this moment, supernatural powers and combat skills emerged one after another, and the entire sky almost boiled violently. On the surface, Xiao Chen seemed to be unharmed, the ancestral god's battle clothes blocked most of the attacks, but his body also suffered some trauma, which was caused by the powerful and terrifying semi-ancestral divine power, shaking through the iron clothes. The 3 of them fought together again, and at this moment, their eyes were all red. The sea of bones is boundless, I will make you into a demon. The skeleton half-ancestor swiped his hands, and thousands of skeletons appeared in the universe, drowning towards Xiao Chen, and a huge ancient city appeared in front of him. Although it does not have the majestic power of the dead city, it can also be called majestic and imposing. The entire ancient city flew towards Xiao Chen to suppress Xiao Chen. At the same time, the half-ancestor Shira turned into thousands of bodies, appeared in the sea of bones to cooperate with the Skeleton King, and besieged and killed Xiao Chen. Boom! The huge ancient city descended, smashed endless bones, and crushed Xiao Chen inside. Death World, infinite power, listen to my call, destroy. Terrifying energy fluctuations are surging, and the Skeleton Clan escaped from the world of death back then. Although it is the generation of the Skeleton King, they do not know where the loop is, but they still have some secrets connected with the world of death. But with the help of the world's mighty power for a short time, he wanted to use this to suppress Xiao Chen. Use your power from the world of death to refine my divine body. Although Xiao Chen was trapped inside by the ancient city, he was fine at all, and he was continuously guiding the mighty power of the world of death into his body. He was resurrected in that world, how could he be afraid of such an attack? Blast me! With a loud bang, the huge dead city suddenly shattered in the stars. This is definitely a world-shattering battle, even more tragic than that in the Taboo Sea. I don't know how long the fierce battle lasted. Xiao Chen spurted more than a dozen mouthfuls of blood, and was sent flying by the 2 half-ancestors. The ancestral god's battle clothes are not omnipotent. Although the combat power of Shira Banzu and the Skeleton King dropped sharply, at this moment their eyes were still burning with raging flames of war, and they rushed towards Xiao Chen. Suddenly, the sword light soared into the sky. Dazzling rays of light illuminated the star field, and the 26 war swords ignored the Skeleton King, surrounded the Shira half-ancestor, and all of them killed the old Shira alone. At the same time, the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand was raised high above his head, and he slashed down, a huge sword light more than 100 miles long shot out. Puff! Blood radiated to the sky, Shira Banzu was split in half. Although he avoided the other 26 battle swords, he was struck by the sword in Xiao Chen's hand. Ah! Shira Banzu yelled. He felt a sharp pain from his soul. The sword was stained with the blood of the ancestor god. It invaded his flesh and blood, making his soul tremble continuously. Boom! The two halves of the body were reassembled with difficulty, and a glaring blood bead was squeezed out and flew back to the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand. The half-ancestor Shira was seriously injured, and once again felt the horror of the ancestor god. On the other side, in order to deal with the half-ancestor of Shira, Xiao Chen forcibly endured 3 blows from the Skeleton King, vomited blood again and again, and finally turned around and brought 27 war swords to kill the old skeleton. The sound of clang was endless, and the bone staff in the Skeleton King's hand finally broke, and his arm bones, leg bones, etc. were also removed by the sword. Roar! The Skeleton King was anxious and angry, feeling the crisis. Not far away, Shira Banzu repaired his body in a short time, so he had to rush up again to save him. This was a battle that took place in the outer space where no one could watch. It was extremely fierce, and the murderous aura made Xinghe pale. In the vicinity of Kimitika's peak, many casual cultivators have not dispersed yet. They were waiting for Lan Nuo's return, and they were also waiting for the result of the battle between Xiao Chen and the 2 half-ancestors. Everyone is looking forward to it with excitement. At this moment, it was already noon, and the winter sun was not dazzling, but softly shone on the earth. At this moment, a space gate appeared in the center of the sun, and the magnificent Lan Nuo appeared, descending towards the earth. There are thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors, her whole body is shrouded in divine brilliance, and she is holding a holy sword in her hand that makes the sun, moon and stars eclipse. Forged with the fire of the sun and sky, sacrificed with the mind and spirit of the half-ancestor, and poured with the divine power of hundreds of millions of stars, this sword of wisdom was finally sacrificed. Clang! Lan Nuo descended on the top of Mitika's peak, put the wisdom sword back into its sheath, all the rays of light were exhausted, and then scanned all directions with a powerful spiritual sense, and finally asked the mountain beyond the mountain. Shan Weishan was very relieved. He pointed to the sky and told where the battlefield was. Lan Nuo soared into the sky and was about to fly to the sky. But at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Xiao Chen's iron clothes were stained with blood, even the flying black hair was a little wet, and the sword was bleeding continuously. Everyone was horrified, knowing that he had fought with the 2 half-ancestors just now, whose bloodstains belonged to it. It goes without saying, it was simply too shocking. With black hair flying, iron clothes gleaming, and blood on his sword, Xiao Chen landed on the ground, transmitted sound to Jin Sanyi and the others, and then nodded to Lan Nuo. With a flash of light, he disappeared out of thin air. Originally, he came to see Lan Nuo, but in the end he just nodded, as if a piece of history had been revealed at once, and Xiao Chen left. When he was in the longevity realm, Lan Nuo once sent someone to tell him that if he was in trouble, if she hadn't retreated, she would definitely go to help when she found out. Although he never got her help, Xiao Chen has completely repaid the favor now. Seeing Xiao Chen disappear out of thin air, Lan Nuo was slightly taken aback, then nodded slightly. All the cultivators were in an uproar, feeling that Xiao Chen's cultivation was really terrifying. He had been missing for more than 150 years, and after returning, he actually beheaded 2 gods comparable to half-ancestors, and then the battle sword was stained with the blood of 2 half-ancestors. In Kyushu and the Sifang world, there is only one person who is not the Ban ancestor, but can compete with the Ban ancestor. He returned from the outer space war, and just left without saying anything, as if he had never appeared before. The 6th volume of the Longevity Realm physical book was published a week ago, and friends who have inquired about it can go to the bookstore to have a look. Chapter 458 I have something to do today, I will suspend it for a day, and I will update it tomorrow. Good evening, fellow readers. I have something to do today, I will suspend it for 1 day, and I will update it twice tomorrow. I wish you all a good evening. Chen Dong. Chapter 459, Sword Slashing Tiger Fort. Hey, I told you, little old man, don't slip away. Back then, you let me come here with shamelessness, so people thought I was abducting you. Now not only did you see that beautiful woman achieve the eternal god of the half-ancestor, but also saw a half-ancestor level battle for free. After watching it, you want to run. Jin Sanyi grabbed the short and fat western god, and said, it's time to repay me well, right? Report, repay what? The little old man stammered. Hey, don't pretend, I'm not a beautiful woman. Why are you stuttering? When I stuttered, you didn't know where to stay. Don't do this to me. Jinsun Yi looked down at the little old man and said, I don't make things difficult for you. Aren't you an old man who gives gifts? Go and give me 2 gifts too. It's just that I have to trouble you to go far to the east and give the best gift in your hand to Binglin and Zooming. Well, I said it was from me. Kier and Tianya rolled their eyes. This guy is really an asshole. Did he do something like this? It's really wicked to catch Santa Claus to serve him like this. The chunky Western god nodded repeatedly, and was let go only after promising 300 million gold. He wanted to run away as if he had been pardoned. Unexpectedly, Jinsun Yi grabbed him again, and said with a smile, I haven't finished talking yet, don't rush to run away. Return, what else do you want? The short and fat god really stuttered this time, not pretending. I heard that you have a god in the west called Cupid. Let me introduce you. I want to make friends with him. Third brother, I am the most kind person. I like to make friends with gods all over the world. Santa is speechless. Does this guy really want to make friends? Even if he was killed, he would not believe it. Hey, old man, haven't you seen such a handsome brother? Don't look at me like that. Jinsun Yi squinted his peach blossom eyes and said, it's nothing. I heard that the god named Cupid seems to have a good set of magic weapons in his hand. It seems to be some kind of bow and arrow. You let him shoot 7 or 8 or 9 arrows for me. Oh no, just shoot 7 or 8 arrows. Of course, I won't be too many if he is willing to shoot more. Of course, you have to tell him clearly that when shooting arrows, keep your eyes open and at least choose the target you want. At the level of that beauty over there. Speaking of this, Jinsun Yi pointed to the goddess Lan Nuo in the sky. Of course, Binglin and Zooming should be included among the 7 or 8 or 17 or 8 people. Finally, he didn't forget to remind him, saying, of course, if he is really busy, he can send that set of artifacts over. I don't mind, I shoot 70 or 80 arrows at random. Well, that's the deal, you must not forget. Otherwise, third brother, I will never end with you. Third brother, I am very vengeful. #%#. Everyone is speechless, this guy is too stupid to be evaluated. The only one who can appreciate him is Chapelang, who keeps holding his thumb and shouting, tall, tall, tall. A role model for my generation. Brother, you are really my confidant. Geniuses like us are really lonely, and life is really lonely like snow. Jinsun Yi patted Chapelang on the shoulder and sighed, as if everything was said in words. Whoosh. After finally getting rid of Jinsun Yi's entanglement, the chunky Western god ran away, but unfortunately, with a bang, he was grabbed by the collar again. This time, instead of stuttering, Santa Claus was about to cry. Third brother, what else do you want? Can you finish it all at once? However, when he turned around, he found that it was a skeleton. For a god of light like him, it was a devil. Although Chapelang tried to make his skeleton smile as kind as possible, the good god was so frightened that he almost threw his gift bag on the face of the skeleton. What kind of eyes do you old man have? Is a handsome skeleton like me so scary? Chapelang was very dissatisfied, but quickly lowered his voice, and said, I said, old brother, we really hit it off. I have something to discuss with you. Chapelang squatted down, hooked the short and fat god's neck and walked aside, and began to talk in a low voice. Just after listening to a few words, Santa's face turned green, and he drooped his head suddenly, looking listless, and finally left sickly and sad. In the sky, Lan Nuo and Shanwaishan turned into 2 rays of light and disappeared. And the many cultivators who came near the Midika's peak also gradually dispersed, and everyone was discussing the outcome of the battle outside the sky. Shira Banzu and Skeleton King will not perish, this is the opinion of the vast majority of people, because it is very difficult to kill Banzu, even if Banzu takes action. I heard that Wu Zanyun is hiding in the west and he is cultivating his pure martial body. Let's go find it. Jinsun Yi walked forward first. Brother Sun Yi is really too bad, and Chapelang is not a good person. Tianya was furious, feeling sorry for the short and fat god who had gone away. In the world of death, Xiao Chen appeared in the bone well, exhausted. When he climbed up from the bone well, the blood on his body had been washed away, but the pain all over his body did not ease at all. With a flash of light, he disappeared from the spot, and after a short time, he appeared in Shengkyun. After more than 10 days of retreat, Xiao Chen completely recovered to his best condition. The desperate half-ancestor was indeed terrifying. This battle was far more dangerous than that in the Forbidden Sea. Even with the protection of the ancestor god's battle clothes, his martial body suffered serious injuries. That terrifying force almost broke his whole body's bones and meridians. If he hadn't reached the current state, he might have been completely abolished. At the last moment of the war outside the sky, the moment the three powerful men rushed together, a radiance comparable to the destruction of a star erupted, which still made him feel a little scared. These two old guys must not be hurt much more than me. The moment his body recovered, Xiao Chen wanted to go back to Kyushu immediately, kill Shira Island and Skull Island directly, and settle accounts with those two. However, thinking of the words of Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren, he held back again. There will be a catastrophe in the future, and the half-ancestor is an indispensable combat force, and now we can't use our emotions to kill. Everything in Shengkyun is as before, very peaceful, and the 6 king-level powerhouses recuperate here, making this place as solid as gold. The Shuren king possessed a large amount of yin and yang fruits, which made the 6 of them recover smoothly. With the help of Zhu Jun's blood, it would not be far away for them to reach the peak again. Xiao Chen has already told Tian Weishan and Ren Weiren about the anomalies in the Dead City. After resting in the Dead World for nearly 20 days, Xiao Chen bid farewell to Shengkyun and appeared in front of the Dead City again. The moment he manifested, he flew directly towards Zatu, and the speed of the 8 phases reached the extreme. The mountains, rivers and land are constantly leaping backwards from the feet, and the western land can be seen far away. Xiao Chen had already learned the location of Tiger Fort, and rushed straight to a beautiful mountain range. Tiger Castle is really like a crouching tiger, with lifelike shape and magnificent momentum. Looking from a distance, it is extremely magnificent, majestic and tall. The majestic Tiger Fort is entirely made of black spar, gleaming with black light, and has a hint of mystery in its solemnity. It is located among the beautiful peaks, surrounded by verdant trees. Although it is winter, it is still colorful. It is as warm as spring, and the flowers and plants are undefeated, forming a sharp contrast with the snow and ice in the distance. Xiao Chen descended and walked towards Hubao step by step along the 100 steps of black spar. The guards guarding Tiger Fort immediately saw this uninvited guest with black hair and black eyes, wearing a dark iron battle suit, and holding a battle sword. An invisible strong pressure made them feel a sense of horror, which was the deepest fear in their hearts. Stop. If you dare to take a step forward, shoot and kill, stop. In front, the guards of the Hu family shouted loudly. Xiao Chen ignored them at all, and walked forward step by step with his sword in hand. His eyes were extremely cold, ignoring the people in front of him, only staring at the towering gate of Tiger Fort. Release the godly arrow. The commander of the guards gave an order, and dozens of people in front of the Tiger Fort bent their bows and set up arrows, shooting out beams of divine light, making ear-piercing sounds, like a 1,000-year-old wolf howling, which made the hair stand on end. The arrow's name is Zushan, and it is a divine arrow that has been blessed and sacrificially refined, and it can kill masters above the realm of longevity. The random arrows were fired, and the rainbow lights were dazzling, crisscrossing, just like rainbows. However, today it failed. Hundreds of arrow feathers, which were as brilliant as a rainbow, were all fixed 3 feet outside Xiao Chen's body, and encountered an inexplicable resistance. Then with a boom, all the god-killing arrows shattered inch by inch, turning into powder, floating in the air, and the divine splendor disappeared in a flash. After seeing this situation, everyone changed their colors, ignoring the god-killing arrow. It was really terrible. He is Xiao Chen. Someone said the name tremblingly, which immediately caused a commotion among the guards, and several people fled away on the spot. However, after the commander of the guards beheaded a few people, the riot settled down. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached slowly. Xiao Chen walked along more than 100 stone steps, and soon arrived in front of Hubao. No matter who he is, we have only one duty, and that is to guard this portal. The guard commander shouted and ordered everyone to step forward to stop him. Kill. There are indeed dead soldiers loyal to the Hu family. Even though they have heard of Xiao Chen's fierce reputation, they are still not afraid of death, and rushed to kill them with their swords. Xiao Chen could compete with Ban Zhu, how could he be blocked by them? His rhythm remained the same. He approached at a leisurely pace, and slowly raised his sword in his hand. Puff. The head of the first person was beheaded by his sword, and the head flew more than 10 meters away. Blood gushed from the headless corpse and stood there for a long time before falling to the ground. Puff. The second person was split in half by Xiao Chen, and he maintained that terrified look until his death. The 2 halves of corpses fell to the sides, and Xiao Chen walked through the middle through the bloody water. Puff. The third person was directly cut in half by him. The upper half of his body was still wielding a knife, but he found that the lower half of his body was standing in place, and his upper body went away with a large amount of blood. Puff puff. Terrifying voices kept coming out. Xiao Chen's rhythm remained unchanged, and he walked forward step by step, almost one sword at a time, no one could resist, and there would be dead bodies on the ground wherever he passed. It was as if he was cutting tofu. Xiao Chen felt as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Every time the sword was struck, the weapon would be broken, and the body of the guard would be separated, and blood would flow out, staining the ground red. In the blink of an eye, there was already a pile of corpses in front of Tiger Fort. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a demon god, without any words, just moving forward silently. If anyone resisted, he would surely fall to the ground. No matter how loyal these guards were, no matter how unafraid of death, they were all ashamed at this moment. This man with flying black hair, wearing an iron suit, and holding a bloody sword, has no emotional fluctuations, and his eyes are extremely cold. With a hula, everyone backed up to the sides, and no one dared to stop them. Xiao Chen dragged the bloody battle sword backwards. The bloody sword edge not only drew a terrifying deep groove on the ground paved with black spar, but also left a shocking bloodstain. He stepped up the highest step and walked towards the Tiger Castle. The bell rang loudly, and the alarm bell in Tiger Castle rang for a long time. A large number of masters rushed out. This is the family rule of the Hu family. In the event of an emergency, the strong in each position must put down what they are doing and come to support. However, this did not stop Xiao Chen's pace at all. He dragged his blood-dripping sword, and the pace of his pace remained unchanged, approaching him step by step. Whenever someone approached and blocked him, he would wave his sword to deal with it. The cold light, the shocking blood light made people feel cold involuntarily. It's like entering the land of no one. This is the true portrayal of Xiao Chen at this moment. Puff! The sword slashed obliquely, and half of the head flew away. The red blood and white brains were extremely terrifying. Puff! A sword pierced out, and the cold light shone in 10 directions, piercing through a commander blocking the way, and the body was instantly torn apart, and large pieces of flesh and blood splashed out. The battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand seemed to have a terrible magic power. As long as he swung it, blood would be seen, someone would die, and the number of dead bodies fell down. During this process, Xiao Chen didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and just wanted to move forward steadfastly. Dare to block, there is only one word: kill. Quickly and neatly beheaded, as if chopping vegetables, the heads kept rolling down. It's Demon King Xiao Chen. He's here. Naturally, someone recognized Xiao Chen. For the Hu family, the person in front of him was notorious. Many people backed away in horror. Xiao Chen didn't go after him and walked straight in. As long as he didn't stop him, he wouldn't have the bad luck of bleeding to death. A middle-aged man rushed over from the front. His face was full of shock and anxiety, and he shouted, "Stop, stop. Release the woman that your Hu family used as bait more than 150 years ago." Xiao Chen only had such an indifferent sentence, but his feet still did not stop, dragging his sword on the ground, and continued to move forward. "I don't know where she is. Stop first." The middle-aged master of the Hu family looked stern, looking at the puddles of blood around him. His pupils shrank rapidly. "Now, how dare you say that you don't know?" Xiao Chen's voice was icy cold, and he could see that he was really angry. He strode forward and raised his sword again. Clang! The middle-aged man pulled out the blue sword, trying to resist Xiao Chen who was approaching. However, with just one encounter, a lightning-like cold light cut off the crystal-clear blue sword in his hand, and his own body was cut in half, and blood spurted out. The surrounding people were completely chilled. That was a strong man in the Yu-Leap realm, and he was killed by a sword so easily. Everyone was retreating. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, is like a ruthless demon god, striding forward, not chasing and killing, but if he resists, he will kill. "Stop, don't kill." 5 Yu masters rushed forward, blocking Xiao Chen's way, and said, "You stop first, everything is negotiable. Let people go." Xiao Chen only had these 2 words, and he was still dragging his sword, approaching step by step. She is no longer in Tiger Castle. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen's expression became even colder. He raised his sword and said, "You still dare to do this, and you still won't let him go. Then I will kill you until you let him go, and until the person in charge comes out in person." The terrifying sound of footsteps was very rhythmic, and the speed of the movement was always the same, but it was the most terrifying magic sound in everyone's ears. Puff! Blood splattered, swords swept across, cold lights shot out, and heads rolled down. Puff! 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 5 heads fell to the ground one after another, and the 5 masters of Yuju realm failed to escape even if they wanted to escape. Xiao Chen walked in with his sword. A large number of guards quickly retreated to the sides, no longer daring to stop them. The magnificent old castle is made of black spar all over it, with black light shining. At this moment, it is full of murderous aura, and the biting cold air is permeating the air. Dragging his battle sword, Xiao Chen strode to the most central hall, raised his arms high, and a rainbow light swept out immediately, splitting the statue of the White Tiger Holy Emperor in the center of the hall. Xiao Chen, you can stop. A white-haired old man came out, his tiger eyes were full of power, and said, I am the second-generation elder of the Hu family, and I can be regarded as the person in charge. Xiao Chen stuck the blood-stained war sword on the ground, looked at him calmly, and said, you are only in the realm of perfection, let the masters come out. There are no masters here. The second-generation elder looked at him blankly. Then release him directly. Although Xiao Chen spoke calmly, everyone present could feel his violent mood swings. That woman is really not in Tiger Castle. Not here but where? Xiao Chen stared at him and said, either let a strong man from the ground level come to see me, or release that woman immediately, or don't blame me for killing. You are too arrogant. The second-generation elder of the Hu family changed his face when he heard the words, showing a ferocious expression, and shattered the crutch in his hand with a snap. A black mist floated out immediately, and all the guards of the Hu family had already evacuated, and the portals of the surrounding halls shone with brilliance, and they were actually sealed. Ancestral god corpse poison. Xiao Chen turned pale with shock, and slashed at the stone wall on the right with his sword. There was a loud bang. Even if the hall was sealed, it was difficult to stop him from leaving, and he opened a passage. However, the second-generation elder of the Hu family in the main hall has been completely destroyed, turning into corpse water, flowing all over the ground. The amount of the ancestor god's corpse poison was very small, and it dissipated quickly. But despite this, all the surrounding vegetation withered, and the snow-capped mountains in the distance turned gray-black. Xiao Chen stood in the Tiger Castle with a sword in his hand. His voice was cold and heartless, but it was heavy and powerful, and it spread clearly for tens of miles around. I will kill until you tremble. Xiao Chen said these words calmly, and at the same time looked in the direction of the sun god cult. There will be another chapter later, so continue to write. Chapter 460, Crystal in the Ice and Snow. The second chapter is here. Chapter 465, Crystal in the Ice and Snow. Kill. With a deep roar, more than a dozen people rushed over. They didn't want to sit still and tried their best to attack. These dozen or so people are all strong, among them 4 middle-aged people have reached the realm of perfection, and the rest are also in the realm of Yu. Even though their fighting strength is amazing, they are not opponents at all when facing Xiao Chen. You must know that the person in front of you is someone who can compete with Ban Zhu. Xiao Chen walked in the void, walked to the center of the field, swung his long sword, like a big waterfall in the sky. The dazzling sword light was extremely gorgeous, like a surging river, like a rolling Yangtze River, galloping and roaring in the sky. On the spot, the 3 practitioners who were in the Yu realm were crushed to pieces, and they looked so powerless in front of the huge white horse. The cold light of the war sword shone for hundreds of miles. In front of this astonishing killing intent, one of the strong men in the Yu Leap realm was killed by the invisible murderous intent before he rushed to the front, and was shocked to death by the powerful killing intent. Swinging the sword casually, the sword glowed like a rainbow, and in an instant it chopped off an extremely strong man by the waist, and shook his hands back to chop. The heads of the 3 strong men who had jumped to the realm of the fish flew out, bringing up a large amount of blood. This was a battle without any suspense. The white river-like sword energy in the sky washed the sky clean, and all the dozen or so people were wiped out. The second generation of the Hu family, have they all escaped? Boom! With Xiao Chen as the center, the huge and majestic tiger fort was torn apart in an instant, shattered all at once, and a dazzling sword light swept across all directions like a volcanic eruption. Under the power of the sword, Hubao was completely shattered and turned into ruins. The broken walls and ruins prove that a majestic castle once stood here. Most of the masters of the Hu family flew into the sky, watching all this in surprise. In the center of Xiao Chen's independent field, the dark iron fighting spirit on his body was shining brightly, and the sword in his hand was so sharp that it shot to the sky. Have all the masters of the Hu family who have penetrated the realm escaped, and no one dared to stay? Xiao Chen looked at the tiger family cultivators in front of him. The second-generation powerhouses and the direct elites of the Hu family have all left Hubao long ago, and these people in front of them are not the real backbone of the Hu family. I really don't want to massacre, I don't want to kill innocent people. I just want to rescue that woman named Su Ying, and hand over the second generation Hu Ben of your Hu family. I won't embarrass anyone else. Back then, it was Huban, the third son of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, and Olido, the son of the Sun God, who destroyed Xiao Chen's hometown and took Su Ying away. Later, when he learned that Su Ying had died, he never thought that the news was wrong. This poor woman had been under the control of two big families. She was even used as bait to catch her more than 150 years ago, but he didn't know that Su Ying was still alive at that time. Third Patriarch Huban has long since left Tiger Fort, and the woman disappeared 150 years ago. I don't believe that in your Hu's family, a weak woman like her can still disappear. Xiao Chen strode forward, swiped out with a sword, several people were cut in half, blood sprayed, dyed the sky red. At this moment, even the strong-minded people were shocked, and many people jumped into the sky, wanting to escape from this place. However, under a huge sword light, everyone's way forward was cut off, and the radiant rainbow split the world and forced them back. Say, where is Su Ying? It's really missing. Some Hu family cultivators who are not determined have already started crying. The person in front of them is definitely a demon king, and they will never blink their eyes when they are killed. Xiao Chen didn't speak, just stared at them quietly. The strong spiritual pressure made some of them almost collapse. Even if he disappeared, there should be a reasonable explanation. Isn't there anyone who knows the inside story? I know some things. An old Hu family cultivator walked out in a row, and said, back then, my Hu family and the Sun God sect jointly controlled that woman. My Hu family absolutely did not do anything, but I don't know if the Sun God sect did the same. At this time, you still don't forget that the disaster is moving eastward. Xiao Chen sneered, drew his sword and slashed at the man, chopping the man in half with a poof. He swept out with his powerful spiritual sense and began to search the memories of several old monks among them, but he had to accept the fact that Su Ying had disappeared. Although he was furious in his heart, he finally let go of these hundreds of people. All the direct elites of the Hu family fled. These people who were kept in the dark were nothing more than ghosts for the dead. Tiger Ben, the third son of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, and Olido, the son of the Sun God, have long been on his must-kill list. These two people will die no matter what. Many villagers were massacred by these two people back then. Xiao Chen disappeared out of thin air, which made many Hu family cultivators on the ruins feel like they were having a nightmare, and then all of them quickly flew away into the sky. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen came to the important place of the Sun God cult thousands of miles away. This is a golden heavenly palace, shining brightly, standing on the top of the snow-capped mountains, as if cast from gold, emitting a divine light like the sun. The surrounding white snow was dyed a layer of gold. Xiao Chen had already lost his patience. After knowing that the poor woman was missing, he was in a bad mood. Arriving in front of the golden sun god palace, he swung his battle sword directly and slashed downwards. Boom! The sword energy poured down like a galaxy, dazzling and boundless. Huge cracks spread out on the surface, cracking, the giant mountain was split in half, and the same was true for the sun heavenly palace above, which was cut evenly. In an instant, hundreds of figures rushed out and surrounded Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen. When someone shouted this name, those god knights backed up one after another. If you don't want to face the disaster of extinction, be honest with me. Xiao Chen's words are very simple, but very deterrent. I came here to find a woman named Su Ying. Also, hand over the sun god's son Olido, otherwise the sun heavenly palace will be razed to the ground. Arrogance. Huh. Xiao Chen looked forward, and saw a young knight with long golden hair as bright as sunlight, holding his spear tightly, full of hostility towards him, and beside the golden-haired knight, there were more than a dozen similar young knights. I'm going to challenge you. The young divine knight, with blonde hair flying high, stood out from the crowd. He looked handsome and possessed a strong sense of self-confidence. You. Xiao Chen looked at him quietly, the slightly hesitant word of you seemed to hurt the heroic blonde knight. He shouted, you may not remember me, but I still remember you. Back then, I was the first among the top 10 masters of the Roman Empire in the longevity world, and you were ranked below me in the same generation. Back then, Xiao Chen recalled the past, and indeed remembered this person. This person's strength seemed to be higher than that of Samo, and he once fought fiercely with Zhu Dao among the top 10 young masters of the great merchant empire. That was the glory of the past. What about now? Xiao Chen looked at him quietly. Now, I have reached the 9th level of perfection. The blonde knight shouted loudly, if you take off the ancestral god's battle clothes, I will not lose to you. As you wish. With a flash of light, the dark iron battle suit on Xiao Chen's body disappeared. Of course, it did not leave the body. If there is a half-ancestor watching from the dark, the iron suit can emerge immediately. The blonde knight urged the wild beast to sit down and charged in the sky. The golden spear in his hand was shining brightly, spewing out a fiery golden edge. Chi-chi, the golden rainbow light pierced the air, and the sound was like cracking brocade. At this moment, Xiao Chen put away his sword. Facing the charging knight, he raised his palm and slapped forward. Boom! A huge sky monument emerged, and the divine knight slapped it flying. The beast that was sitting down was torn apart on the spot, and the divine knight vomited blood. Ah! With a loud roar, he came again with a golden spear. At the same time, the young divine knights who had stood with him just now also urged the wild beasts to rush over. Xiao Chen rushed into their encirclement with one step at a time, and swung the four major sancho repeatedly. Bang! Bang! Huge celestial monuments emerged one after another, and all these people were sent flying, their bones and tendons were broken, and the wild beasts even died. The number one master of the younger generation of the Roman Empire was once ranked above Xiao Chen, but now he was almost smashed by several big slaps. I don't have time to spend with you. The dark iron battle suit on Xiao Chen's body emerged again, and the 27 battle swords turned into streaks of auspicious colors. With just one impact in the golden heavenly palace, there was nothing left here, even the giant mountain was cut in half. Surround him in formation. Back then, during the catastrophe of the false gods, many sun god knights died, but most of the elites did not perish, especially those old knights who had existed since ancient times, and now have the power of the emperor. But at this moment, most of the elites have already withdrawn ahead of schedule, and even if these people gather around now, it is impossible to pose the slightest threat to Xiao Chen. However, the knights of the gods are still very strong, and they are all brave and fearless. Xiao Chen killed more than 30 people in a row, and after chasing and capturing an old knight, he searched with his spiritual sense and found that Su Ying was really missing, just as the Hu family said. He let out a roar that shook the vibrating fields, and the roar echoed continuously in the mountains. I don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But Olito, son of the sun god, must die. As long as he is still in this world, don't try to get rid of my pursuit. Xiao Chen unleashed his swords and cut off all the 20 or so mountains around him. The faces of these godly knights were ashamed in shock. Letting those divine knights leave, Xiao Chen stood alone on the ruins of the Sun Temple and stayed quietly for a long time. Now, he can compete with Ban Zhu, but he still can't find his old friend and protect him. Su Ying, a talented woman back then, had such a miserable life. Her fate should not have been like this, but she was involved in such suffering. Su Ying, the little tale when she was a teenager, followed him all day long, but her experience was so ups and downs. She grew up as a young girl, and when he didn't return, she cried and married her, and then suffered many hardships and tortures. For so many years, he was imprisoned and became a prisoner. Xiao Chen blamed himself for failing to keep her back then. There are always regrets in life. There are always some past events that are hard to let go, there are always some memories that are hard to forget, and there are always some people that are hard to forget and sentimental. Although, he has always regarded her as his younger sister, but he still feels very ashamed of this woman who is deeply in his memory, and he can't wait to catch Huban and sun god Sun Olito immediately. The cold wind howled, the lead clouds rolled, the goose feather snow fell down, and the mountains were white. Xiao Chen stood there quietly, his body was covered with snowflakes, gradually becoming a snowman. From far away, a few figures flew over. In the front is a white-haired girl with a beautiful face, indescribably pure and ethereal, just like the crystal-clear ice and snow, giving people an extremely pure and fresh feeling. Her smile is so pure, as if there is no trouble in the world, and it has an unspeakable appeal, which makes people feel peaceful with her at the same time. After Xiao Chen saw the white-haired girl through the wind and snow, his expression froze. Isn't that Su Ying? In order to save her, she smashed the tiger fort and destroyed the sun god palace, but she couldn't find it anywhere. How did she appear? Behind her were Kier, Tianya and others, as well as Wu Zanyun. Hey, old man, why are you here alone in a daze? The white-haired girl was as pure as white paper, with a very bright smile. Xiao Chen was unshaven at the moment, looking very haggard, really like an uncle. He fixedly looked at the ill-fated white-haired girl in front of him. You do not know me. Uncle, you are so strange, it's the first time we meet. In the rear, Wu Zanyun secretly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen, saying, I rescued her more than 150 years ago. I erased her past memories full of ups and downs and sufferings. Today I bring her here to meet you. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen looked at the white-haired girl firmly again, that innocent smile made him feel an unspeakable sourness. Yes, we met for the first time. When he said these words, he felt that his eyes were a little blurred, and there were faint crystals flickering, and he said to himself in his heart, "Yes, you will never know who I am." "Oh, but I feel that you are very familiar." The white-haired girl looked at him with her head tilted. Thinking of all the past, Xiao Chen felt very sad again. He knew that he would never see the original Su Ying again, and the old little tale was gone forever. "I didn't protect you well," Xiao Chen murmured to himself in an almost choked voice. "What's wrong with you? It feels weird," the white-haired girl asked innocently. "It's nothing, I'm very happy to see you." Xiao Chen forced himself to return to the state of no waves in the ancient well, and then showed a bright smile, saying, "I sincerely wish you happiness forever." "Thank you." The white-haired girl smiled innocently and said, "I also wish you happiness forever. Goodbye, I hope you and I will always remember today's happy smile." Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and flew towards the distance without looking back. Reunited in the ice and snow, the bright smile, the short eternity, covered the haze of the past. "I wish you happiness forever." The white-haired girl kept waving her hands, and then said with a slightly confused look, "It's a strange feeling." Xiao Chen disappeared into the white snow, and a pleading word sounded in Wu Zanyun's heart, "Thank you, please take care of her and make her happy forever." "What is this? I'm not what you used to be. I'm just an independent Wu Zanyun. Where are you going?" Wu Zanyun yelled. "Where will I go from here?" Xiao Chen asked himself, and then answered himself, he will forcibly let go of the past and prepare for the extremely severe future. From now on, he will become stronger. Even if you have regrets in your heart, as long as the flowers of your wishes wither, there will always be a gorgeous fragrance. His way is ahead, and he will go forward unswervingly and unswervingly.